Glue gone, things are gonna change. I can hear you call my name. Glue gone, things are gonna change. I can hear you call my name. Glue gone, things are gonna change. I can hear you call my name.
Yo, I'm here. 5 minutes before the freaking second day of the VCT America Kickoff stuff for Valorant. Um,
Take my beat back. Take my beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Epilepsy Andes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tens is in the building. Loud is back. Ospas is wearing blue. Hoodies are everywhere. It's pandemonium in the streets here in California. And it's pandemonium here at the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, joined once again by Mimi, once again by Ender. No, we did not get fired from yesterday. We still retained our employment.
We're not allowed to make jokes today, though. No jokes.
No jokes.
Let's keep it serious. Let's keep it professional.
I've never made a joke ever in my life.
That's good.
Let's go. That was a joke in of itself. I already lied. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because we started things off hot. We had some NA versus Brazil feuds happening in real time. And even though it was the NA teams that came out on top, I think there were a lot of positives at the very least to be able to take away from these squads in their first bouts.
The talk of the day was Demon One's debut with the new squad, but for me, the day was taken by Ethan. He had an incredible performance as an IGL. Really didn't skip a beat from champs last year, and they ended up taking that one home in pretty convincing fashion, which then brought us to a game that a lot of people thought would be one-sided, but I think MIBR really pushed it to Cloud9.
Yeah, especially GZZ coming online in the last couple of maps after a very rough map number 1, taking it the whole way. Although I must say, I love a good chill as much as the next person.
Look at this guy, by the way.
Yeah, Oxy was absolutely
he was
dominating.
the star of the show. At a certain point, you know, like we were excited. Oh, Demon One, oh man! But then Oxy was just like, hold up.
No, literally, I was
hold my chocolate milk.
I came into that second series and I'm like, oh, you know, we're playing the sky again. I'm starting to get a little bit disappointed. It's not so fun. And then all of a sudden on the last map, we get that Gecko back and Opsy's getting double aces. Like, that woke me up right at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was awesome to see our teams finally back here playing again, doing the thing that we all love. And on top of that, very entertaining. Good news is there's so much more to come. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and where we are right now. So no surprise based on the results yesterday. NRG will be facing off against Cloud9. That is going to be a very exciting game. But the matches that we will be paying attention to here today is going to be Loud versus Sentinels and Leviathan taking on 100 Thieves. This is essentially the clout battle of all clout battles, like across the board. All 4 teams, which that's great. We love clout.
Yeah, this is the best day of the weekend. If you're going to watch Valorant this weekend, it is these 2 matches today. It doesn't get better.
Yeah, it's awesome. Mimi, to bring you in on this, okay?
Please.
How much do you enjoy the clout?
You set that up like it was going to be the only serious question you've ever asked. How much do I enjoy it? I enjoy it a lot.
Yes, there it is.
There's my thorough
Pointed
answer.
analysis from an award winner. In any case, so a new year of competition could mean a brand new meta. And here is what the pros think we'll be seeing here at Kickoff.
Tiveram muitas mudanças nessa gente, né? Eu acho que a Digiloki teve muitas melhoras, o Gecko também teve muitas melhoras, a Sky recebeu muitos ajustes, né? Vamos deixarlo por aí. E eu acho que isso está indicando que o meta quizás está se mexendo mais para o lado do Gecko, mais para o lado da Digiloki, mais para esses lados. Coisa que estou gostando muito, mas tem que ver o que os times vão trazer, né?
Eu acho que a maior mudança que vai ter mais impacto no meta do jogo vai ser a da Sky, pelo fato do pássaro dela não ter mais cooldown, e acho que vai mudar bastante e acaba limitando um pouco o jogo do iniciador. Eu acho que agora vai ser meio que inviável você usar ela de solo iniciador.
Creo que va a entrar más Caio, Gecko, Faye, van a entrar otros personajes que pueden ayudar más, tal vez como se jugaba antes que saliera la Sky, se juega Soban, Vine, y yo creo que va a ser así un poco que las composiciones van a cambiar.
Strategically speaking, with those nerfs, I think the game has become like gamble more, because you need to gamble that if the enemy team is there or not, so you need to refight it, you need to use your tool for it. But it's fine, it's how I'm used to it since League, you know, patch changes, the meta changes, and as a player you need to be capable of adapting to it.
I think Gecko, a lot of teams are, you know, kind of realizing how good it could be, but it's not like an easy agent to use. I think it has a high skill ceiling. So if you have someone that could be really good on Gecko, they're probably going to be, you know, pretty dangerous.
Eu acho que uma mudança que foi muito positiva, pra mim pelo menos, que joga de sentinela, foi o buff do Cypher, da Trap. Acho que ele tá sendo muito mais usado agora do que era antes. E também um pouquinho o nerf da Killjoy, porque eu acho que balanceia um pouquinho mais o agente, né, que tava sendo muito usado antigamente. Acho que agora tá tendo mais balanceamento entre os sentinelas.
Ah, com certeza. Eu acho que tanto o ISO quanto a Deadlock vão aparecer, porque o meta tá em mudança e eu acho que foram agentes também que vêm para fazer bastante diferença. O ISO eu ainda acho que ele tem pouco espaço, mas a Deadlock com certeza vai aparecer.
ISO y Deadlock creo que van a ser dos personajes que no se juegue mucho, pero sí siento que va a haber equipos que lo vayan a jugar, equipos que crean su propio meta y buscan la comodidad en sus jugadores.
Maybe Loud will pull it out, who knows? Those guys are always ahead of the meta. Maybe they know something we don't.
I think any pro team could play whatever they want and they could win on it. Of course, you want to think about it to get the best comp for you, but like you're going to be playing against a lot of different comps. And I think it's really cool from just a game design perspective. Just like all your agents are good, and like pro players will play all of them.
I don't think I've ever heard more conflicting opinions on a piece of content we've ever made than that one.
The amount of like, oh yeah, Deadlock and ISO 100% being
It's so good. When I saw ISO 100%, and then the next sentence was like, I don't think we're going to see them.
Actually, Mazin thought that was for his opponents, and they were going to listen like, oh yeah, maybe we should play ISO every map.
I mean, that was kind of the C9 strategy in the offseason. Pick Deadlock and people think it's real, but it's just absolutely
and also another thing that I had noticed too is like in regards to we saw a lot of that Sky play yesterday, and you were pointing it out rightfully so. A lot of it still was played relatively the same, so it didn't feel like, even though the changes were significant.
By the way, we have some liars out there. MW, I don't think Sky can be played as a solo initiator.
What did they pick yesterday?
What did they pick yesterday?
Sky solo.
Couldn't be me. See, look at that. Fraudulent lies.
But I think you're onto something, and maybe the players, they need a little bit more time, because we have to remember this patch came out, what, 2-3
Very
weeks
little
ago?
time to
Like, they had no time to adapt to this. So there is a world where they are just on these agents for now, but give them a couple weeks time, they will slowly try to incorporate it, because I don't think we're going to be seeing solo Gecko. I think that's the hard thing to bring in. You need some flashes next to it, and solo Sky, please get it out of here.
I feel like what's important in this tournament isn't necessarily getting the meta read correct on your first game. It's by the time you're in elimination, you're towards the trail end, being able to find the groove and bring that into Madrid if you're one of those top teams.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And we'll see, of course, how all this plays out. But let's get into today's match, shall we? Talk about Sentinels, the first team. And here's the deal. If you hosted a LAN, they probably showed up in the offseason. Way to go, guys. Getting those miles in there. It was good to see them do their thing throughout the offseason, but this team is remarkably different than what it was last season. And we're talking players, roles, the whole shebang.
And saying Sentinels last season doesn't really narrow it down, because this team was a vortex. They had 3 different rosters throughout the season. They were picking players up and down. They were switching around their coaching staff. They never found their identity.
Did they get more players than wins last season?
It's highly possible. I'm not sure on the math of that one.
I don't know. I'm running the numbers.
I'm not looking forward to your mentions, buddy.
He loves Sentinels now. Just to give
he's a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, but for this team, last year, even during interviews, Ten said that he thought it was a disaster last year, and that this year it has been a complete reset. They built the team from the ground up at the start of the offseason. They've been playing a lot, practicing a lot, and the whole talk of the town has been them finding an identity and sticking to it for the season.
All I'm saying is this. I mean, look at this lineup. Tens, Zelsis, John Cutie, second, as well as Sasi. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better situation. Yes, obviously, you do lose out on a big player like Mar. Pancata not being there. Also, I'm sure is going to sting for a lot of the Brazilian fans, but Zelsis definitely brings a lot to the table for sure, Ender.
Oh, absolutely. Like bringing in Zelsis now, Tens, the role swap going away from Duelist. Like there's so much to be done, but also
mission accomplished.
They did it. They got the team.
We did it. We made the team. This is happening. They have accomplished it.
HW, calm down. We haven't.
Wait,
they did it. Look, Mimi, they accomplished.
What did they do?
They accomplished. Duh.
They're kickoff champions. That's what they accomplished. Wait, but they haven't played a game.
Guys, okay, we've seen.
I'm a Sentinels fan. Mission accomplished. Okay.
That's not true.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, but they haven't played a match. There's your proof.
Yeah. How many Sentinels hoodies do you have?
I'm not at liberty to disclose that number.
20 minutes of that shit, man. I don't know if I'm gonna
FIF, by the way.
Gonna be able to endure that.
Let's go ahead though and talk about
Holy
Sentinels
fucking
year, right? Because this could be Sentinels year. That's what the mission is accomplishing here, people. Is that this
Okay, well,
could
that's what
be
they're trying to
Sentinels
accomplish.
year.
And I'm going to be honest, they haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But this is the Sentinels
I don't like your
roster
negativity.
that I have faith in. I've never said that before, I don't think. But I think this is the roster that can achieve something. The biggest reasons I have faith is this is the first year where Kaplan from the outset is head coach, got to build this team. He picked up his old friend from Ghost Gaming, John Hutey. I thought they had a great read of the game when they were playing together back then. They were meta innovators. They were ahead of the curve. They built something really good. Now they're back together in another moment where the meta is shifting, where you have a great cast of players. It seems like they are set up to succeed this year.
It's in so much a way where Kaplan can now fully build that system, because you hinted at it, but like they were the ones that innovated the phase raid. They're the ones that pioneered that throughout, and the phase comp. Yeah,
Fade
absolutely
raids.
love it. What did I say? Phase raid?
It's impossible not to.
Oh my lord!
I thought we escaped that.
It's absolutely impossible. No, but honestly, I also think that one of the things that Ghost Game was so good at, they were the most disciplined team in the league back then. And I think if you can take a roster like this and put them in more stable positions, right, with a 10 off the duelist role, you can put together a fantastic team.
And the thing for me, if I was a GM in the offseason, the first player I would look at if I was building an English-speaking roster in this region is Zelsis.
Yeah.
He's not the best individual player in the league. He is not the biggest star name. But the reason he would be the guy I went for is because of the way he lifts his teammates
He carries
up.
himself incredibly well.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people oftentimes undersell that because you always think like, oh, it's what's in the server. It's what's in the server.
But look at how he performs outside of the server. He was the guy who was put in a position with rookies on Cloud9, and he lifted them up. When Jake was at his lowest, Zelsis was there. In interviews, these players have all talked about that Zelsis is the guy that gives them a reason to play, a reason to scrim, that always reminds them what they are playing for. You need someone like that who can be the emotional leader and who also can be so flexible and skilled actually in the server.
And in day one, that's going to be important. But in months 4, 5, 6, that is where Zelsis, it's even more, right? When things aren't necessarily going perfect for you, when you're in a tough series, et cetera, Zelsis can be that guy to step up and fit in to this new Sentinel system.
Yeah, and also when you kind of paint broad strokes on the new Sentinel system, one of the things that sticks out so quickly, TenZ. This guy has made a dramatic change, and I think if anything, it's very mature. It's very professional. It's the right call. Naturally, a lot of ace players would always try and just keep going, keep trying to make the dream happen of being the best opper, being the best rifler, being whatever. But TenZ, knowing that he has those skills, can provide value in other roles.
Yeah, and it's shocking because of the name value, right, to see TenZ make that move. But it's not like we haven't seen it before. You take a guy like Asuna going away from Duelist, going into an initiator slot. It just makes a ton of sense. TenZ himself has spoken about how much more stable he feels playing in that position where you don't have to be seeking out the first engagements every single fight, right? You're going to be a way more consistent player. And on top of that, well, if you're slotting into a flash role, you know exactly what your Duelist player wants. You know exactly how to support them. The agents he's been playing, Omen and KO, also aren't your sit in the back type of agents too, right? Like Omen of all the smoke agents wants to seek out fights. KO of all the flashers wants to seek out fights. So we are still going to see an aggressive style TenZ, not at the same level, a more tempered, but it's a sweet spot he can fill.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, he himself is bought into this. I don't think he wants to be just a star duelist anymore. In this interview he did with Pedro Romero, he was mentioning that exactly what you're saying. Switching to the role makes him a more consistent player. Being a duelist is so volatile. It is so hard to be the guy always having to go in, to risk your life for the team, to do all that, especially when your team is struggling, when you're dying on the entry over and over again. It's hard to recover.
Thank God the Genesis is going on the side, because
I think when he was at his best was when he
fucking
was
pre-show is
working for the
hell.
team, playing on defense, not always having to be the dive agent. And when you have someone like Zekin on your team,
Holy
who,
fucking
for my
shit.
money, is a top 3 dive player in the league, why not make that switch and find an agent where you're more comfortable?
Yeah, and especially it's good. It's not like the opping is gone necessarily. You can still be locking in an agent like an Omen on a map like Lotus, bust out the op and lock down a site super easily.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see how this team coordinates, especially with the new pieces that they're putting into place here. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to our inaugural America's Champions. It's loud. Now, even though they finish out 3rd at Champs, the stocks were high for this team. Everyone was excited. But I'll be honest, losing Aspas, good Lord, that's a hole. That is a massive gap that you're losing out on this team, and that means that this Loud roster has a lot of hard work ahead of them.
That is not something you can just plug and play or replace. It does not exist, and it cannot happen for you. And for a team,
we saw the same thing with NRG when they lost Ye and then brought an artist for a very similar role.
There is no one else in the world like Osboss.
Yeah, there's no one like Osboss, and it's yet another year for Loud where they're losing big names from the roster and having to build back. They managed to do it in 2023. No, they didn't lift the ultimate prize internationally, but regionally they got it. Lock-in, runners-up, third place at the end of the year. They bookended the year perfectly, but now again they have to pick up those same pieces.
But if I have faith in someone to build back better, it has got to be. It has got
my vote. Let's get you going.
Anyways, it has to be Sadak because he has done this so many times before. 2022. Builds a championship squad, goes on to win champions. 2023, 2 of his best players taken away. He brings up rookies. They go on to win Americas, to go on a run internationally. He just has to do it again. And you could doubt him,
he just has to do it again.
But he's done it twice before.
Oh, if he does it a third time, we need to bake this guy a really nice cake or something like that.
A cake?
I don't know. It's just something pleasant.
You think he wants a cake? He wants to win champions, dog.
Okay, a trophy, that's also a cake. Anyway, moving forward, though, for more on this roster, let's actually send it over to a new member of our broadcast team. It's Elizabeth, who's standing by with Sadak.
Is it a cake or is it a trophy?
Sadak, if I have a quick word with you, what is your approach coming in as the reigning America's champion?
No comments, thank you.
Oh, no, wait, one second. The box.
What's in the box, bro?
What's in the...
I don't know.
What's in the box?
That's actually Osboss. They're bringing him back for another season.
Does he fit Osboss, you know? I didn't know he was like a little mini-cron, like a transformer that they get like put inside of a suitcase.
That's all the strats.
Yeah,
that's how he does it year after year.
Yeah, right. He's got the notes. We have to find out what is inside of that case. But Sadak, once again, as we had noted, finds himself in this position of having to rebuild after losing key elements of his team. He gave us a great quote on that as well. Osboss, just like Saucy and Picada at the time, are unique players in what they do. So it's not like we're trying to stop or catch a player who does the same thing. And worse, we try to get a player who in his role is different. So that actually brings me to an interesting thing about Loud. Last year, Fraud was telling me about how they were really focused on getting duelist players and then educating them in different roles. And I would imagine that this is kind of like the playbook that he might try and run again.
But it has to be the opposite now, which is what's so weird.
That is true.
Yeah, because you can't do the one-for-one hot swap, right? It just isn't going to happen. So I think that while, yes, you obviously want to find the best talent, what Loud are really trying to do is adapt to the players that they are finding. They have proven over the years they are a highly adaptable team across different metas, patches, whatever. So now, yes, you want to bring a new player into your system, but you also want to see their strength shine through. And that's not going to be the same that you got from an Osboss.
And that's an interesting position that Quick is now put into. On Furia, he was a more supportive player. He played Viper, he flexed around, but I think that's exactly what Loud was looking for. They realized we're never going to find someone better than Osboss, 1-for-1 in the Jet role, so they found someone that could fit into the system, could play anything, and could adapt. But the question is, you have all these pieces who are all having to adapt around. You're still going to need to find someone who can be that star, who can step up, and it's going to be really tough to find that identity now.
The expectation is someone else will have to take that.
Who's that player, though?
Quick. Well, Quick is the site anchor, and that frees you up to other things. I think Les is a guy that can absolutely step up in another role. He was already, when you're looking at the Haven comp that Loud were so good at, he was so good at finding openings, even on the Killjoy, walking out down mid, out garage, C long. Like, that was the secret weapon in that comp, was Les not bunkering down on a site, but walking straight down at you. That was playing to find early fights, so he could do something very similar through this year.
That is also going to require him to, change things up, though, especially considering, what they're going to need to maneuver in order to make all this work.
But 2 years Les has been in the shadow of Osboss. I think he's been a top 5 player at international events that Loud has attended. I think he was top 5 at Champs 22. I think you could even make that argument for Champs just last year in 2023. This guy is so incredibly talented. He has some of the best just raw mechanics of any player you can watch. The question is, how does that transfer over to the duelist? If that's even what he's doing, because we don't know.
Let's make the assumption that it is Duelist. I know with 99.9% certainty, him on defense, beastly, untouchable, right? The question is, for me, how does dive affect that, right? When you're having to work satchels in and coordinating with teammates, because him on his own and him playing, simple trades, all that stuff, the fundamentals, everything is picture perfect.
Of course.
It is a much different challenge to work in and lead the charge on it.
Real quick, though, do you think that there are any alternatives that they could potentially run? Or right now, it's like you kind of need to have that point man player that you can put in that position?
I honestly don't like anyone else taking the role. Like, I think Les was one of the guys that was taking the most early fights. Sadok sometimes did too, but I don't want my IGL taking that on.
Incident.
No, absolutely not. No angel incidents. I escaped. No. And then, Colin Tui's, no, they're so good in their own specific roles that I don't
But
love
they were top-level Tier 2 duelist players at the time. And I love them both in their roles. But also, Les is world-class in his role.
Yeah.
I really think what it's going to come down to is who wanted it and who wanted to take that risk in the
I
team
would
and
put
be
it
the
on
guy.
Tui's or Cowanzine, more
Counterpoint.
Counterpoint.
No duelist.
Oh, man, that's what I wanted to get to that part. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Cor, go back to Europe.
Well, let's, since we're talking about counterpoints and strategies, let's go ahead and talk about the IGLs facing off yet again. Sadok and Sasi, well, they I would say John QT is the IGL for Sentinels, but regardless, so Sasi is standing across the stage of someone he won a world championship with yet again, and different circumstances this time. Doesn't have Pencata next to him. Instead, it's a whole new setup, and it's going to be fun to see these guys clash once again.
There is a ridiculous amount of international champions in the lobby today. So many of these guys have gone on and achieved great things. And in the past, when we've seen this matchup between Loud and Sen, we always knew Loud was going to win. Today is different, that I think these teams can be pretty reasonably be expected for either of them to win, which I think makes the kind of reunion of these two Brazilian champions now facing each other in the server all the more interesting than what it was last year.
It's the champions facing against each other, but also with a lot of time since we've last seen them, and also brand new teams building up around them too. So yes, it's the matchup we've seen before together and against one another, but it's a brand new deal.
Well, look, I am stoked either way. It's going to be a great game, but there's been a lot of discourse online.
There's something more important, I feel.
The streets have been talking, I was told.
Yeah.
Not the streets
The
again.
streets are Twitter. We're talking about them again because we've got a segment cooked up. We saw this last year. We're seeing it again this year. Loud Sentinels, they've got some fans. They like to talk. And we're doing fan or fraud. I've cooked up some of the greatest tweets from the fans of both of these teams. It's going to be really
I like the
insightful.
Photoshop edit of your hair. It makes it seem like you have like a bowl cut.
I'm also an egg. It's gone. It's gone. It disappeared while reading these comments. And also, I have written some fake ones to go along with this. We're going to show you two tweets on the board. One is real, one is
Play
fake.
with us, chat.
These two, and you guys at home, or over there in the Riot Games Arena, are going to have to guess. Let's pull up the first one here and see what the fans have been cooking. Okay.
Wait, what is
smart lol. I love it. The second one is at Valley Sports NA. I cannot stand this Mimi person. I am muting the stream.
Now, here's the thing, right? I know you.
Okay.
And I know that you worked with Kurt on this.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with the fraud is A.
But what if there's another layer of game theory?
I know for sure B is the fan because they typed Pezron instead of person.
Oh, sorry. Pezron.
Yeah. Also, no person has ever capitalized the first letter of a sentence and then gone all lowercase for the rest. Like, how do you still have that setting on your
typed
phone?
it on a phone,
No, but you always turn that setting
No,
off.
you just click shift. He's
All
so
lowercase
wrong.
happens to me all the
Let's find
time.
the winner.
Which
one is real?
Oh, okay,
That's
yes.
fraud?
Yes.
I knew it.
All
Wait,
right.
wait, I said that was a fraud.
Yeah, you were right.
I was wrong. Was I right?
No, you were wrong.
Oh, okay, I was wrong.
You were right.
Yeah, you were right.
No, I was not right.
No one was right. Everyone was wrong. Let's go on to the next one where maybe I can remember what
Actually,
they
no, the
guessed.
person that said you're a fraud
All
was
right.
right.
A. Zelsis, my kitten. Keep grinding.
That's real.
I wish you the best. Many
That's
people
real.
are saying this.
Yeah, many people. That's
are saying
fan.
this. B.
Okay.
At Zelsis, dress up as hot
I know that's
maid
your
for
alt,
walk.
GB.
What, the hot
Don't
maid?
interrupt me.
No, sorry.
Don't interrupt me. At Zelsis, dress up as hot maid for your walkout versus Loud.
So
Which is real, which is fake?
I saw Zelsis today.
Is he dressed up as a hot maid for his walkout versus Loud?
I can neither confirm nor deny, but
what
which
would
I'm
you-
doing a
what
lot
do you
of
want?
today. I'm gonna plead the fifth yet again, and I'm gonna say that is the fan and A is the fraud.
You think A is the fraud, Chris?
A is fan.
A is fan. They're
And
split
there's
again.
dozens of them.
There are dozens of us. Let's find the answer. Bada bing.
There we
bada
go.
boom.
I honestly just wanted to like make the idea that Zelsis could walk out in a maid outfit be a possibility.
It's still possible.
It's still possible.
It's still possible.
At minimum, cat ears.
Yeah, actually, could someone please just tweet at Zelsis and tell him that? Thank you so much.
Well, we already did. That's actually a real tweet I made. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the final fan or fraud here. This NA bias is ridiculous. Less is the best player in the world. Loud greater than NA. Cry more Sentinels fan. Or B. We spent all the offseason winning, and now we're gonna spend all VCT season losing. Let's go!
I think B is the fan, and that is coming straight out of like a over.
Is that a Sentinels or a Loud fan? I mean, it's Loud.
I think it might be both.
Yeah,
Loud didn't win anything.
So you said B is the fan?
B is the fan.
I'm split. I'm going A.
We're splitting again.
A is the fan. A
Let's
is
find
the
the
fan.
You don't even know the meaning of the word.
Oh, come on, man. I'm terrible at
Let's
this
go!
game.
Single one, right?
Honestly, all I do is just hold L's. I held an L yesterday in
That's
the
tough.
1v1.
Well, the Loud fans are gonna love that, honestly.
Oh, look at that. There you go.
They'll love you.
I have to say, you know, we need more. We need more of this. You need to give me, we need more tweets. We need more content. You guys got to get out there
So
and
tweet at us.
Yeah, tweet at us or just say some
deranged as
absurd
possible.
things.
Actually, it's called a post.
Quiet, go away.
Well, we still have a few more minutes before the match starts up here. So let's just go ahead and take a second to kind of like take a step back and really talk about these two teams, you know, holistically. And as a matter of fact, I did get word that picks and bans are ready to go. So let's go to that because our coaches are prepared. Let's see where we're going to be playing and where we're headed today.
Awesome throw.
Sides were decided via coin flip.
The
Sentinels
coin
will be Team
flip,
A and
the
Loud will be Team
fucking
B.
maps.
So Sentinels, you have ban 1.
Ban Icebox.
Sentinels ban Icebox.
Okay.
You have second ban.
Breeze.
Loud bans Breeze. And you'll pick first map.
Pick Split.
Sentinels pick Split.
Split.
And which side? Loud pick Attack. And which map would you like?
Ascent.
Loud pick
Yeah.
Ascent. And
Okay.
would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
Sentinels pick defense.
Brazilian seems
and
to
then
like
you have one more
Ascent.
ban.
Yeah, we'll ban
Lotus.
You have Bind, Lotus, and Set.
Yeah.
ban Lotus.
Sentinels ban Lotus. And what would you like to ban?
Bind.
Loud bans Bind.
Last
And the
one
center
is
map
Sunset.
Will be Sunset. And
A
would you
lot
like
of
attack?
small maps.
Attack.
Sentinels select attack.
Take.
So just to run back through real fast. Sentinels ban Icebox. Loud ban Breeze. Sentinels pick Split. Loud pick attack. Loud pick Ascent. Sentinels pick defense. Sentinels ban Lotus. Loud ban Bind. And then default map was Sunset. And then Sentinels pick attack. Best of luck today, boys.
Thanks. Good luck. Game, guys. Good luck.
We see the series layout.
A lot of
Last match,
short maps,
Sunset,
not a lot
if
of
we, potentially get there. What do you make of this, Ender?
I mean, I would love to see the
operator
Sunset
friendly
actually come on
maps.
in. I am really interested primarily in the Split pick first, mainly because I think of all the maps, Split is the one where playing the Sky is like not so bad. Like it's a lot harder to bring in like a Fade or a Sova, for example, into the mix. And I would love to see our Ghost Gaming power duo return to some roots here, maybe minus the Fade, but getting those raised breach comps in there would be lovely to see again.
Sentinels were making some tweets in the offseason that they were considering not
They're
running
always
default
making
comp
tweets
on
in the
Ascent.
offseason.
Okay, they're always doing that. But they said they weren't going to run default comp on Ascent. And I think there is real potential to try something else, maybe.
Do you think by doing that, they have now baited Loud into picking Loud? Like, you're not picking default comp, LOL.
Loud does know a thing or two about not picking default comp and losing on Ascent.
Okay, now we're
They're
talking.
the experts. You can't beat them with that.
This has the chance to be the greatest day of Valorant ever if we see Ascent and
Not a lot of operator auto. I mean, Ascent is okay for
the best thing
hoping.
that could ever happen to the game.
Hey, you know,
It's actually a
I'm looking
good
forward to
map
it.
for
Again,
hoping.
I say it all the time. time, but I'm stoked. This is going to be an awesome day. We got 2 fantastic matchups with 4 teams that are just clouded out the wazoo. It's going to be awesome. So let's go ahead and get this day started. We got Sentinels versus Loud, Leviathan versus 100 Thieves. Day 2 of VCT America starts right now.
And second back. But he's gonna go VCT! Oh my gosh!
Kinda curious to see, you know, what the Loud and Sentinel are gonna pick for a split. Because yesterday, the 2 comps were almost like mirrors. Except MIBR, I think, at the Jet and Cloud9 at the Killjoy. So I wonder if they're gonna pick, like, if we're gonna see a Cypher or some stuff like that, or if we're gonna see, we're not gonna see Bind. So yesterday Bind picks were like very curious too, like it was 2 duelists, 2 smoker, and like a Sky. So we'll see how like the meta shapes up. Because the meta is not gonna change a lot between now and Masters and stuff. Today we have
The same old story. The winning squad gets dissolved the moment they win and never gets back to what it was.
Hold on. I'm here.
I'm here. Eu tô aqui. I'm here.
Tô aqui.
Eu tô aqui. I'm here. I'm here. Eu estou aqui.
Eu diria que estou sentindo um pouco o grupo da morte. Nosso primeiro inimigo é Sentinels. Esse ano agora eles têm um reforço que é o Sean QT, que é um IGL muito bom.
Compared to our 2023 roster, we have a better map pool infinitely than before, and overall, as a team, we feel just better.
É um time que vai ser muito difícil de nós enfrentar, é um time que vai ser difícil de nós enfrentar na estreia também.
Loud is a fantastic team, and they've shown that they're really good and always competitive.
It will be a hard match for sure. If we're capable of showing our game, we can actually get the win.
Honestly, and Achieve Leviathan, I think Leviathan should win. Like, and Sentinel Loud, I don't know, Loud are always a strong house. So I could see like yesterday, you know, a 2-1, like a C9 and MIBR. I could see a 2-1. But I think it's gonna be 2-1 for Loud.
VCT America's defending champions. Let's get
Or maybe Maybe we could have like the bait, the Sentinel bait, where they win like one series and look good and stuff, and then as soon as like the fans of hope, they start touring. That would be funny.
We got a packed house with two powerhouse organizations about to take the stage with 10 of the best players in the world set to clash against one another in what is surely going to be an epic confrontation, and it's only day 2 of kickoff, Ender.
Oh, it's gonna be good, and I don't know, I was split before, but I think Vansili convinced me. I'm getting loud, baby. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I can't wait to see what their looks are like on new roles coming in. No OSPOS and versus Sentinels of all teams.
The stories here are just incredible. Loud has to do it again. They are on top. Their roster gets reset in the offseason, and Sadak is in another position where he has to make it work with new players. But after doing it twice before, it feels like no one can doubt him. On the other side, for Sentinels, this is a squad that has always been the joke, just the clout, just the team who's fun to watch. But now they finally have a roster that looks world-beating, and the question is what they can make of that.
They've had the roster, they've had the time with it. We're gonna see TenZ off the duelist role on the big stage, unless they do the funniest thing and just pick 2 duelists here on Split to start it off. But no matter what, it is going to be a good game. I think this strong group, probably the strongest of them, I may go out and say. I like this series right off the bat.
I feel like you'd be a fool to not say this is the strongest group. We have so many great teams debuting here today. And really, for me, the question about Loud is what are the roles? What is Sadak's read on the meta? Because he is always the guy who is ahead of the curve, who is coming up with those ideas.
Which is a hard thing to do.
And seeming to always just hit his stride.
Yeah, it's impressive that it's such a difficult thing to do, and yet he has managed to do it multiple times now. Like to build these teams, have to, figure out what the meta would be, and obviously he has great resources, good tools, a great coaching staff, across his career. It's not just him, but when you're in that server, he's the one. The buck stops with him.
He is the constant of Loud throughout it all, right? He has been at the center throughout their dominance.
He is Loud.
Yeah.
He's the guy who has
It's his face and the logo.
Yeah, through the highest and the lowest moments of this team, it is always Sadak as that leader. He's playing against his former teammate, Saucy, on the other side. They won champs together in 2022. And last year for Sentinels, what was much more disappointing? This is the redemption arc for the players that were on this team last year.
All right, well, we got ourselves the agent select. Let's see what we end up getting. I think, for a lot of us, we know what Sentinels are going to bring to the table for the most part here. What is Loud going to do?
Yeah, I mean, that will be the question. First things first, we see TenZ on the Omen. The Omen and the KO is mostly what he was playing with in those off-season events. And on Split, it makes sense.
So he's sticking with controller.
Less, I think, is the telling pick. What he is on, I believe will end up defining.
Okay. I do quite like this because the suspense is definitely building. Whoa, so Les is going to be running the Viper.
Viper, yeah.
Okay, so now the question is, who picks this up? Paladin or QCK? Huh?
I feel like it's going to be quick at
Omen Viper on Split.
Possibly. I mean,
Sadak, though, he did
that's what we
saw
yesterday too.
Split,
and we see a Cypher,
so going full control. Both comps have
a Cypher instead of Killjoy.
It was always going to be the Sentinel for him coming in. It's possible to run without the Cypher. Yesterday we didn't actually see. We didn't see the Cypher coming on in, but yeah, Sadak going over for the Sky here.
Yeah, it was Killjoy and Jet on the other side, so
that will be for
Raze, probably Raze, Jet for Saucy.
Breach okay for Commonsine?
Means that we're going to see quick.
Okay, so we see Breach, Sky,
they talked about
and probably a Raze
to
follow up.
But it seems like they are just trying to slot him in.
So this time, the Brazilian are playing without Sentinel again.
Last year, Loud always
yesterday they play Raze, Jet,
dropouts as a solo
and
anchor,
then
locking down
Viperman,
sight.
I think,
Now they're playing more into
and
this
Sky.
control comp, double initiators, double controllers.
And now they are playing
Relies
double
less on your
initiator
duelist
instead
to
of
be an insane star and more on his utility,
double
which I think is
duelist,
good.
The
basically.
difficulty with Loud's comp is they have no information. They are playing no Cypher, so they can't set up those trap plays that you normally would be in your Breach style of comp. And with the Sky changes, you have 2 flashes and a dog. On
Double
defense,
initiator
really hard
and
to get mid-round information to flush out the
Sky
lurks
is
that
still
you
so
know
fucking
the other
strong
team is gonna
though.
be going for. Sentinels with Cypher and Viper are gonna be
Sky
looking
and
to work
TJ
on
are still two very strong agents, even though
last
they have been
on display again here in Americas. Zekin, for my money, is the player
Cypher
who
is
has
really
just
strong
the
too
highest skill
right now, I feel
ceiling.
like.
I'm just saying that about anyone because I love making a bold statement, but really, this kid is so talented. When he first started playing, so incredibly young. Now he's spent 2 years at the top level in Tier 1, around great players, and even when his teams have struggled, he's always been stellar individually. If this Sentinel squad can meet the hype, I think this is the opportunity for for Zekin to be on an international caliber roster, to get those opportunities that he had all the way back with XSET, to show how good he is in front of the world.
Look, Sentinels, they got the 2 players with disease, but they are about to wake up Los Angeles with our first match
So the
today.
North American meta seems to be like more like defensive and control-y basically, with the Sentinel pick.
No breeze. It's not breezy. We're going to split.
With like either the Killjoy or the Cypher.
Wingman works for Sentinels.
Well, Resilient seems to want to play like
secret agent. I love it.
super giga aggro with double smoker, double duelist, or double smoker, double initiator.
As a matter of fact, why you guys go ahead and give me some noise for our casters, because it's now time to jump into the action. We got 2 guys who are always so professional. It's Bren and the Silly Goose.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get it started then. Loud versus Sentinels. Josh, I got questions. Today we are going to get answers with both of these teams. You got Sentinels on a bit of a redemption arc, honestly. The off-season, they were making full usage of it. Loud, a no-show in terms of the events. We really don't know what to expect with this squad.
The thing is, though, we know that Loud have been practicing since October. These are the 2 most practiced teams in Americas, as far as I can tell, based on how they approach the off-season. And both teams were making moves to try to retool how they approach the game. But we know what Sentinels have done. We've seen the development over off-season tournament after off-season tournament, and the hype has been building, and the fan base are believing. But for Loud, they've been quiet. We didn't even know what roles they were going to be playing coming in here. And now we get their first look at what the new squad is going to be doing with a double initiator, double smokes, no sentinel, and I think Mimi's point on the desk really key. No jet, probably no big op kind of role coming out from QCK. More to do with how the team is.
Yeah, I mean, hoping on fucking split is a little bit cancer.
Absolutely. Having said that, though, take a look at the pistol round here. Loud look like they're set up for
Especially against double smoke and the Sky. You know, Sky Omen Flash, Viper Omen Smokes, plus your own Viper walls and shit. The more I think about it, the more it's like it's fucking just cancer to play Jet. Jet is good if you want to double dash on side though. We saw MIBR do it last yesterday in the last series.
Just to clear him out of that corner, and the smoke is really pesky as well. They can't get through this one. QCK has to try and make something of this one, but already just assaulting.
They're gonna stick it.
This is just diffusing. He's sticking this all the way, and no one is home. Sentinels with the pistol round. Yes, I mean consolation prize at the end with the kills from Les, but okay, what a beginning.
The fucking TSM
Sends
chance.
a nice smoke there onto the spike towards the end. Not even mattered though, because Loud positioned so many players off-site over towards ramp. They just couldn't refight for Heaven. When you plan for Heaven there, you're hoping that you can take ramp control, get up to Heaven and play the post plant from that angle. And Sentinels flooded down ramp with so many people. only John coming through screens. I think both of these teams, though, looking like they've got good ideas, good protocols of how they want to approach.
Not slowing down here.
Okay. A stun for nothing.
Yeah, but at the same
just an
time,
eco.
yesterday and today, we're seeing teams barely invest into these
I mean,
second
it's
rounds.
a good
Apart
clear,
from
but
Cloud9.
Cloud9
there
were
is
doing it
nobody to
relentlessly.
stun.
Cloud9 was still force buying like they hadn't seen the meta shift. But all the other
Okay.
teams seem like they're fairly content to just let people go up 2-0 after winning the pistol.
Good, no? That's good for Loud.
On the 1-for-1.
And they're sneaking out. They're sneaking out.
Yeah, all the way through. The flash does connect though. Sassy almost caught it away. He's low though, and the damage!
That's really good for Loud.
Okay. John QT seeking to equalize it, maybe make it a little bit more even. There's a lot of damage being done. to
Okay,
the top, but
behind
they
you
need to
now.
Get this plant down, pushing the position close quarters with the stinger. 2 years favored with it. Down to just the one itself.
Okay, nice.
Doesn't stand a chance.
Good shit for
Just
Loud.
with classics in hand have been able to mop the floor with Sentinels. What a gorgeous call to contact out through the B main smoke. Sassy was caught with his pants around his ankles, so I have no clue what was happening there. And this double face into B Heaven to set it all up was beautiful teamwork, showcasing that, you know, if Loud maybe want to play more of a team-oriented style rather than trying to load things into their due list, they have
Those
definitely got
pistols
the
are
skills
deadly.
and the discipline and
Hey,
the
but
practice
deadly.
to make that work. Sentinels now reeling classics back for them. Economy completely flipped.
Fully reset. Here we go, nade sends flying here. Boombot to the side just in case players that close. There's another nade to deny that space just for a choke point, but are they going to slow it down? Question laid out now for Loud. Instead, over into ramp, into Heaven. Feeling it out. A lot of noise being made by Sentinels. They might not want to walk into this one thinking it's a stack.
They would be right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So still just picking them apart though, playing it nice and slow here, looking for the easy pick-offs. Lucky to get that kill. But
Good
okay,
shit.
2 years
Good read
testing it.
from
And everybody topples.
Loud. And they have a free side,
Very
they
well
know
done
it.
by Loud there. There was certainly
They're gonna
danger.
hunt.
Sentinels had all 5 players in places where they could have caused chaos. 3 on site, 2 pressuring from vents, and Loud would.
I mean, he
slow,
doesn't
making sure
have
that they
anything
didn't
to
fall into any
save.
defender utility. Didn't
Just
run
doesn't
into
want to give the
crossfires.
money.
Just meticulously
He's on
picked
the
apart
Demon
what Sen
1
were going for.
pose. A little twirling. Oh, he gets him
Still
still.
gets it.
Well, there we go. The classics are doing work today. Yeah. Tell you what though, off the back of this weird flip-flop of the economy, we now get our first rifle round, but there's a big difference. And it's that Loud are so much
They are-
closer to their ults
they
than they
all
would
have
otherwise
small
been,
shield.
Right? Normally in your first rifle round, you're not gonna be anywhere
And you're
near
not gonna
getting
see an
Seekers
outlaw.
or a breach
Like, he's
online.
such a
But actually
situational,
Loud,
like,
with one kill, a plan,
gun.
you know, maybe an altar.
And on
They're
split too,
really
like, it's
fairly
such
close
not
to having
a...
massive ult online
It's
that
not
could
a good map
instantly
for
put
the
Sentinels
outlaw.
back down onto an eco.
Yeah.
For hopping in general.
Bit of congestion here
Like,
towards mid.
it clearly is a map where you can skip the jet.
QCK hoping he can get a freebie just for the spam.
Such a small map.
This is less contesting over towards A ramp alone.
I mean,
the rest of his team takes early B main
jet is
control.
good, but again, as a
Sentinels have changed where the Cypher's playing.
as a
QT was
site
playing A in
opener,
most of these early rounds, but now round
not
4,
as
swaps over
a
to B.
as
The
an
cam's already been
opener,
broken.
not necessarily as an
Loud will now
opener.
know where the Cypher setup is, and Sadak seems
I
to be
think
calling
Raze
Valentine
is
to pick up the
better
spike and head it back over
utility-wise.
to A.
No ground gain though by less.
Look at the rotation from Sentinels. They think it's over towards B, partly because that cam's been broken.
It's hard to
partly
not,
because of this take
like-
of B Heaven.
Yep, sending out this util is going to make them really think about it. But second, well, rips the head straight off.
It's weird to
TCK.
go
Stunts the push
no
entirely, which was
sentinel,
intended to
so
pull
you don't
players
have
over
any
towards the B
information.
site. Now A, it's just
Like
Sassy
no
really
Killjoy,
close
no
onto the angle here. It's
Cypher.
gonna be util meeting him.
Sova is not
Wide
really
running
played
backwards
on
onto the
split
retreat
because
and
it's
really the rest of his team here, but they have
so many
several
walls.
the site and Heaven.
Such a closed, small
An
map.
ult online per second. Maybe that shows off from being.
So it's weird to not see a fade
Okay.
They could use it towards
instead of
screens here. Might be murderous.
Paranoia showstopper. There's the
instead
ult
of
straight into the sky, flashed up, dodge,
a
second
sky
still, holding
for
now.
Loud.
Biding his time.
Because Fade is so good with Raze, and Fade basically has a very similar ultimate to Breach. And she has the crawlers too.
Seconds defusing. Nothing to stop it. The molly too late.
They are sticking everything.
Very reminiscent of the pistol round there.
2 round,
Again,
2
Sentinels
sticks.
being able to just stick the defuse on A. Loud have clear post-plant ideas, but the battle over A ramp and Heaven is being contested so heavily by Sen that Loud don't get Heaven control. They don't get that angle to spam the spike. If Les had thrown his snakebite just, a fraction of a second earlier, though, that entire round could be different. I think this round's so interesting, too, because Sadak out-called John Cutie, but they don't win the round off the back of it.
Yeah. We're beginning to, we are rapid off the approach of a lot of these rounds. There's an opening. Okay, Tens denying the space. Les was hoping he could catch.
They lose the Viper utility.
No fast reaction.
So they know it's probably not gonna be a fucking 8 with the activity mid, the Viper dead, and
teleport. Tui's threatening that he could be inside that smoke, but
and
John
shit.
not buying it for a second. He's got trips inside the smoke.
And the activity B, yeah.
Creeping and crawling all the way into Heaven here. Trying to make no noise at all, just holding the appropriate...
Omen is rotating, he's holding Heaven, but he's gonna leave slowly.
Okay. They give up the switch setup.
Nice smoke.
Just trying to establish themselves.
And they are
onto
stacking
A.
on
This is the right
site.
call, making the read.
A lot of rotations from Sen. They are really stacking us now with a lot of bodies here, but they're walking all the way up. Second still deals with Sadak still from the side as Kawa's in. Only just claims the kill. Eventually there in the end, still Tens. What a ridiculous move from him. It's 4 in the round. He seals it up.
That's super precise aim.
And they
Coming
die
into play
one by
there from
one.
Tens, winning his duel over towards ramp against one of the most mechanically gifted players in the world, and then mopping up another 3 as he goes to help his team on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be so fun to watch Tens in this new role, I think. He's talked about it adding more consistency to his play. I'm looking forward to the weird TikTok teleports all over.
Yeah, that's what we missed.
Anytime Tens is in the game, you are going to get highlights like that, because this guy's mechanical skill is through the roof.
That's nasty. We're already into the round as well. A couple of seconds being played. Smokes drop down, no real action. One thing to note here, B main control being given up pretty heavily by Sentinels. It hasn't been costing them though.
No, it hasn't. And I would expect to see Loud fighting more heavily over A ramp, giving less that the boombot, the blast packs, maybe the dog to work with as well, so that they secure A ramp at the start of the round. But instead, they've just kind of left the Viper over there, and I don't think Les is going to be able to contest.
Because popped off here towards mid. Hey, just in case it is a split, but it just pulls the util out, and it's a pause caused by Loud. Pumping the brakes.
Look how passive these people are positioned over towards A. If Les had chosen this round to go for an aggro lurk.
This angle by Zekin could be disgusting. He's adjusting, still gets the one. Yeah, traded out though. But still, there's the refight.
They know what a spike is. Big info. Cypher dead, that's really
Tens
good.
actually went for the ult there to try to get
2v2.
behind them in B main and had to cancel. So now Tens and Sassy are coming through the normal way. In a player disadvantaged situation,
3v2, sorry.
tough for them,
He got
but
the
they do have
revenge
utility,
in
double
garage.
flashes.
Close plan's really nice though. One player backside, one player Heaven is flanking as well. Paranoid
Nice
wide,
flash.
doesn't connect. Chance for Sassy, but he needs to secure the kill. And they don't know where the rest of the players are. You can feel how difficult this is. They don't have a lot to work with. It's gonna have to be the double face, but here it is, the wraparound. Less the insurance policy. As I was
Very
discussing
clean,
earlier,
very
that
disciplined.
post plan, as soon as
Wait
Les
for
is in
the
that
up,
position with the
play,
wraparound, it's basically chalk.
play the revenge, play the crossfire.
These rounds are so interesting. I mean,
Clean
Loud
sheet from
are
Loud.
focusing on trying to dismantle the way that Sentinels are holding on to B Heaven and B main. This round, Celsius decided to go aggressive in B main and just didn't account for the second player being there.
Yeah.
And I think at some point Sentinels might have to try to hold on to B Heaven a little more. Loud are getting mid control and B Heaven fairly easily, but it is difficult to stop this comp because it has 2 initiators.
You see a pit into mid here. Loud. A lot of disrespect showcase. They are taking ramp control off the rip. Nice to set up though to meet them. A bit of a kill trip as well. Set up to spam that if somebody did walk into it. Might not be expected for Loud.
Some of the plays that you want to make when you take a ramp control like this involve pinching the person in vents. That's really tough when there's a Viper's pit there.
There's
into the trap.
Yeah, trap wire. Did the job, didn't it? Despite the fact that I think he got pinged out, there's another one straight through the choke as well. Dealt with not quite. Second Flash didn't connect. Les is in the site now, but they don't have heaven control. This is really quite awkward. TP into the back of the site. That's 2 years.
So
Gaining a bit of ground. They don't have the spike there, though.
No, all of this focus on A Heaven has allowed them site access, but like you said, they've got to get Kalanzine in.
They've got to cross. TP up close, holding the nade. Not anticipated. There's the kill.
Good shit.
Running away now. Retreating back to the team.
The trade is good.
There's
There's this behind. Nice.
There's Sadak dealt with. Now you just have to contest with this pit.
The spike is not inside the pit either.
It is
An unusual
fake.
one. So broken. Could
They are gonna spam it.
Spamming all the angles, hoping for an easy kill. Ollie to the side. Paranoia now. Sent flying here. What is the call for Sentinels? They need something on board. That is it. Surely the impetus to win the round. Kawazine cannot do it all.
End of the day, that paranoia from TenZ might have made the difference. There was a huge amount of utility being poured into the pit, but it was the flash that actually pushed
Both team are like
into the corner. And once he tried to get back into his own
fighting,
pit,
like
Zelsis was there to cover.
it's blow for blow, like.
Bit of a mistake there from QCK, who otherwise has been playing very well. Tight with the team, good coordination. Just gave his life away a bit too easily against a trapwire that, as you say, Grant, I think they already knew was there. But that was a tough round because Zelsis denied the mid control with the pit. That's not a tool that Sentinels now have access to again. But Sadak continues to shift his ideas. Instead of taking A ramp, now they go back to an early take of B main.
And the Cypher is playing A.
Flashes on both
And
sides.
he's playing with a very
Trying to set the players
defensive
up. Do have that B main control.
cam.
For the money,
It's a
almost.
very annoying cam.
TenZ has just used
Cypher
both
used
smokes
to
within the
put
first
their
15
cam
seconds.
like
He is quite
on
vulnerable
the
on B right now,
board
'cause he can't throw one for himself or for
in
the
A
choke
main
point.
to see like
Open the jump spot
early
to see
push
it.
and stuff.
Stunned,
But now they are
running out.
playing
Here's the Santos now. He is in danger. Not
with the
quite.
cam like
He
deep
is in danger,
heaven,
apparently.
so you
well
can't
played.
really see
Just
it
being able to stop that from being a threat.
unless you
right as
know
this
where
comes
like
back online to
Stalled them entirely.
you know that spot. It's a good spot, but it's a more defensive
just in
setup.
case. 50 seconds
Less
left in the round. Room to
proactive.
pivot, but okay.
I think the
Info.
Trailblazer blocked half of those bullets.
Yeah, meeting it head on. And the 3 players left standing now. Loud. Probably going to be resorting to contact.
And they are
plays
gonna
or
play the man advantage for
saving.
Sentinel,
Tuyus does have money to buy for
as
the
they
next, but
should.
Still going for this.
They're just
Less is lurking
picking
out
for
behind.
info.
Wow,
Oh,
what a shot. He was
But he
preempting
still
for the
get
jump
caught.
spot still. Onto the site there, Sassy, only the one to be gained, and a reposition by TenZ now. Into the B main control plant, just a tap, seeing what they can force out. There he is, in and out of hiding. TenZ is making it so damn difficult for them. Satchel pushing into the sidelines of the rest of the team. 5 for 3.
and again a clean round for
And a high IQ
Sentinel.
play from TenZ as well. Instead of choosing to just stand and fight, they give B, but he secures a really important position where he's playing a crossfire from the rest of his team who are going to be over towards CT. I mean, awesome round by TenZ. Unconventional, and I think that's what you've got to expect from him on Omen. He uses both smokes right at the start and then uses his paranoia and teleports to win the rest of the round. Flashy and creative.
Yeah.
Now Senna's starting to pull away. Loud's economy is knocked down.
Getting more and more difficult. And the ults get built up as well on the opposing side. Through mid here, Sadak's taking so much damage, it's being covered.
The trade.
TenZ collecting an easy one there. Stun. Forced him away. Paranoia. Just about missing here.
And I think TenZ had to dodge that flash too. I believe the stat was from last year, he was the least flashed player. Like he could turn the flashes
Reaction
most mechanically out of all the players.
Yeah.
Cracked.
2 years. Always found himself deep within.
He's hunting
in
for the
the-
Cypher.
here's the
Oh, he almost got him.
Chance there, more than chances. Is on the high ground. Will deny any entrance towards A. With the spike drop down. It's a freebie, granted. Sen should be winning this round now. Let's just hoping to try and do some damage maybe to the economy.
Which is flourishing for Sen.
Yeah.
They've had a bunch of rounds here in a row. Knocking Loud down. And it should be mentioned too, I think the map pool here is amazing for Sentinels. Yeah. The series
We should see a timeout for Loud,
from what we've seen of
just to refocus, break the
4-0
momentum,
this offseason. And then they've been
and
7-1 on Sunset.
probably an economy
So if you're a Sen fan,
economy
you're looking
talk
at maps 1 and 3 thinking, we should have this.
about the next few rounds.
It's the double-edged sword where you've given away footage over the course of the off-season. Loud could have done their homework. It's probably the reason they let Sunset through. But so far, it hasn't been going according to their plan. I've seen now, you know, the timeout here for Loud. Trying to take a pause in the moment, see what they can do about this lead that's just gotten away. Sentinels 6-3.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that they could try to accomplish a little more is to have aggressive lurks coming through off the back of pulling Sentinels. It might be difficult for Sadak to get a read on this, but from what we've been able to see with access to the full minimap, Sen are happy in the mid-round to try to gamble on the site where they think Loud are ending. And so that means that they're actually opening up gaps on, you know, A sometimes for somebody to lurk in. Now, whenever he's tried to play aggressive on the lurk, it's been at the beginning of the round when Sentinels still have aggressive positions, the dog to work with, that kind of stuff. But if Les tried to make a mid-round or late-round aggressive lurk up a ramp, it could be really effective. The question is, can Loud get a read on that kind of thing?
Mm-hmm. It's a hard one when you have limited information. Obviously, they can only see their own POVs. Ult online for Kawazine.
Yeah, of course, one of the other strategies that they could go with the breach out is just to send it and try to win the post plants out. They haven't been able to get the plants down with some level of success.
Holding the stunner position for Ram, flash. And here we go, forces out the showstopper, just really clipping the heels of Les.
Very good bait there. Loud knew that was coming.
Good protocols in mind. Backing away.
They are back on mid.
Back up to 100. Meanwhile, taking a mosey at mid. It's QCK.
They are taking RAM
A lot of
too.
space here.
And these are the kind of
Slowly
timings
working
where
their
Sentinels are
way
tending to
towards
fall back on A instead of
A7.
holding
Or
that
main is
aggro position.
rotating.
This is the read.
Yeah, Loud are getting a lot of space for free.
Just walked all the way into heaven.
And
The trip's
Sentinel
broken,
is
so
stacking
they're aware
on
that there's
B.
at least one player here, but other than that, they've cut noise entirely.
And Sen have got 4 people on B.
Yeah.
They're so happy to play retake A.
Post dropped. Ooh, trip. Counter spam. John QT almost getting
John
punished for it.
QT almost got
Here
caught,
we go,
yeah.
trying to walk in. Zekken, he's out wide here. Sadak trying to get the pad off in the meantime.
They are gonna
QT
play
will
take
fall.
once again.
Zekken retreating. Regrouping.
So now the
But
post
they
plan.
only
If it's going wrong
have,
for Loud,
like,
Sentinels
the
have
back
been
of
able
the
to
site,
deny them heaven control and then stick the
screen
defuse.
and
Loud have got to make sure that can't happen again.
they are gonna fight for B7, they have
They
to.
still have that breach
The sky is
Golden
like
Thunder gonna be doing
in a
work.
weird
Take their time to
position.
send that. He's gonna move on.
Yep, he's gonna get
Again,
punished.
man, just pressing W and somehow just ripping the heads off these enemies all over the place. Still low.
And now it's the eyes and it's not the same
He
dynamic.
wins his fight out. Still gonna worry about these players though. Ducked onto the side.
The
That's
breach
Kawazine,
is
a
completely
flash.
isolated.
Smoked off.
He has to make a hero play.
Into it, Kawazine. That's
And he's gonna find it. They are sticking. Nice. Nice.
What a round from Kawazine when his team needed it the most. That looked like the same thing was going to happen again. If Kawazine had not been able to delete people as they swung through that smoke, there is every chance that Sen would have just been able to crowd it, stick it. They did such a good job of flooding into sight, denying heaven control. All the retake protocols worked. Just Kawazine had a monster round.
Yeah. That's our eye by power ace as well. Follow him on socials, giving away a PC for every single ace in VCT Americas. Good beginning here.
Ultimate wise,
Loud feeling like they're rejuvenated.
we have a Sky ultimate for Loud.
And so they've established.
So if they get early picks, they could use it just to get the full info.
Stayed with him after the
And
dog
I
has been
feel
used.
like that's what they are
Sassy staying
going to
doggy
go
unless
for.
it's so vulnerable to being flushed out.
Cypher playing alone on B. They have like not a lot of info mid, and the Sky is like getting in. The rotation, race, the trap being blocked, and yeah, the race was covering.
Maybe making some noise.
Infiltration.
Celsius removed.
They know the spike is on A, and it's a 3v3. No ultimate.
Again, into the post plan. Sen all grouped up into heaven. Oh, jumping in with the shorty! Just taking it straight
What
to
a
it.
nice
so
weapon.
good. What a read. Perfect play.
Let this one out though. Are they aware
And
where the
again,
players are?
that awkward position from the raise.
GCK close. Second.
Double
36
satchel,
health. Just pausing
elbow.
for the moment.
They don't clear him, but he misses.
That's a tragedy. One of the first moments where
He
you're
missed,
questioning
and
QCK,
yeah.
otherwise having a fairly good game. But Loud had chances still to win that in the 2v3 if they'd held on for just a moment longer. And yet both avenues of that defense crumbled at the same time.
Yep.
This
And now
has
we
been
have
very
two
back and forth, but at the
ultimates.
end of the half, Sen might again find another way of pulling ahead. Because now Loud's economy is in a bad spot. I gotta say, Sentinels.
What a
protocols and
nice
how they're
fucking
retaining
retarded
looks really
fucking
hard.
gun.
Yeah.
Holy
so
fucking
good.
shit,
Noticing that in
man.
the off season. Clearly putting a lot of time into it. Just pausing in the right
And so
moment,
Loud,
getting themselves overheating.
Yeah, having a great idea of where Loud want to fight over, denying them control of that.
Loud's
Now, final round.
Sky
Celsius
ulted
got
last
to put up
round,
the pit,
but
second
it
one.
was like
Sentinels are really good at adjusting their defensive protocols as well when they have the pit online. That's a
useless.
fast approach.
So we have the Viper
In his
pit
face, doesn't
in
walk
the
into
main.
it. John is so
Holy
down.
fuck.
Almost
And
got
he
the
tagged
triple.
the Sky.
Sadak being bursted down. An attempt to try and as well push Celsius
They
out
are
of this
gonna go
pit.
for it. Oh my god.
Ridiculous!
Those kill from Sentinel.
What
Like,
is this round? John and Celsius just whacking people through smokes. If Loud had any hope in this round, it got dashed instantly. Joking.
Might as well use it. No,
and they are spamming him through the wall.
That's a flawless round.
What a nice map.
You definitely saw what Loud were going for. They found a lot of success in being able to get to sites. They were using their
And we
composition
changed
fairly well,
side.
and they didn't get punished by like the lack of Sentinels particularly. At the end of the day, I think Sen just outclassed them there with that defensive half. I guess more of the question is, if Loud start playing aggro with double initiator on defense, does it change things up?
Well played, boys.
Holy shit. Ain't doing that in the match, though. He ain't doing that in the match.
Set it down to the desk.
Sentinels looking great out there as they're up 8-4 as we go into the half. And, you know, there were a lot of question marks coming into this, but I think one thing you can safely say, that question's been answered, Sentinels look good.
Yeah, and the question's also been answered. If you defuse the spike without being killed, you win rounds. And that's what we saw in round 1 and 4. Literally, Sentinels just full stick defuses and get 3 rounds in the first
Balls
and
don't
fourth,
fake.
which started the half off like Loud could have really gotten out to a good start.
Yeah, and what Loud, I feel like this first half looked like a team that wasn't quite there with synergy. Sentinels looked so incredible in playing together. In those retakes that you're mentioning, I was so impressed with the way that these players were ping-ponging back and forth, even when they were in these late rounds, kind of losing out from those Sky nerfs and not having all the util they would want to retake. The way they're kind of ping-ponging with the Omen Flash to set each other up and get back into the site was really good. And also, Loud, I think, making some mistakes in these box plans.
Yeah, just not getting back in time. But then from these 2 rounds, Sentinels also realized, hey, Loud are trying to play very heavy off-site for ramps and for Heaven control to get the late wrap round and shoot you down from Heaven. So then, in the future A retakes, they fought for those areas really hard. So instead of full, flooding out through screens, we have another round later in that half where they're leaving players up in Heaven to contest that fight, to fight on the flank and deny ramps as an area. Those 2 fights are one up through Heaven, so they can very easily deal with the 2 remaining players.
And you have to give a lot of the credit there to the new IGL, John QT. He had some great reads this half. Even that round 12, adjusting to that fast play they expected from Loud and being able to punish that was impressive. And when you go along with the great teamwork, you are also having your players pop off individually. It's so good. Tens, he's looking so good on this Omen, not dropping a beat after switching off the duelist role.
Yeah, Omen looked fantastic, and the Sentinel split was defined with their retakes and with their mid re-aggression. They always found those picks and put them in a great spot.
Well, we're going to flip sides, and now it's time to see how Loud managed to bring this one back. Close out map 1, send it back over to Bren, and once again, the Silly Goose.
Well, me and the Silly Goose going to be breaking it all down for the second half. This pistol round is going to be bloody important. To be honest, for Loud, they have been really floundering when it comes to the gun rounds, the first kills. They've been losing in almost every metric. But a pistol, fresh start now as we get into it.
Omen start armor for the double smoke.
Very cautious beginning here from Sen, not wanting to step into any kind of trap play in mid. You've got to be cautious about that when you're playing against a breach. But at the same time, Loud don't have Sentinel utility to trigger it off, so it's got to be off someone's contact.
Potentially the flash, if it does connect. Sadak's jump spotting for now, though.
Yeah, I mean, this little attempt at a trap setup should be off QCK's contact, but they think Sentinels are not even in mid. Sen are just hanging out in market, you know, perusing the goods.
They heard that shot. The dog mid.
40 seconds before they
That's
even
gonna
decide
go
to dog up
for
mid.
that. He's gonna find the breach.
Come to buy them, but they do have to be main control. Looks
And
like
they are
that's gonna be the goal now.
stacking.
Set their sights towards it. Paranoia goes flying. QCK with a nade as
B,
well.
Paranoia. That's just
Trying to
gonna
get them access
delay.
and entry into the point here.
They
So
have
do
the
control,
position
but no
now.
control of heaven.
And they are gonna plant.
Might drop down, have to get the plan online. Looking a bit indecisive in terms of how they want to do it. Zekken
They have a lot of utility heaven.
in a minute now, yep.
With the sky and the breach.
Just in time, Sassy's out wide.
Find the
alone.
first kill.
Doesn't really have any other help for this one.
But
Loud
they
might
don't
just
have the
set up now
time
for
with
this retake
them.
flash.
Sky
Dropping
drop.
down, clearing one section of the
They
side.
are
This is
going
getting
in.
precarious, it's getting tricky.
Ding.
Just a tap as well. See
And
the
they
bit
are
of force
spamming
out.
through
A lot of fire, a lot of
smokes.
the util. Once more damage being done. Ten's a little bit confused. And Tachuna's teammates double faced. And Loud are cleaning them up now. This time, Sadak going for the stick. Smoke just about fading all the way through. Connecting. John
Found
QT
him.
gets
It's
to the fuse,
off
but it's already
though.
half online. He just needs a bit of damage done.
And again,
Down, Mr. President.
just stick the bomb.
The smoke timing there from Tui's as well bloomed just enough for them to be able to get the first half, and then he's able to jump in, finish off the other. And like you said, two really funny moments there. Ten's shooting his teammate in all of the kerfuffle as people were weaving in and out of smokes. But yeah, I mean, one of the big problems for Sentinels in the post plan is that they didn't have an
Again,
additional
no.
threat. They didn't have anyone going for the late lurk. They didn't have
A
heavy
Guardian.
control. They just ended up
No outlaw for
backside,
Clown.
and then when Kawanzin and Sadak have
And a shotgun on Sky.
they can't
A
really
judge.
stop Loud from going for the retake.
And she's holding mid with a
They
shotgun.
really did.
Like, what?
Gets them potentially back into the map, but even past this point, we're going to be expecting them to win this round. If they can win the bonus, even better. They haven't been good on the gun rounds. That jump spot. Seeing them all here. Now making their moves as well. That's a stun, but right into the shotgun. It
Oh my
It
fucking gun.
matters not.
We said this in the first half as well. Oh yeah, they've only got pistols. It's only a
He's
classic.
gonna move him.
Completely turned around after shot.
Unlucky. Nice jumps from John QT.
Less.
What an aggro play.
They know they are
Really
mid.
smart. And at the
They are
same
pushing
time,
garage.
Sentinels, John Cutie calling the pivot into B. The B players are pushed out main, and now they're wrapping around. So the flank
And
is
now
on the flank.
the race is like in garage. Back in garage. The race for Sentinel.
The plan though down towards main. Again, they have given over heaven control. It's unlikely anything that really comes from this round, but at least
And
they
it's
get
kinda like a remake of last round.
Here's the Utah once more. One
Well,
place
they have
this
nothing
morning. Is that
even.
Sassy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That might be the difference maker.
They have
He's
the
still there,
Sky
waiting for
that
the right
sneak
time to
into
strike here.
city.
Zekken taken out. One shot down either way here with a paranoia sent
And that
flying.
could
Ten
be
to
a
six,
big,
try and take an early fight
big
here.
factor, but he only has a classic.
No
so-
one has tapped onto the spike whatsoever, clearing it forwards. There's the one, not quite.
Yeah. No gun, no fun.
It's a cute idea. And you can see that Sentinels are still trying to come up with ideas to win.
I mean, it was a great sneak from the Sky, but they should have played on it.
The Loud have brought the lead
Like,
back down to only 2.
they just got
They're going
picked
for a
on
bonus.
one by one.
And this.
He was
this
going
is
for
what
the
Les
knife
is
though,
known
you know
for,
it.
right? You heard Ender talk about it. The fact that he can anchor, he's an amazing anchor, but he's also going to choose his timings intelligently to push out beyond where you expect him to be.
Holy fucking shit, what is that?
Loud watch party getting loud. Push down mid. Aggressive is the play here. Paranoia flash.
Okay, they are gonna
Fine,
push
well, Sentinels will just run away.
both
They're like,
mid
okay,
and
they're taking
garage.
space. The call is made.
They are
React
forcing Sentinel
potentially
A.
take some A space.
Like,
I think they would have reacted had Les been hit by the Trailblazer. But he managed to dodge it. Now Kawanzin is in.
Oh, no way.
What a nice shot from
Kills have to be
Les.
claimed here. Sentinels are just trying to walk their way in, but they don't have heaven control again. Les towards the back of the site. The Satchel's thrown it again. They don't have heaven control. Two's just going to be facing them. Second, trapped into the corner.
Nice.
Les, this guy is a demon. You can't remove him from it. And Tenzin's
They have the spike too.
Left. Try and pick up the pieces and make something of it.
Tenzin's trying to see over the top of the wall.
Toxin screen down.
Tenz is low
That's
too.
the problem as well.
Not to judge.
And that
close
shotgun
quarters.
could be deadly.
Sadak about to turn him into mincemeat. All it takes is one shot.
And it is.
He's got 3 more in the chamber.
Which is enough.
There's a jump spot there.
And he's gonna get it.
So 8-7, bonus round conversion for Loud is excellent. It's exactly what they needed. Start getting into the gun round.
2 kills, no plant. That's a pretty...
And that's a bonkers round from Les. It might not look like it because he really only gets 1 kill with the Sheriff. But the call was from Sentinels to try to react.
It's a pretty bad round
and they were
from...
scared of Les and any potential assistance that he might have to commit to it.
Pretty bad round
They
for
dilly-dallied
Sentinel.
for just a second too long, like silly little geese. And unfortunately, Les and Quarantine made them pay for it a little. They bought enough time for the rotates to come through and crushed Sen.
Caused some difficulties in the Sentinels camp. That's what's forced out the tag timeout. Gonna make some changes to it. Just don't get into a cyber track. That's all I ask. The signs have been good today.
Sentinel's newest VTuber.
Yeah.
that's that. Yeah, I think this game is delivered so far too. Loud looked like they might have fallen over
That's
a little
funny,
bit.
man.
The first half was not amazing
Fucking
from them,
Apple
but they had
Vision
their opportunities
bullshit.
and big moments from people like Kawanzin. But now, I think Sentinels have been most impressive in the offseason on their defense half of Split. I mean, the protocols that they built up there have been fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, they have a
Now in the
Cypher.
attack half, they've got a serious challenge actually.
In defense,
They've got a
Cypher in
Stinger in
offense is
hand,
like
2 Bulldogs.
way
Money is
harder
also
to
not
work.
good, so they're forcing into this.
It's an odd one, yeah. Forcing into this. Feeling like they can't let it slip.
And that could end up biting them.
Really
Missing a trip. I don't think we have
Can't win
seen...
this. You're almost granting them the lead.
I don't think we've seen Sentinel go mid and work mid.
Outlaw purchase for Kawazin. Potentially a big one. With the amount of
Okay,
half-armor
they
targets.
know
One shot
the
to
one way, what
fire
up?
on Sentinels.
They want to fight for that armor.
They're trying to bait in B main. See if Sentinels will get lured into the trap.
And there is an outlaw on the bridge,
They've used it. They didn't catch anybody.
which is
Yep, there it is.
very good.
Outlaw finding value.
And now Sassy wants nothing to do with
I
it.
mean, they all have
Well, we're
like
getting 1 shot if we go to A.
small
So
armor,
let's not go
so
to A.
he's gonna find value.
Budget up working out.
And look, normally, your defense is really hampered without a Cypher to be able to get info. But actually, 2E's is just jiggle peeking this behind the Viper wall. They've got to push 2E's away from this angle in order to get anything done on
The
B.
smoke, the nade,
Not TP'd! 2 years!
sounds him.
Yeah. Not expecting him to really take that space as fast. Still, it's Sentinels that have to do the most in this spot. A flash. Swayed in
They
chance
found
to fight.
Sassy
He's
again.
gonna be falling as well, and as the smoke fades, there's 3 players to meet them. They are dropping like flies. Only left
And
them for Sassy.
forefront for...
Past his own wall, spots the one, sprays him down, but can he get any more? The answer's no.
Yeah,
8-8.
forefront for...
Again, like I said prior.
third round for Loud, sorry.
Not taking a tumble.
Yeah, massive hit. I mean, look.
No,
they
fourth
didn't have
round
great
for Loud.
economy even in the previous round. We were calling
Yeah,
out
we
double
should see a
overtime.
timeout for
And it's
Sentinel.
not like they had a huge game plan or a set strategy that it looked like they really
Because they know there is an outlaw on the bridge, so the buy is gonna be very interesting this round. See if they go for like full armor or no armor or like...
What is this team going to look like without Aspas setting the world on fire? Well, it's been drilled, disciplined.
And they still...
Triple facing towards the end there.
Yeah, the Omen 10 has no armor at all, because it's useless to buy it on the outlaw. While the Cypher John QT had full armor at the beginning of the round. So, very interesting.
QCK! He makes it go boom. Showstoppers there. They are falling and dropping all over the place here. Not a chance for Sen.
Loud now take the lead. After being down 8-4 at the half, they've not lost a single round on their defense. If you looked at their comp, double initiator, double smokes, and said, do you think this is...
Did they kill the bridge?
I think most people would tell you, well, it probably has its best chances on attack, the way that it overwhelms. But they're kind of smothering.
I think they
Sentinels.
killed him.
Sen now with their
Because now they are buying
biggest
small
chance, huge
armors.
ultimates available. The
They
economy
know the...
in a tender spot, they've got to win.
They know the flash didn't connect. They turned it.
Yeah, a little bit delayed.
It was a close play though, very good play. They are pushing the Viper away. And he's pushing mid, he has a shotgun, so...
Unless the player with some of the best crosshair placement with
He's
Vandals in the game has a judge in his hand.
And we are seeing them, they are not gonna play mid again.
It's
Like,
disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
they're just gonna rotate.
Even when I have money for the rifle. Should be banning.
They need to play that mid.
It's just that good. Gives them control of Mail. Seekers.
The Seekers is gonna...
Direction as to where Sentinels might be, but they're all
And they know there is someone lurking mid with that Seeker. The dog is going out, he's gonna find the Viper.
Options are limited, they are running out quickly.
There's 45 seconds
46
left. It almost
seconds.
looks like a save.
Yeah, it's feeling like it.
As mad as that sounds.
Unless somebody makes something happen.
They should play the orb for the Sky if they are going to save. No, they are going back
Got to make the difference.
up mid, but they don't have the dog or anything now.
30 seconds.
They still have 3
Down
ultimates.
the clock, walking in, and again it's Lester there with the judge. Should be good for it. Only the one jumping over to the side. The flash doesn't
The
connect.
flash doesn't connect.
Away though, Sen. Okay, tens. He's actually going to be granted that space.
13 seconds. They have to go for it.
2 years. He can't do enough. Could have been the difference maker, but there's plenty of time. At least 3 seconds left to get the plant and more. Okay.
And he's gonna to secure that home, yeah.
He might not even be needed. The rest of the squad seems to have it handled.
And again, they work on mid. And Loud had to pull back, and
that Sentinels are threatening with their Viper setup.
that's how they found the first pick on the Viper with 10s, and then isolate the anchor backside.
His way in behind the Viper wall, through the smoke, slipped on in, and made the play to save his team as well. That was an eco swing round. And he's given them their first attack side round here on Split. Here we go.
Flash,
Rocket.
and he missed.
No connection, but this time
Gets him.
down. The Stinger. It does the job.
Gets the weapon too. The Omen. Holy fuck. And now they are going through mid, and they are finding success on mid. Man, those timing for Loud are like pretty sad.
Massive pace increase.
What?
We haven't seen anything like that from
this is, I mean,
Oh,
this
he's
is
gonna get the orb
massive.
first.
Look at this.
They got time to run over to A and grab that one
if they wanted to. I'm glad they're not though.
And Loud pulled an orb.
Gets the Seekers online for the next round.
I really don't like the orb.
And Sen now in a great position. They're not going to do too much economy damage. Loud have still got.
Like, you don't have Jet, you're playing on Split. You're gonna get one kill.
Which neither
Then
team
what?
are opting for too much. Neither running the Jet, would have been previously an absolute staple of this map.
Yeah.
When you see Loud play it in the past with Aspas. QCK is no stranger to the op.
He's not, but it's in his best interest, I think, to just hide with it, not reveal his hand.
Yeah, Sentinels don't know that it's even on the field.
The tracking of money, they might be aware, but...
I mean, in theory, maybe that was part of the reason why they accelerated so quickly in this round.
Yeah.
But I don't see how they could have quite got the lead, because Loud could have picked up an op at any point in the last few rounds.
And he's gonna find
They
Sassy.
had so much economy. Yeah. But now that they know there's an operator there, going quickly like that...
And they have the Seeker.
Sure, you don't have the result to be able to explode up mid and
On
instantly
11
take the end.
possible round.
But if you can figure out another way of being able to get up extremely fast and put pressure onto Les and be head, there's a good chance.
those opening picks, vital.
They found two really good timing, one on the Omen and one on
That's
the...
the end of the round.
I think Zelsis is talking about it there.
He's talking about the op. He's saying, now we know.
Now we know.
Yeah.
One on
So
the...
information granted at the end with QCK getting that kill. We've seen that
The
tag
Sky,
time out loud.
timeout from,
Sassy is
from
currently at the bottom
Loud.
of the scoreboard, and there was much made of Sassy's Sky not being very good in the past. But I actually think, from what I'm seeing in this game,
Yeah.
he's so much tighter to Zekken. The utility usage is really good, and even after the Sky nerf, he's really contributing to his team's success. The frags don't mean that much, as long as he's setting up the rest of his team. I think Sentinels have got a system here that's working very nicely, and every piece is contributing. They're now in the driver's seat, heading into this next round. But at the same time, you can go in either direction from here. There's no team that really has a major advantage. Even if Loud lose this, they're still going to be able to buy.
I mean...
Yeah. And they're starting to get close to big ultimates. So Sen are not safe, even if they win this and get up to 11. It's going to be fought for tooth and claw.
I feel like if Loud lose,
Down mid.
kinda send a strong signal to not play double smoker, double duelist, or double smoker, double initiator.
On the field. That's a jump spot. Watch for
You know.
what a peak. No wallbang though. No damage onto Zekken. Both flashes.
Two flashes, what?
No, just the one.
Yeah, one and then one on the other side.
Yeah,
Both,
yeah.
you know, one
Oh.
to push the op away, one to get the op back on the line.
Yeah.
And then Tens, with his smoke, makes sure that Sentinels have some level of mid control. It's B that's been the danger. Because Zelsis is putting his wall over towards B at the start of the rounds, there's a constant threat that Sentinels could just be walking out. Like right now, Tuiz has no idea whether they're all the way through.
I've got your trail.
Here comes the Seekers that Sassy built up in the previous round.
Through mid, I think all of them got bursted down.
The dog,
Broken.
they know they are
Info
up
for
mid.
Loud. They are quite concerned about the B lurk still. Probably waiting for the wall timing, yeah.
It looks like Loud want to fight mid and flush out the other side of this B.
They know B.
Yeah, close to it. 2 years. Will he be able to get the second? Yes, he can.
Good job.
Collected and cleaned up.
Just
They know
individual
there
skill
is
there.
Yep.
And
No
Loud
one's
are
threat
about
B.
it. Now that they've dealt with the threat in mid, now they can focus on the B retake.
30
Just
seconds
standard,
left.
focusing all in one direction.
Their advantage granted to him.
It's going to take some
Both omens of their
Zelsis might be
ultimates.
trying to make the play.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to try and push the spawn, but no, just holding close to the corner. Tens.
Go get him.
Paranoia now. Here's the
The
boom
Viper is
block.
gonna
Zelsis pushing
push.
this. This is absolutely
1 for
insane.
1, it's not
Traded.
enough.
He was full blind with the op there and got the kill.
To Tens now. Tight to the corner. That is ridiculous. The adjustment necessary now from him and second playing together. He's brought it now just
And that's
to his
enough.
TP close into the smoke, but it doesn't catch onto the spike. They're not going to be aware. He just taps it, but they can see it. Not sticking it. And there it is. What a
Holy
play by
fuck.
Tens.
What on?
When QCK sets up that blast pack double peak, the theory is, well, they're not going to be able to kill the Rays because they can't hit inhuman flick shots. So the second player should be able to trade. Meanwhile, what is that?
Meanwhile, Tens is on the other team.
Yeah.
My God. And
What a
second
great
at the top of the
shot.
scoreboard.
Like I said though, Sen, not
They
out of the woods
needed
yet.
it.
Loud is still going to be able to have a buy in this round. Loud still have some big ults in this round, and they're getting close to even bigger ones. So Sen need another one to put Loud down.
This entire map has just been non-stop.
Poison orb emitting.
As you said earlier, tooth and claw.
Toxin screen down.
They're just holding, waiting it out.
That wall on B is putting a lot of pressure. Like, the sky is like half rotating. Now he's gonna dog for ramp to retake the control.
This time,
They hear someone in A main.
Over B control. They use the paranoia as the Viper wall goes up.
Now they are running
Straight
B.
in, just tries to adjust it with
Good
the
shot.
movement. Not there, not enough. John QT.
Good
Just the
revenge.
one. Still, it's traded. Player advantage remains now for Loud. TP towards the back.
And he's
of
gonna
the side.
complete his
Sentinels
ultimate.
want to play a disadvantage situation. In
They
just
know
the
their
player,
hopes.
Thanks to big individual moments. Sadak does not know where Tens is.
No.
I mean, he thinks A
They don't
is
know.
presumably clear. He thinks they've ulted into B.
Yeah, I mean, look at the entirety of Loud. They're just holding on the staircase because they don't know where he is.
Blood is lost.
30
They're trying to
seconds
clear him
left.
out. Little did I know, A site entirely open. Be able to get that plant off, and now
They're gonna play I take
It's
for this
Celsius up in
play.
heaven. Gives the danger maker.
It is. If Celsius gets one and gets out.
That timing.
Missing it.
That's allowed QCK to get into position
Okay.
to use his showstopper.
Doesn't have that big ult. Let's try and clear out into the side here. Tens. ADS onto the angle.
And he's gonna go for
It's
it.
gonna be a hard one. Out wide. Sadak from behind. Just absolutely destroys him. Now the showstopper. Lets it rip out onto the side, but he knows there's no players there. Him and Sassy now starting to play.
They have to
towards heaven. Will
defuse.
the fuse still be there in time.
And Loud finds the 2 kills, Evan.
It around. They squeeze the heaven players.
Yeah.
Enough time on the clock here to get the defuse.
What a good round for Loud. Like, the fact that they get the open kill on B in the race versus race, that kill is super important. Because if the race get the kill, I think Sentinel just runs B and I think it's 12-9 for Sentinel.
So the fight continues. Huge ultimates now.
Huge
Again,
first skill for
This
Loud.
comp has so many of them. Game-changing ults.
That's what happens when you include the breach into the mix. Early stun.
One way
Allows Loud
stun,
walk
like
all the way into B main.
they are really fighting for garage.
Heavily for it.
You remember the previous rounds where Sen was supposed to be going for a reactive A, a fast A, and they were scared.
Now
of
they
It's
the
kind of the same
dog.
situation again. Less currency in defending A, but from really far back. And still Sen are a little timid about it, not committing to the site just yet.
They are slowly walking up.
Flash through as the wall's about to go down here.
They've
No
got
connections, no
hopes.
players in sight.
So they have the
Now they've
quick
pulled two
rotation.
So it's just got a little more.
They're still fighting for B main.
Goal
I
here.
mean, how could you follow up on that breach ult?
There's really no one to do so. Zekken making an attempt.
Another 1v1
Looking
one.
to be main, attempting to clear it, but
The
all
flash.
that play earlier with the stun to set those players up.
The boombot.
First kill given over to Loud.
And the Viper poison for Sentinel that shows a willingness to disengage. Meanwhile, they are progressing B
I
heaven.
think Sentinels are really struggling. to
Omen
figure
is
out what
slowly
defensive
walking
setup looks
away,
like, but they have pulled out miracles
backing
from
towards
time
site.
before.
Two players backside in a high-low setup. It's going to make it even more difficult, especially with just the 1-2 years holding in CT.
The drop, they heard that.
Sassy is spammable from that spot. Looks like they don't want to do it. He gets off the plant. There's only 13 seconds left. This really does
And
bring
now
out the
they are
quick,
gonna
yeah, there
spam
is.
it.
The players at the back of the side have really just won
What
this
about
round. You
round?
have to stick it with the Seekers online. It
The
points them
Seekers,
directly
now they
towards
have
the
to
targets.
plant, but
There's
they
no chance now
can.
for Sentinels. Going to be losing these guns and
They
losing
cannot.
the round. Loud. Even it up. 11-11.
Without even having to use the big ults at their disposal. So there's not even a silver lining here for Sentinels. They are going to be able to buy.
And
Kaplan's
we
gonna
should
have his
see
input.
a Sentinel timeout because the last 2 rounds were like
That kill there.
really
QCK
bad.
onto Zekken, defending onto B main is massive. So big. Previously,
And
Sentinel
the
were
economy
taking
must be
control
like
kind of whenever they want, by
it's gonna
just
be
putting up
tight.
the Viper wall.
Yeah.
What an opener for
Timeout,
QCK.
Sentinel.
Zekken
Like the
is dominating
momentum,
the
I
first
focus the
kills.
player.
Right, Sentinels are looking great.
Go through all the scenarios
QCK
for
going toe to toe.
all the economical
21-14 for a player who,
scenario.
yes, has been a very good duelist in the past.
What
but
do we
not
do if
recently.
we?
Yeah, it's
What
been
do we
a while,
do
right?
for this round? If we lose, if we
His
win?
performance was not that amazing last year when he was playing, you know, off roles, you might say.
It's one of the questions we had at the beginning of the series that I was putting forward. How is QCK going to be looking in this system without Aspas? And the answer is quite sublime so far.
Yeah, I think the coordination has been excellent. Definitely playing much tighter
And
for
Loud
the team.
also has 2 huge
anything, that could be a
ultimates.
good
One
thing
for retake, one
11
for like denying a position.
Kawazin holding on
The
to ball in
Viper
front, hasn't
should
been
be
forced to
playing
use it.
B and block garage
Still
like
actually quite a
Sentinel
lot of
did.
economy. Both teams are going to be able to buy every
I
round.
feel
from now on.
like.
That's with the ult.
Or
Did he
block the
sell it
mid.
again?
Because
Sure.
Yeah, I think he must
we've
have.
seen in the recent round the willingness
still got it. It's on the
for
ground. Yeah.
Sentinel to
No players
go
over towards A though,
mid
so
to B.
unlikely to get too much done unless they end up working their way back over towards the A side. But
And
this
we
time
see
it's
John
time
Cutie
to mid.
working mid, A main with his cub and his strip.
A chance with the util out into his hands.
Hello for rotation A.
But more damage
So
actually
they
done
know,
second than
we
Zen
know they
does.
don't have to commit.
Again, Les Cowanzine, the two players over defending A in quite passive positions, but it's really difficult to commit A against a breach ult. It's going to be able to buy time for the rotates at the very least. And once more, Sen lean back on the power of this
And
fight.
Loud should also
Trying to
not
make sure
give open kills because
They
they
get
have
the
the
best out of it.
Cypher ultimate.
Flash wasn't deep enough. It does eventually allow Zelsis to clear close.
That's why they are
Right on
playing
the
so
smoke.
passive.
Three players
They
from the
really
whole
don't
field.
want that ultimate to go
They're
off.
close towards it. Wall up. They're going to wait for the smoke to fade and just going to face this one. Yep, Sadak's ahead of it all the way through. Sassy.
They have a
turns to
corpse,
fire,
but the
different
Cypher
target.
is
VCT
working
dropping
the
in place from
heaven.
heaven now. Can do really the most. The flash blinding him. Sadak still close to the
Nice,
corner.
they killed the Cypher, that's huge.
Still Cowanzine finally arriving. The cavalry is here, but it's all up to
The
Sassy.
stun that
1v2.
connects,
Stunned up.
the stuns connect,
But it is that
and
1v2
now
Seekers grounded as well.
he
So
has
there
the
we go.
Seekers,
Points
but
positioning of these plays, but a doubled up.
they are
Built
on
up,
him
grabbing
already.
Towards the back of the pillar. It's being held.
And he's gonna find him.
Adjusted for it, Cowanzine. The playmaker there.
Big stuff from Loud.
Chanting against Sassy. In the
I said early on that it was gonna be really close, and it is really
Darling of
close.
Brazil now on the other side. Not
So
able to
we
get the
should
job
see.
done. What a round from Sadak. Not only the read that hit was going to come through B main, not only the opening kill as soon as the smoke faded, but being able to get more from the B heaven push too?
Ridiculous.
While he was just out in the open.
What the fuck are those trash bugs?
They go up to
They're
map
gonna meet.
point.
Big group up onto ramp, and this is it. Exactly right. Trust is map point. QCK.
What?
It was this actual day. He was hoping to maybe just get ahead of everything, but
Oh, he failed the
waiting
satchel,
for it
the
now.
cam,
Sending the util flying.
the
There
stun
that.
is huge.
And still grasping
One
them,
for
and now
one,
the aftershock as well.
and
Push
it's
them
the
to the open where it kills. This time, it's a feed filling up with red. Sadak making the most of it. He's dropped all the way down. That is
that's
insane.
huge. Shadak ultimate, and they know. Oh, that fucking gun, man! Nice. What a nice shot. That fucking shotgun, man.
Those final two rounds were electric from Sadak.
He's on fire.
He just decided to win. He simply decided, no, I think I'm going to win.
Now I'd win. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff from Loud.
Those final two rounds were not just, great like flood defending or challenging Sen as they got into sight, but just the raw skill was bonkers from Sadak there. And Sentinels, like I said, during the offseason, we saw so much development from this team. Split, they were 4-0, beating teams like PaperX, Liquid, DRX, Moist Shopify. They've taken their first loss with this version of the team, and it was a banger.
And it's their map pick, I
Really any
think.
chance as well. Lots of opportunities.
Right?
And still plenty more maps to go potentially.
Split is
Start to see, a bit of an inclination. Maybe why those maps got let
Sentinels
through by
map
Loud.
pick,
A step and
so
away, but GP and the analyst desk, they're going to
we're
break
gonna
down map
see
number 1, and we'll see
what
you in just a
Hassan
few.
has to give.
That was sick.
That was a really good map.
Wow,
Dude, our
man.
power ranking was correct. Two best.
The fucking cut on the fucking shorty swap. Like you realize that you don't have the good weapon.
Rachel, you okay?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Everyone, I'm here with STK from Loud, and that was a very, very close map, very back and forth. It wasn't 8-4 half, but then we brought it back to being close. What made Loud take it in the end?
I feel like we adapted very good about what they are doing because we saw some material that they're playing on off-season, so they did almost like similar things. And then like Sadak played really good in the end of the game in and off of clutch moments for us. So that's it. Like our team is like tactical stuff, but we have like all 5 players that are really good individually. You know?
Obrigada. Thank you.
Awesome, welcome back. We just had a fantastic game, and I want to take a good look at a really interesting round here. I think both teams played a fantastic map of Split, and this shows how they sort of counter each other out before the round and during it. First thing we're going to need to look at is the Viper setup the Sentinels are throwing every round, right? We've got the wall over on B, and more important than anything, this orb right here. What that orb does is fully deny the solo Omen anchor that wants to chill out on backside, jump peek, and just have permanent information. And it does that because they are allowed to walk out through both the right and left side. So Omen always needs a friend on that B site, unless he's playing in front of it. That's how Loud countered it. Almost every single round, we would see them trying to get forward B main position and counter it out in that way. We enter this round 130 in, Zekin already gone. Sentinels are at a disadvantage, so they're trying to reset the round and play a little bit through mid. During this, you'll also see Cal and Zine get the rotation over. Loud are reading the ideas that Sentinels are trying to throw them. But more than that, they want to re-clear out B main because as this orb goes up, and now we've actually lost information in main, they're going to use Dog and try to set up for a fight and get that forward space for themselves. So Dog goes out through B main. They know there's no one there just yet. Dog doesn't actually catch anyone, but they have mid control. So now they make the decision, we still have Sky Seekers, let's get more. Sky goes back towards spawn, and but through this position in spawn, it means that when the Seekers go through, they're either going to go A if players are on A, or B there. It's the best spot for her to be able to cast that in the round. If Sky just cast it from here, that info, oh, if it goes towards the right, players could be mid, they could be A. It's not quite as precise. So those Seekers come through and 3 go over towards the A side. Now we're going to stay there. We're going to lean into that B side. Loud can't fully rotate off of A because there's 4 players alive, so there could still be an A insert off of that early aggression. And that's why Loud wait for just a moment. But Sentinels resetting the round. John QT knows he still has time. And like he did so often through this game, he links up with his initiator player and double lurks through mid, which is really, really interesting. And look at the timing here. Loud still knows there's players in B main. We're down to 30 seconds that they have to make this split happen. And John QT, the timing is perfect. Wait for it. The Viper Orb is not up yet. They keep creeping forward. No fight is given to them. 25 seconds. It ticks, and right here at 20 seconds, Orb goes up the same time they are trying to enter into heaven. And now here's the critical error. Both Omen and Sky are fighting on the left side of the site. There's no one on the right side to help out their Viper up in heaven. And would you look at that? The timing is just about perfect. TenZ teleports through that smoke, gets the kill while the mid players are baiting, and they're able to wrap around. TenZ finds 2. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous round that Sentinels are able to play out for a win. It wasn't enough for them to get the win in the game overall, but man, both teams were reading each other and playing so well. This series is going to be awesome. And we've got a lot more to talk about, so walk on with me.
Ooh, I like that. We get a little the walking transition over here. Yeah, one excellent breakdown, and I think it illustrates that the hoops that these two teams were going through to outsmart, outplay, try and figure each other out. So it is really apropos that Sadak was just like, I'm going to win.
Yeah, I mean, that is literally what happened at the end. Those 2 rounds diving out of heaven on the Flood retakes, just taking it in his stride. There's a reason you cannot doubt this guy. He really proved what Loud has been working on during this off-season. I think his style of IGLing is just so good at making a new player like QCK comfortable, right? There wasn't pressure for him to be Ospas, to be solo anchoring sites, to have everything on him. Instead, he was worked into the setup with a double initiator comp that enabled him to be his best, and they thrived with it. Yeah, exactly. Well, for a second, though, let's actually dive over and check out what's going on with Coach Kaplan, because we got Elizabeth standing by.
I'm here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. Now, Kaplan, very, very close match, and it ran away from you in the end. I was just talking to STK from Loud, and he said there was a lot of material for them to look at about Sentinels. Did you know going to this that would be a disadvantage, or were you okay with that?
Nah, we're okay with it. We had a long, 6 weeks or so after Afrika TV in Korea to make sure that we round ourselves out, have a lot of different plays, and we trust that we have game plans that are deep and we can run them multiple times, stuff like that.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
There is something to point out with what Coach Kaplan said there, which was, we're just going to play it out. We're just going to wait our time. Like, these things happen, right? You can't be expected to win every single game. And obviously, teams are coming in with, a lot of hype, a lot of extra pizzazz this year. But the thing is that Loud, man, they read that, and you just can't. If you're a Sentinels fan, you're like, oh, they should definitely win this game. Come on, man.
You lost by 2 rounds to Loud. Cry about it. Like, it's fine, guys.
Shake it off and move on.
Like, literally, that was such a good game because, you have to remember, first half for Sentinels looked very, very strong, and I genuinely think, that was the highest quality Valorant for sure we have seen already. It's 3 series. Let's relax, people. But, man, I really liked what I was seeing from both of those teams.
Not just highest quality Valorant we've seen thus far this year in Americas, but I think the highest we've seen from Sentinels in quite a while. They had a great game plan. I was impressed with John QT's adaptation, but they lost at the end. Still, I think there's a lot of positives to take
Lots
from
to be
that
proud
map
of for both teams. Yeah.
Both teams. You're just in the middle here. Mr. Happy Guy, do you want everyone to have fun, GB?
So unbiased. I really appreciate that.
What can I say? I'm just a nice guy. I just really care about everyone.
You're so nice.
No, but honestly, there is I feel like no matter how it went, you can't be a fan of Loud or Sentinels. Look at that game and be disappointed either way.
Stop, guys.
You just can't. Stop it. You just can't be disappointed either way. That was a fantastic freaking game of Valorant.
And a good preview because we're moving on to Ascent next. And what we saw on Split was both IGLs just doing some mid-round masterclassing, right?
Yes.
From John QT, the re-clears, I think were super effective on their defensive half. And I would say Sadak, what he was able to do with such a informationless composition, just a Sky, no Cypher, how he was moving his team around the map was very, very good. Now we're on Ascent, where that is just the name of the game, Mimi.
I was really impressed with how Zekken and TenZ were holding hands and setting each other up. You mentioned in your telestrator how there was always, the Sky player was always going back and assisting John QT in those mid rounds, which meant that TenZ and Zekken Zekken were often alone on their extremity, setting each other up. I think they make a great duo, whether it's the Omen and that dive agent, or what I would expect here on Ascent. My guess is it's going to be Ten's KO and Zekken on the Jet. I think they've proven how good they are together, and we're not surprised on one side, but on the other,
I like Phoenix on Ascent, though. I don't mind.
No. So I was born and bred into Carmine Corp, and I know Sideshow is ready for the Phoenix coming into Ascent. Look, Phoenix,
I like it.
6 orbs on the ultimate. You play A main, B main, Phoenix so good at it, you get an ult every other round or you failed.
Yeah.
And we saw last year how good Viper is on this map. On defense, you can molly Killjoy turrets, you can push up. On the attack, you can drop that wall when you want to have very unpredictable ability to play mid-control. It frees up your Omen smoke.
These comps are really interesting.
And the thing is, with these Ascent,
A very classic comp.
it's always the toughest to play the first time.
Yeah, and what's insane is that
Sentinel.
it's a Breach again without a Sentinel. Like, Breach is usually so good at making trap plays off of Sentinel information, but Loud have to work without that. They have to anticipate the moves of Sentinels, which is how they beat them back on Split.
It was so impressive there, and they will have to do it again. For me, this is going to be the test yet again for John QT. You get sent a surprise in Agent Select. How can you quickly figure out how your opponent's comp wants to play?
Cool ideas across the board. Let's see how it plays out. I know one person, as Ender said, who really loves a Phoenix. It's Sideshow and Bran.
Let's get to it. I mean, man, I was not expecting this. Something's cooking, and I don't know if it smells burnt or if it's Michelin's chef. I don't know. I don't know what the quality of it is, man.
Dude,
but yeah.
Sadak is a silly goose. He is a silly goose. He always comes up with weird compositions. We've seen him play Breach on Pearl before. We've seen him play unusual Ascent comps. We've seen him play the triple smoke comp as well on Blind that he ran. And yeah, what Ender's saying, there are ways to play Phoenix on this map. You've actually got a really good wall flash initiation into A too. The thing is, all of the teams that have tried to run that have just generally not quite been able to get the same consistent value as the default comp. I thought we were going to see Sen run the weird stuff today.
Yeah, so did I.
No.
So did I.
What on earth? So no contest over A main at the start, and that should allow this ult-ob to be farmed. Now, of course, the Phoenix is not going to farm the ult-ob.
Like we were expecting.
Okay.
It's Sadak.
I mean, the KO ult is amazing. It's the best ult that you have on the attack side. But when QCK only needs 6 orbs, I would expect them to be putting it into the Phoenix.
A lot of space given. Knife towards it. Molly into the back with the aftershock as well. That's going to be supposedly a guaranteed kill, but here we go. Zekken was just tucked to the side, and with a dash to disengage, that's the first kill for him. Kawazin trying to reposition now, taking up, re-clearing into mid. He's worried about that flank attempt, his post-plan. It's important now that Kawazin stays alive really as well. Zekken knows that he repositioned there.
As soon as this door opens, QCK might just go for the flash.
But it looks like they want to try and fight this one forwards into the smoke. That's a right click from Zelsis.
What a nice
Deals with
pistol.
him handedly now. 2 years locked down into hell. Are they going to clear him out here? Anchoring player towards the back. That's how.
Kawazin's miles away.
And that's a lineup being played by Les. Kawazin might be miles away here, but with the orb up as well, on top of that, the lineup, they want to try and push forwards into them. Zelsis, he can't stick to the fuse when this is going on. Time is really running short. Time is really running out. And Les, he's still alive, weaving all over the place. A knife in action. Half of the defuse. John QT, he's sticking all the way through. No time.
What a nice round from Loud.
Unbelievable. Loud
The
actually
timing.
being able to get value here, not from any of the flashes, but from the KO knife on the entry, and then the Viper lineups.
So now immediately, this is going to be rattling questions throughout Sentinel's brains, especially John QT.
Yeah.
It's brought forwards, how do you deal with this comp now? They're going to be thinking, well, now we have to contest top mid. If they ever get into that post plan, we can't let the Viper just get off these mollies.
Yeah, or we have to be extremely rapid on the retake.
Yeah, I thought the Jet was going to go after the breach.
Or you have to, you know, not check a certain area because you're going so quick. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a serious test for Sentinels. For the people that come up with ideas on this team, so I'm looking at John Curie, I'm looking at Zelsis in particular, this is a problem to solve.
It's the same util combo, that is deadly.
God, the
nade, the molly.
So you can't swing heaven. Aftershock for hell, so you can't play hell. They've got so much utility coming through.
Molly behind her too, I mean, it's just a guaranteed kill.
Where do you anchor against this comp?
I mean,
when Loud
his site is already
the
a fucking cancer site to
back when they had
anchor.
Aspas, Sassy, Pancada, when they won champions, They were amazing on Ascent, and what they did most of the time was just exec A on their attack side and run a lot of 4-1 AXX. And it sounds super simple, but if you're amazing at it,
and those stuns, man.
Juicy K hunting for the kills. 2 away from the ult as well with his death, only the 1 now. You're right, Josh. It's difficult to stop. Especially with the executes. I mean, the util that they just unload. I mean, the key might be just trying to fight over A.
Yeah, and I think the problem with that is that while Sentinel's composition has...
And they have a lot of guns for
Loud
the bonus, so we could see them win that bonus too.
Aftershock utility in there. I mean, Cowanzine alone has enough util to make it devastating to try to fight A main against that.
In fact, they're already stunning it off the rip.
And this is one of the problems. Compositions like this, maybe they're not going to work forever. But at the start of a tournament, when teams don't know much, and you have one really good idea, at least one. I mean, we haven't seen all of the playbook by any means from Loud.
It's a healthy bonus round, though, that Loud have got.
They don't have the Sova Odin play,
okay,
which is really strong.
Really nice. So they don't fight over A main as in trying to stop Loud from getting it. They re-clear it, pop flash back in, grab a kill, leave. So QCK's not going to be getting up to that ult this round for sure.
They are the drone.
Those teams left in a 4v5. Spamming, hoping, praying. That is so much damage.
That's close.
Here it is.
No, he's gonna spam him again. He has to move. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That poor man.
Away. They're gonna be able to hear this reload now with a knife as well. They want to try and go off of this.
Everything disabled.
Good reactions from John QD, popping both nanoswarms in time.
Delays it.
But they are out.
Now they're just trying to walk their way
they could close the door. They know there is no nanoswarm on them.
Back as well. Counterflash play once more. That's Celsius just trying to set them up, but he's open to all of them as well as the smoke phase. Way lucky to just grab the one, but they've still got these anchoring players.
Stun, good stun, and the bomb should be dead here.
Still survives, but drop down into the side still here. Close to the smoke. Sassy's low enough here. Kawazin could grab a second.
He finds a kill.
He's weathering the storm entirely, and less low enough here. There it is.
Holy. That's how strong that fucking Sova Odin is on B.
Idea on B there that looked fairly interesting. I mean, just trying to contact in a little bit, right? Push the defending players back into backside, and then just walk in front side and make the timing unusual, awkward. But this was
reminds me when Fnatic were playing like
they were winning on those rounds on split
Breach and Killjoy backside B. But Sova is such a strong pick on Ascent compared to a Breach.
Close against the wall here.
You can get the molly off before the knife hits.
Second. Going to be meeting some congestion, and that's just all about the timing.
That's a little naive.
That's their approach. They're going to try and hold this one down, which, listen, Tens and Celsius, they do that. They stop the ult for just a moment here. Aftershock towards the side, but Tens is at the back of Jenny. Dodging the flash. Still alive behind the dice as well. Reposition with the TP. John QT there to help him out.
Good round from Sentinel.
Great work, hard anchoring from Tens. Being able to dodge that flash, maintain control, allow John to come in through heaven. And QCK's ultimate didn't really get too much done because the Sen players were so fast to be able to pivot between the two angles that this split was coming through.
Spike down A.
It looked overwhelmingly good from Loud. The pace, the timing was all there, and yet Sen still dealt with it. And just to talk about how unusual this is, last year, Phoenix had a 4% pick rate on Ascent. 4%.
Who's playing that?
I don't know, Scream?
Where's the 4% coming from?
I don't know.
Yeah. Just a half buy for Loud here. Gonna do some exploration. Do the usual tidy work as well. Make sure they get rid of that alarm bot.
And certainly, even the teams that have run Phoenix on this map before.
And we have an outlaw out.
In this version of the comp.
Nice open kill.
He was just taking a little info peek out.
They could like play for the weapon.
Second.
Everybody is one.
It's gonna be a tough push.
Smoke here. Ping, do they know? Half clearance.
It's not gonna clear him.
It's not being dealt with!
Oh my fucking god.
What a mistake.
And now a potential chance and opening. Sassy? Who is this guy?
9-1, by the way.
90 degree snap, man. All the way through here. They're still going to be going for the plant,
Fucking
though.
cardboard map.
A rifle given up over to QCK. 3 away from the ult on top of this one now, but it's up to 10.
They're gonna
play
say
this retake.
no.
And it's not like QCK could.
I feel like now they have weapons.
So he's the only player with a Phantom.
They want to play up on lane here aggressively. Going out. Popped up. That clears it, just in case.
They're gonna try to retake.
Odin spam have to be aware, cautious of that B main
They
player.
have a breach, they have like a lot of utility.
Unconventional angle, still pushing forwards. Another time to be taken to his
Yep.
nails. The shot, a thrifty round for Loud.
Good round for Loud.
And what a disaster from Sen. The previous round, immaculate play to be able to stop an A-split coming through. This round, a bit of a fumble, a half clear, and the whole tower comes toppling down. And this is the play that really did it. I think they assumed they would be able to see the gun barrel if there was a player in the corner.
Yeah.
And they just weren't correct. Now, we don't know how Loud's composition is going to work here. Is it going to be attack-sided, defense-sided? So all expectations are out the window.
A lot of half armors.
For the half.
Purely react Andy from
For
It
Sentinel.
has to be when you have comps like this. But
They are
major
stacking
ultimates are-
mid.
That's a great recon.
Kind of like the round of energy yesterday, but they get punished this time.
They dealt with the market players.
That's an incredible reaction from Loud to go immediately for the fault line and punish those players. They might not even need to use
And they
the
have
Rolling
two
Thunder and the
strong
Knockout.
ultimate. Like
Those are ultimately
Foresight
an
and
entire
for
strategy around.
Yeah.
And Loud have just been able to
they have
punish Sentinels.
3
They get a
ultimates
free
now.
A site.
There's another one.
And the
QCK
Viper
choose to use
can
this
play
here,
like
just in case to clear it. Knife gets a lot of value there though. Out towards the back of the site. Everybody off site though for Sen.
I don't really like that play of
Get the space.
like
Shattuck with the plan.
pushing. Yeah, I mean he's on ultimate.
That's looking like an almost impossible retake. 3 players off the site. No intention of taking this into the retake.
They
No
are
one has
saving
that Rolling Thunder.
this time.
And I think they're going to save.
You think?
I think so.
You think so? Okay.
But this is now really dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, Loud have just got so much going on. It's not even a problem that QCK has lost his ultimate.
Yeah.
They've got such major tools. Now, there is a question about how this comp is going to work on defense. They don't have a standard Sentinel. They're not going to be able to keep info in, mid with a turret or an alarm bot. So they'll have to be active. But they have a comp that's just got so many flashes. They've got 7 flashes to work with.
Yeah.
So you could expect them to be re-clearing a lot on defense.
Yeah, I mean they don't have a lot of info
And
though.
this is now 2
They only
rounds
have
in a row
the KO
where you
knife
could say that Sentinels have
basically.
been punished or made some
And
kind
the
of
Omen
mistake
ultimate.
that's allowed Loud to get back into the round. And this looked good. The
Should
recon
play it
dart
for
with the push,
info.
I thought that looked like a great idea from Sen. But the reaction, the protocol to punish that was immediate from Kawanzin and the rest
And a
of Loud.
timeout for
Players
Sentinel.
just body blocking each other. They couldn't get out of dodge.
And Brent, I want to bring up a concept here as Sentinels take a timeout, which is Sen will not have practiced against this comp.
No.
They have not been scrimming against people in their group. They've definitely not been scrimming against Loud. And I don't know every team's comp in the world, but I'm pretty sure no one else is playing this. But you think about the other side, Loud will have played against the default Ascent comp almost every single time they scrim. Like 99% of the time, they're going to be playing against similar ideas to what Sentinels are doing right here.
Yeah.
So in terms of Loud being able to just rely on protocols they've already built, that's going to happen. But Sen have to be thinking creatively, improvising the entire time.
On the fly.
On a map where they've also not had very much success in the offseason.
They still have the 2 ultimate, the breach and the KO. They only use the Phoenix one.
This is going to be rough. Sen have got to dig deep here.
Loud with the absolute sucker punch comp to potentially take it in 2-0. Early days yet, but a big lead
And a
in
lot
their
of
attack side.
small shields.
And they've got a bait and switch set up here, Sentinels.
Yeah.
They've got Tens, Zek holding next to each other with the operator.
That's important. They won't expect 10s there.
But at the same time, Loud are not going anywhere.
They have
near it.
to
We have three
go
players
for
bunched
small
up towards
shields.
Gelato, could have taken a main control, and actually Sadak's taken them to This Viper wall's lovely as well.
Economically, it's like
They can flash through it, they can drop it whenever they want. Really difficult to contest mid against that.
They're just contact.
it's vital.
Not scared of it, are they? Here we go. No command, let rip. That's going to be catching. Sassy is alone, isolated onto the side. He's got so much more to do. Tucked towards stairs.
He dodged it.
Dodged the ult. Straight towards him.
Spike down, B.
And Sassy, the one that comes up with the goods and gets out.
And he
Really good
gets
with the rest of
out.
his team, but he's made this so much more
That's
winnable.
huge.
What about Tui's? He's on a lurk down mid right now. If he can catch Sassy,
Yeah, but with 5 players, they are gonna find
the
him.
round could become winnable again.
Pausing the play because they need to get the spike back as well, seeking to just spam when they hear that UTB right.
The door is
He
down, they are planting.
Make it winnable.
So they are playing a take.
Hunter's Fury. One connection now.
Oh,
to
he
the B-main
tagged
player.
the Viper.
Wide John QT, sidestepping, dodging. Paranoia still available. We blind them up, and another smoke as well. Fakes it like he's repositioning. 2 years. Still going to be stuck there. Mid, no longer accessible here, and it's going to make this retake just a bit more awkward. But with the door shut, they maybe don't have to worry about it. Flash play! Less. He plays off of it, picks it apart, and already gains the one, but still the plays now. Need to get into the side. It's
Huge.
trading. Sadak, he's alone towards the back, and 2 years needs to really speed this one up.
Ah,
Sadak dead.
unlucky.
It's all on him. Zelsis can stick it, and it's all being covered.
He was scared of
Sentinels navigate the danger.
Of
and they're
lane.
able to convert. I love the pathing from Sadak on his ultimate there, down mid, catching John QT, who was trying to play an anti-KO setup in spawn. But the difference maker is Sassy here. Look how close he is to getting caught by the breach.
That's nuts.
And he just sprays him down. I don't know whether this is a read on where the breach ult's gonna come, or just a bit of good luck with where he was positioned.
He's 14 and 3.
He is far. And I'll tell you what, my favorite statistic is this. Sassy, absolutely goated Sova player. You know what his map win rate is on Sova with Sentinels? 0%. Sassy has never won a map with Sentinels playing Sova despite it being his best agent. I don't know why.
and he's jumping for
I actually have no
info mid.
idea.
Just done him
He's
dirty.
gonna drone,
Well, it's not his fault.
No,
tag
it's
the
not.
player.
But
That was a close
Let him
one.
down last year.
Well, here we go, an opening.
Breach.
Down mid. One of
Just
the
showing his
difficulties
back
this
mid.
Flashcon might have is dealing with these operator players. You don't have the Sova drone, the dart to just try and clear off the jet operator. Zekken did find the value of it, but they've walked
Now
themselves
they have
into it, using
that's his
the
ultimate
cross.
for a take.
Into the back of the site. John QT though, he is being assaulted now at a position. Util used, but a bit of a pause again into the play here by Loud. QCK, pop flash. Player onto the sides, gained a bit of space. It's watched for.
Good punish.
Yeah,
What?
Zekken grabbed that one, but no, it was all
I
Sassy.
thought that was a no
Spraying it all the way
kill,
down.
but
Guess what?
no.
John QT
It's
is
a
still there towards the
fucking
back of the
Odin
side. These
headshot.
flashes are being sent flying long range artillery. No kills to be gained, but John QT still wants a piece of the action. Up trap, round the side, all the way over him. The Sadak was lost in their source.
We should see an
The
echo.
adaptation from Sentinels to pull Zelsis back around so that he can play towards spawn and send these flashes over to help the person on site. Zelsis on his own is counter-flashing enough to keep his teammates alive and force Loud to make plays like this from QCK and 2Es where they're getting over-ambitious, throwing their lives away. And yeah, it definitely doesn't hurt that Sassy's 15 and 4. It definitely doesn't hurt. So Loud for the first time here, getting snarled up. The last 2 rounds not gone their way. Low buy.
They want to fight this? Oh my, and there we go, the punish. The knife connected, of course, but now retreating in order for 10.
They can even go
Backs
for the
away,
weapon,
reinforcements arriving,
honestly.
but they were just there for the orb.
Sentinels had
Yeah.
success refighting A main when it was Zekken, because he could dash back out again immediately. But that time it's Zelsis and his feet are glued to the floor, stuck in a molly. And Loud slow things down.
Taking that breather.
Doesn't feel too much like an eco anymore with 3 rifles online.
Now, picking up that upgrade in main. Drone.
It's gonna spot
Don't
2
break it.
players.
Spots the 2 of them, and now it really alerts them that there's going to be potentially an A split. Obviously the option to pivot it up into mid for Loud here.
He's gonna get caught by the knife.
Deep doesn't connect.
What?
They waited out with 45 seconds.
Tens is normally good for 1 here, but has to get off the angle.
Dodges it. Stun
No,
in
he's
his
done.
face. Is there going to be Util once more? Has the TP to just disengage. Zekken goes down.
Punish!
But here we go. He split it up, dividing a fight, and maybe
He's still there, they know, and they're gonna get him.
takes it away from him. Sassy from on high. It's down 2 years.
They don't have a killjoy ult.
Filthy. I don't see a way back in for Sentinels here.
Yeah.
They'd have to make magic happen
People.
from Sassy and John Cutie.
He's gonna try some spam,
No one
but
playing in hell. They don't want to get spammed down here. Kawazin's still holding for this flash as well. There it is. Winding them up, delaying. John QT just making the clearance out towards cap, but this is more and more looking like might need
Found
to
one.
save as I say that.
he's gonna wait
Low.
to try and get the
No,
EO.
not enough done here. If John QT maybe got something else, just got to back away.
And he's gonna get
Can't save
killed.
the Odin, can't save the op.
Is he gonna
The kill
save
on
the op
Zekken
though?
is outrageous.
No, he's gonna save the
Because
Odin.
when you look at the way that Loud's comp is structured, they don't have a recon to push away the Opper, they don't have a drone to push them away. They
Nope.
just have to rely on flashes.
He's gonna
so when
just
Zekken gets pushed off the angle,
keep
he
his
can repick.
Phantom back.
And
they pull
if you're
another
Loud, you
ult
just have to hit the
on
rifle
Zekken.
shot. If you don't hit the rifle shot against the Opper, you're stuffed. And that's the shot that the Kawanzin hit to punish Zekken as he tries to get back onto the angle.
Suti is insane, we've gotta wait.
From somebody on Sentinels, didn't catch you at what, saying this unit is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just appreciation.
The
you know.
flash.
Well, they're trying to come up with ideas on the fly, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Omen is
really getting
really high. He almost got caught.
Just slipping out.
Still money for the goodbye here. Second this time. Again with the op, but he's stunned up. This is the common position he's been playing. Flashes, sent flying with the
Stun
molly as
flash
well. Can't
molly.
keep off into heaven. Sassy's here.
He has to
Yoda.
respect.
What kind of noise cue is he waiting for? The plant? Yes, he is. There's one. No chance to try and walk through the door. There was a timing
Door is
attempt by
destroyed.
QCK. Up top
The
though.
stun is gonna
Here it
come
is,
up.
Paranoia. Dash forwards into the smoke. No real damage. There's a follow-up. Another flash made on top of it. It's a masterclass.
Nice.
Destruction. But Sen, they take the site by storm.
It's not even a retake at this point.
The retake. And finding
Because
ways to
they
make
haven't
their
planted
utility work for
and
them, right?
it's just waited.
I mean, this is a treat between both of these teams. You're watching a team in real time having to adjust for this brand new comp. Loud pulling up stuff that has very good ideas. I mean, it seems robust.
It does. It does. And I think Sentinels there, one of the things that worked for them, they found a pace before Loud could really get their util out.
from Loud?
Right? They found a little gap where Loud were getting ready to throw counter utility, and they hit them with a Paranoia, then instantly followed up with a KO flash, and Zekken's in. He's
Turning up
in
the tempo.
so fast.
Exactly.
But still, it's 5-5. Usually we would be saying on Ascent, wow, what a lovely attack side from Loud. They've got 5 rounds. This is really good. But we just have no concept of how good this comp is going to be on defense. Maybe Loud need more on their attack side. It's actually really hard to tell. And I think Sen won't feel comfortable at any scoreline from here because they're still going to have to think really heavily about what their approach is on the other side.
Yeah, it's
of
a
the map
Loud
too.
timeout.
So this gets... The
They
danger is never
probably
gonna
have
stop. It's going to
to
be the same as Split, I think.
save
Just
a bit
anyone's game the whole way
this
through.
round.
But Loud's economy is knocked down.
They
quite
are
a bit.
forcing.
Not that that matters too much. We've seen Sadak get really creative with his ways of turning the smaller weaponry into picks. Both teams have.
They have Viper ultimate.
Let's set up with the Odin just in case
Two.
there's a bit of spam coming his way. Just hoping to counter it. Deep drone to set up Zekken now with the op.
And they are taking mid aggressively.
Pushes him away. Zekken can hold that space into B main. That's going to give them a nice little avenue. But mid is being taken now.
That wall is weird.
Paranoia from Tens goes a bit of miss.
And Celsius is thinking, in theory, they could be walking spawn right now.
Just
which
from
is
that Phoenix wall.
Tens and Sassy looking for it.
Here it is. Oh,
this is a fake.
Flash through. It's going to be pulling players as well. All eyes towards mid here. Just seeking to try and stop this one. But GCK around the side Tens. He deals with it. Might be a fake, but it didn't really pull the players like they were expecting. But they are slowly creeping in through tree. Side by side here, John QT.
He's not hit by the knife. That's huge.
Abilities might get upwards. Not for him though. Deals with it with 2 players falling, eventually traded. Less and 2 years are alive.
They're gonna Viper pit
Smoke up
that.
here, but Less is weak.
I don't think they can.
Gonna try and make a
The
play
Kill
here.
now if
Plans
he's too strong.
will come through. There's a pit available for Less, but I don't think he wants to use it when he's that low.
Should be Sentinels rounds. barring a miracle from the Loud players.
Bit of spam here will do wonders. The smoke blocks that dart potentially here, close to the side. That's a trade into Jen, and yet everybody.
He's low HP. The kill is still
sixth round.
super strong here.
And it's the Sentinel utility from John Cutie that stops that fake being useful. Because as QCK sent it down like Market and then down towards Spawn, the idea is that Sadak wants to lead the rest of the team through Catwalk. But they ran into the alarm bot and the turret, and John Cutie then kills two. Your fake hasn't really worked. You haven't gained enough space off the back of it.
Yeah.
So it's a cute idea.
And the Sova Odin is like...
Sassy's got up to 20 kills. He's feasting.
Yeah, he's not stopping anytime
Fucking
soon.
unleashed.
Null Commando online and John Cutie in the radius. Where's the knife?
Backing away. Playing really far back, actually, almost anticipating this one. Yeah, he is. So he's still going to be able to get those Killjoy mollies off. There's a stun towards the side here with a smoke propped up. Sassy spraying away. Damage. Ooh. Tail end of the bullets. Sadak's lucky to be alive here. 2 health.
What? Oh, he's killing himself so he can get revived.
Back up, be on full HP. That's awesome. That is a crazy play. Still, all this util being combined. There's a Viper spin as well. This is a foul concoction, isn't it? All the way forwards here, just trying to find
That's a mission.
Set up this lockdown close in the corner. They're really defending this one.
Oh!
There was a chance.
He got caught.
Get left at Tekken. Ripping off the heads. Sadak towards the side. It's a double face.
Wow.
Send to claim it. 7-5 in this first half. This has just been electric.
What on?
Again with the pace increase. That round was so quick. Fighting inside the Viper ult, making sure that the lockdown could go off. Really good defense of that lockdown, making sure that there was no opportunity for Loud to win that. Yeah. And the Viper post plant seemed potent on the pistol round, and yet we hadn't really seen it at any other point in the map.
Really
7-5. Who's in the lead? I have no idea.
It's so difficult to tell. Well, earlier we spoke with Lao's IGL Sadak about why they're a team that is fearless, and it might have something to do with these comps. I'm not too sure.
Somos time que realmente jogamos sem medo. Por eso que
I wonder where the Viper is gonna play, because there is a nice one-way orb you can put on B. That's really strong. And I wonder what wall is gonna use, because there is a wall for A, 3 and mid, and then there is probably a wall for like B and mid, I guess, maybe 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just don't know which
so
direction you're going to be going.
I can't wait
comps like this, and you know, to refer
see
back to
what
what you were asking a bit earlier,
what wall is
we don't
gonna
really know
use.
which side this favors. We don't know if this Loud comp is going to have so many more different looks as well on the defensive side. In theory, they got a lot of delay with the Viper mollies, the Phoenix, all these flashes to try and push them back.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I think they'll be playing a lot of like almost trap plays, like re-clear.
Yeah.
There's some really nasty stun lineups. Breach on this map is very good. It's just hard to come up with a comp that is worth moving away from the meta. But you can see that Sentinels are struggling. They have managed to lead the half, despite Loud also winning pistol. So that's excellent. They really were coming up with good ideas to increase the pace, to play for those A retakes.
Massive test.
Yeah, this next pistol round is going to be a big one. If Loud can get them both, then that is going to boost their win rate of this composition massively.
Yeah.
But to be honest, the default composition is default for a reason, because it just gets so much value. So if Sen and John Cutie in particular on the attack side can IGL themselves some good setups, we could see Sentinels coming away with a bit of an upset. I would say that it would be an upset, actually, for Sen to win on Ascent here and take us to a third. But it would be amazing for Sentinels, because their Sunset has also looked sublime running that Breach Fade comp.
A great series that we've got.
Already is.
Yeah. I kind of want to see Sunset too.
The game later should also be ridiculous.
Probably the most stacked group that we've got in Americas, I think. But here we go. Timers ticking down, beginning of the round. No fast plays.
Okay, so yeah, wall for
Less
B
is
and
more
mid.
Sheriff. I
mean, short.
It's like the most defensive agent that Loud have, and he's chosen not to go with Viper mollies.
Incredibly based. I love pulling out the Sheriff purchase on the pistol. Jump spot, 2 years sees it. They want to punish this actually. There's a dash active. Zekken, he's waiting for the flash as well into his own smoke. Would it be the counter play? Damage through the smoke. Sadak lucky. He can just hop away with injury.
Celsius looking to see if there's going to be any kind of pop flash play through the smoke. I think that's extremely likely. I mean, they still have...
And he's burning.
Paranoia, nades, it's all being combined! And Loud got everything to deal with this one. Smoke in their face as well. Celsius is completely isolated away. Damage being done. John QT knocked down to absolutely almost anything. They're just spamming away into the smoke. Maybe Celsius can get lucky. Bit of RNG, maybe with a clacky... he's dodging all these bullets well enough, but still only
one,
good for
though.
one. It's traded out wide. Turret dealing with it, sticking it. 2 years, only 2 bullets left, and it's not gonna be enough. It's the round for Loud.
And I gotta agree
Get
with
those
Sentinels.
pistols.
This util is insane.
Yeah.
That
the
molly
setup,
was
the
huge.
Phoenix mollies even just on their own are cooking. I mean, that's like almost the last piece of util that you think to optimize when you're thinking about running a Phoenix on the map, but it's getting so much value.
It's the first line of it. Forces them into hell if they are there. Then the KO nade comes in. Forces them into that. With the paranoia, the blind, they don't know what's occurring.
Yeah. And you just don't know which areas Loud are going to send the utility because Sen haven't practiced against this before.
Yeah.
So you don't know where's safe.
No auto.
Yeah, that's Loud with both pistols.
There's a
rounds.
Guardian,
It's gonna
but
be
not
huge for them.
no auto for
Stop refight.
Sen.
Less.
For
Fair, but
Loud,
actually
sorry.
respecting them.
And the second
Backing
pistol
away
for
here,
Loud too.
including
Like.
dash being used, but end of the day, still just an eco for Sen and a refight. Les is just re-clearing it
He
immediately.
hears
He is
them run.
fearless.
They see them in.
The more kills that QCK gets, he could very quickly get up to an ultimate on the bonus.
2 players spotted. This is Les just pushing them down, man. I mean, with the Spectre from this range, still risky business, but he's getting away with it. Sends a CP deep.
Yeah,
Tree.
Caught.
Spotted now, though.
Yeah.
Careful.
Didn't get caught by the knife, but got caught with the eyeballs.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Les being punished, they might think the B is open. Zine's still home, though.
There's a lot of util to his name on top of it, so...
And just while we have a bit of downtime in this round, look at the Viper Wall. This is not a common one. I haven't seen too many other teams use this, but it lets you fight mid. It has a bit of protection over catwalk. Good protection
30
for
seconds
B main.
left.
Like if you exec B, you have to go through it twice, through lane as well. Disgusting Viper Wall that Les has cooked up.
Difficult challenge here. 17 seconds.
They hear the
closed,
door.
second.
The Killjoy is off.
They can get a plan, yeah. With the door closed, they're not
What?
going to suspect.
10
I think
seconds
that,
left.
okay, with a market player, John Q2 rejoins him onto the site. That connects here. Enough time for the plan on top of it. Had to be extra short. There was nobody back.
The Killjoy at time. Okay, they are trading weapons.
Player. John QT, what can you do? It's 4 players that are running at them in a whole cacophony of utility waiting for them. Flash, just dodge for a moment, but you can't dodge the bullets. QC.
And the Phoenix has his ult.
Nasty stuff. Up to the ult.
Yeah, Orb Max in again. They let QCK take first contact. He's already picked up a couple earlier on in the round. And now the Phoenix ult online for the bonus round. What do you
That's
do
a huge
with this,
Phoenix.
though? Like, you don't want to push out too far on a Sent defense. You don't have a dash to follow up on any of the flash. Maybe you just use it for retake?
Yeah, refighting main as well. Maybe if you hit him using the util.
Yeah. Go in there based off a stun and a flash.
Yeah.
And not be worried about losing a player. Or, possibly, you could tiles crunch by running your Phoenix down
Wait
mid.
a second. Where's all this going?
Just hold W.
There's 3 players at the top mid. Suda maybe going to be waiting potentially. Sassy's here. He's holding for all of this. A flash on top of it.
Double
just combining
flash.
All of it. And they're out of there. Yeah, they
That's
don't
mad.
want anything to do with it.
And a different Viper Wall from Les that actually covered top mid, so they weren't worried about that position.
This
And they
one
have to go
is-
through it twice when
it's
trying to
nasty.
say game main.
Yeah, it's nasty.
And look, Loud are ready to try and collect the React A push.
Already there.
They're already, there's 4 of them in tree. All right, but now it comes down to the mid-round thing. And Sentinels, slowing things down, are going to spread back out around the map. Tens is staying A main, though, so they've always got the opportunity to go back to A.
No,
I
he's
think
staying
Loud would be pretty
because
happy
he
to play
can
B
bring
retake
this
at this point,
utility
especially with the
on
Phoenix
all
ult.
the map.
So
Like,
Sadak
he's
doesn't
the only
need to
one who
go
can
for
do
his
that.
team to spread.
That's why he's staying.
In the middle of all of that, Sen, they lost mid control. They lost B main control. They're going to have to clear this together. If they use util, they reveal their hands, so they're just walking for now, waiting for it. Now there's a flash. That was used, actually sent out flying.
The molly.
And he got all the noise cues. Updraft on top of it. Now the drone being used to send straight through.
There is no knife for Nabskir. They are on site. Now they have to play a retake.
No, it's going to be the full retake, and why not? VCK has the Phoenix ult.
Yeah, I think this could get dangerous, even with the lower weaponry.
It's going to be on 10s, I think. Playing himself there into B main.
The flash, now they know he's B main.
There's Sen fighting over it. Really aggressive. Into the front of the boathouse. Not going to be shying away. Beautiful kills from Les, but it's not really quite good enough because it's just left it up to QCK. Flashing through. Dealt with.
This kid can frag.
That's good shit. Like, this was a really fucking dangerous round for Sentinel.
Now Loud are going to get rifles on board. This game still dangling on a thread. Les back to running that B wall. So maybe the A wall is only for pushing aggressively. And I think John called
No,
a
it's
beautiful
just a
round
good
there,
one.
really making sure that he didn't fall into the trap that Sadak had set up.
It's an annoying wall to deal with.
That presence of mind to really slow
Mustachioed
down the middle of it.
mastermind.
Yeah. He is copying us. Standard dart. Make sure to clear through.
And he got revealed.
No kill though. Lucky to be alive.
Yep, he's gonna eat up.
They give up all mid control based off the back of that though. And one of the big things about this Viper wall is that QCK can call for it to drop so that he can pick the timings that are best for him. It always favors the team that controls the wall.
There are a lot of running B.
That's not an option. Is John just setting up for a lockdown play B main here?
Kawazine is playing the role of a turret here, and when he takes contact, there's going to be spam from Les with the Odin.
Paranoia forced out over towards Catwalk, as Loud had that area.
Loud is making a lot of noise.
Yeah. Lockdown through B main. Seconds through as well for the B split. Extra
They
element.
can't break it. He has to play back. I don't think he's out. He's blinded. He's gonna get collected.
Excellent stuff.
30 seconds left.
Good setup for
Great positioning
Sentinel.
from Celsius. He's got Zekken to swing off as well.
Yeah, man down now. Aftershot flash. Looks like a fast play into this one, but they weren't accounting for that close corner as well that's being played because the door, it hasn't been opened. Didn't break the market door. And Sadak now has to consider
They're gonna
what the hell I want
save.
to do here. I've got to judge. Kawazine 2, you've got to save it. Only 350 credits.
Second round in a row here where John has cooked up a really nice counter to what Loud are doing. Sentinels are taking quite a lot of mid control, threatening Cat.
We should
keeping
see
players pinned on A,
a
and then
Loud
they manage to end B,
timeout.
And there's nothing that the Loud anchors can do. You know, they didn't have a setup to be able to break the lockdown. No ability to fight over B main, and that's a freebie.
Yeah.
Especially with Les getting stuck in the corner. It felt like Les was expecting to be able to get a kill with his Odin by spamming, and so hoping that he would just go 1-for-1 even though he got detained. Ooh. But this comp is getting locked out. If you thought that all of the flash utility would help you retake
No,
B,
no,
it's proven
timeout.
not to be the case so far. And
If they
Sentinels
lose this
squeezing out some
round,
good value from the default composition.
Just by bringing these rounds to a crawl.
we're gonna see one
Eyes a
for
little bit
sure.
odd. That's with the guns that were saved by Loud. Not everybody has a rifle. Again, wait in and out. This time, the deep dart. Taken out. Sentinel's going to be aware of the fact that there could be a player pushed down.
Phoenix mid is
Seconds
so
posted
weak,
up
I
there
feel
now.
like.
Later in, about 20 seconds in, we're going to see that.
Yeah,
free
the
clearance
bridge
into main.
replaces him.
Flash play. Sadak listening for the noise cues.
Sassy meant to miss that jump. It's actually a very elaborate bait. You wouldn't understand.
It's hard to do. At least the silent jump.
The drone disabled.
Okay, so drone cancelled. Sadak gets a little bit of information. But this isn't where Zekken is. This isn't where the team is planning to finish. So things are still being disguised here for Sentinels.
Might be running into the judge.
Is there going to be...
Oh boy.
No,
Sadak is there.
They know the spike is here, the molly is out.
CK with the molly. denying any chance of that trying to be a split into the side here. There's a no command!
What a nice shotgun.
That's dirty, man. It's disgusting. It's devastating. Turns TV's forwards, though, into his own
On
smoke.
site, they know.
He wants to have another go of it. Sadak shutting it down.
And the ace for Sadak.
The ace pulled out of nowhere.
So no, no timeout, I
From
guess.
Sadak. The first couple of kills just with a good read, and then the reposition is great as well. Sentinels were not fast enough to capitalize on the info about the judge being in one area. Sadak had already got the read. Sadak's mechanics look so clean.
They look so good.
Let's
So
go.
damn
Let's
good.
go down.
High by power. They're getting their money's worth.
Oh, they certainly are, yeah. Zekken's got the knives this round, and they're not playing very passively to start the round.
Oh, they're all the way in. QCK.
Okay, stopped.
Flashed and connected, I believe. They were sent flying over to the top, and there's a lot
The
of
wall
players
is
in there
down
ready to
though,
receive
because
this one,
the
but they
Viper got
reactively
disabled
take
by
that space. In through B. Plant's probably going to be going down.
Tens is cooking.
Tens is more than cooking, maybe overheating.
Spike planted.
But you have to take risks when you lose a player like that. Just trying to make the most of this.
Nice
He's
flash
forced
from
to
the
run
Omen.
to the side. Paranoia.
They didn't
sweeping
push.
Through, and he's worried about the market players pushing forwards. There's two more players to meet him. They're more than aware of it. That is nice at least to just grab the one, but it leaves it just
And
out
now
of
it's a
Sassy
1v4.
It's a 1v4.
Sassy, can he do
Guy has been a
it?
menace, but what can you really
One.
do? Running and cutting seems to be
Oh,
the
almost
aim of the
two.
game. Deals with him. Loud, equalizing to 9-9.
Diffuse?
Speeding things up on the defense worked when they could put more pressure onto the Loud post fight. But speeding things up at the start of the round is just going to run you into traps that you can't anticipate when you play against a comp that you've never seen before. Like they're not thinking about the fact that QCK actually has a little pocket with the Viper wall, so he can't.
They have a
flash.
Sova ultimate.
Like, look at this at the start.
So they are really strong
There's just no
post
shot there that
plant.
you're catching it. So
They have to respect that ultimate.
you know, that's one round where there's just too many people fighting over mid, and Sentinels didn't realize. They put their eggs in an explosive basket, and it blew up in their face. So I think the more cautious approach is generally going to be better
Good.
for Sentinels. Here, the recon darts got broken, so Sen should expect someone to be playing close mid.
No way. No way. It's a refight out. They're just trying to play it through into Cat. Not getting punished. Still, they hold their
They
ground.
know. They know where
Spike jumped
everybody
down to
is.
Cat. They weren't expecting it, but that's the power of this comp. You have so many flashes.
Tens doesn't have his
Double control
ultimate
it.
to
You
get
exactly
the
pick and
spike.
choose your timings.
I think he's gonna
When
get
the
the
Viper wall
orb.
goes down,
Bish.
and
He's
they
running
just
for the
exploded
orb
onto
Bish.
them.
That's why Killjoy went
Now Sen
first
left
and
the
secured
lead,
it.
and they're trying to take some map control on the other side, assuming that Loud are playing over the spike. I mean, the spike looks like a secondary objective at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Just littered around
And
the
they
map.
know.
Got the ultimate
Now
back
they
up,
hear
trying to
him,
make
so
goals.
they know.
Gonna see if they can take out some of these players as well that are just anchoring, but less.
Killjoy dead.
Play just wasn't accounted for.
Tens is
Tens
alone.
all over
TP's
the
into
place.
his own death.
What a read in this round from Loud.
Good shit for
They
Loud.
fight over mid,
We
which is
should
where
see a
Sentinels were trying to
timeout.
go in the previous round. And then they know that they're going B. They just feel it in their bones that Sen are going
No
to finish B
Sentinel
and try and use the
timeout.
overload to pick up the spike. And so Loud had 4 players
just
ready
stacked
to
it.
collect that. Look at this though, the Viper wall goes down, 2 players pushing out with the paranoia from Catwalk, and then flashes in mid. And Les is just chuckling to himself
Looking
as John
icy.
Cutie walks out.
Looking icy with it. A lot of
They
odds
have
for Loud
4
here.
ultimates.
Now the map might be just getting out of hand for Sentinels.
They can literally
Leading
just
the
play
series.
retake.
Second.
Both A and B,
All of
like.
these fast plays, they're just not quite working. Loud have got the
Just
correct
don't
response.
give them
Again,
space.
Loud are not playing.
And
in
with
uncomfortable
one orb, they have
territory
the
right
Omen
now. They know what
ultimate
to do
too,
against
so.
this default comp. So all of the protocols seem really good.
Trying to be used. Duration running out though. Tag up.
This has pulled people away from B.
So that was the goal. Look at that. Paranoia aftershock just to really pull that util out. But guess what? Like you're saying, a spike. Opposite end of the
They
map.
are
here.
ready to go B.
Sen's going to be potentially clearing the back of the site here with his ult. Yes, he is. Sends it in. Doesn't see Anybody for now? Waiting it out.
They're just not confident that the fakers work. They're taking so long to get in. And what this means is that the retake is going to come through quickly and with a lot of power. Because everyone from Loud is going to be in position, ready to go as soon as the spike is planted.
They're all playing in main.
Yeah.
This is the adjustment.
And I don't think they closed the door too, so...
Exactly, yeah.
Sova is out, ready for his ultimate. Jet is covering.
Rolling Thunder on top of it, tries to set it up. Colliding.
They killed 2 people, but it's 2 ultimate. They can be highest. Like.
On top of it, Kalazine is just running all the way forwards. Another bit of util in his hands, but his teammates are just watching the right
KO is not gonna get fast.
Coming out, and they need to try and stop this one. Just can't get past less. Next line of defense, just watching for the right angles.
Good shit. Very weird post-plant play from Sam. The Jet should have been on site, I think.
We want to play off-site. We want to avoid the Breach ult and the Phoenix ult, and then we want to be able to fight back in. But they're too late. The timing is off. They weren't
either the Jet or the Killjoy.
We just saw 3 people kind of
Killjoy finds the kill, but
no way of being able to stop this defuse. At this point, the round's already over, despite the fact that Sen still have most of their team alive.
Yeah.
And Loud are throwing too many threats out there for Sen to deal with.
They use a lot of ultimate though.
Zelsis has his ult online.
And still no timeout.
Op though. For QCK, you're not going to expect this, are you?
The fucking Operator Phoenix.
The thing is, too, now the KO ult is actually not hugely beneficial. It doesn't turn off Killjoy utility, Cypher trips, that kind of thing.
Got it. Offloading the pit here. Ult was not
Okay.
online here. Updraft.
Flying above.
That's now active too, but how do they want to clear
The blind.
this? Paranoia.
The drone.
Potentially available to them, but does it really cut into it? Zelsis has been dropped less. He's got a shorty in his hands. Adjustments, but only 2 bullets.
Shorty, but 2 bullets here.
All sorts of players. John QT.
And they reset this and kills this again. The flash. They have the tag, and they still have the breach on the back of the site, like, and the Omen that can see, like, the rotation. He saw him. He's gonna go.
Fully aware.
They know. They are pinging him.
Now just into mid, playing around. Only 30 seconds left.
They're gonna go cut. He's gonna smoke 3.
The A site sends out the smokes as well. All this delay,
Yeah.
and even buying time as well for this rotation. Sadak is gonna be here. Breaking the window, just trying to run it forwards as well, but no trade in sight. 2 years. Seeking the reposition. He's playing with the rest of his team now. Maybe a plan to Naya with the nade. Doesn't quite catch. Still, they have that player advantage, and Loud should be set up.
They have an orb though on the Phoenix.
2 flashes, a stun. Loud get into position.
And here it is.
Stun on the Sova.
Start to account for it. 3 players at the door though, and it's only Zekken just holding close to the corner. He's just immediately cleaned
That's
up.
a huge
Shuts down to
kill.
clean up the kill, but it's only just Sassy collecting it, not planning for them. Sadak defusing, sticking, knows his teammates have got it all the way through. He's got half, running backwards and forwards, half of it already. Oh, it's all
And
over.
the pistol, man. Damn.
Util is simply too much to overcome.
And he's dropping his hope for the last round.
That's going to force a timeout from Sentinels. They've lost 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I was expecting that timeout like 2 rounds ago. Like.
And you're right, the utility is powerful, but also look at the way that Kawanzin gets in through door. That's not a flash. He's just brute force bulldozing his way through, trusting in his teammates to trade him out. And this is the thing that kept me having confidence in Loud, even despite all of the swirling conversation about Aspas being gone, is that, dude, the rest of the players on this team are nuts.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about...
outrageous. Les is outrageously talented.
the amount of titles they came close to, the amount of
2-0
titles they
for
got.
Loud.
It wasn't just the Aspas.
Man, Loud energy is
Listen,
gonna be
spotlight,
something.
Don't get me wrong, a lot of the times.
And he is amazing.
But the players on Loud, the rest of them are just world-class caliber players, through and through.
Loud are probably the most consistent team we've ever had in Valorant. You know, in terms of the teams that they've lost to, they don't get upset very often. They
Fnatic is very consistent too.
Barring, you know, a hiccup here and there like Copenhagen a couple of years ago. But Sen are pushing them. It looks winnable. It really does. This is a clash between 2 top-level teams. But there have just been, by the look of it, too many questions thrown at them with this unorthodox composition. And Sen are struggling to keep their heads afloat. treading water right now.
This could be it. Slipping point for the map, for the series. Loud. In that driving seat. XM flying. Sadak. Talk about unconventional. I mean, he's got the operator in his hand, but he's going to respect it when he hears his util being used.
Kawanzin's got a great stun line up here, and he doesn't even need it. Who's expecting Sadak to pick up the AWP? Aspas who?
Yeah.
You just don't expect it.
It's Jova.
First kill for Loud. Tiny angle.
It's
for QCK,
fucking
just
Jova.
enough. Collects another. 3 players
Let's
left
go
to stand
now.
against this one. 3 players from Zed.
I mean, I had
Trying to
Loud
stay alive in the
2-1. I was
series.
expecting Sentinel to show
They're being worked, pushed and pulled into all the
bigger
places.
fight,
Loud are expecting
but,
it now. Paranoia in the hands of 2 years. Jump spot from Kawazine, waiting for the contact play with the flash over the top. Sending the util, another kill, claimed 2.
Let's go,
stand.
flawless.
40 seconds left, it's desperation. Contact plays through and through. Hunting for a kill.
And it looks like
The
vindication.
fucking
for
Brazilian
Loud.
fun, man.
Massive player advantage, a match point, the
Stun.
stun as well. Pressure onto Zelsis, time running low.
All the awareness in the world, 20 seconds, like you said, the time running low, close to the corner, it's only Celsius, an impossibility.
Not
to really do the
flawless.
most now. Spike in his hands, but players are quickly
He has
in
no
position.
fucking
And
time.
all it takes is that. Loud, take it 2-0.
G, fucking G, let's go Loud.
With Sadak securing the final kill. They could scream it from the rooftops, how dare you doubt me? Every single time. Sadak is the truth, he is the kingmaker. He can take all of these players and turn them into god tier squads. The level of play here and the level of creativity was outrageous. There were doubters, as there were last year, when Kawanzin and 2Es got introduced and Sassy and Pancada disappeared, but it is looking like Loud are not going to miss a step.
No.
And that is not to say by any means that Sentinels played badly here.
No, Sentinels had a good series, but Loud is just stronger, I
For
guess.
Sentinels in VCT, despite dropping 24 kills.
Map MVP for Ascent.
Most of those, though, coming on the defense side. They couldn't really get him activated on attack. But, I mean, it is just ludicrous.
Despite that, I mean, that was an absolute treat. You're seeing really 2 teams that really are at the top of the pack. And Loud, you know, reigning defending title holders for Americas. Seeking to really make their mark this year once more. Again, like we were mentioning, the doubters were set against them by losing Aspas. Can't blame them to a part, but still, this team has always been more than the sum of their parts, and you're seeing it here.
Sassy hard carry the first half.
This team up, and especially what we saw today, because the teamwork element on Split was one of the biggest
Sovaodin
things
is
that put
so
them ahead.
fucking strong on
So
Ascent.
many moments where they're
Like,
tight with each other, creating unlosable
the fucking
situations
Swiss
for
cheese map
And
play.
then also having those big moments, like Sadak here, and Sadak in the final 2 rounds of Split as well. I mean, he was a man possessed in this game. A man possessed.
Nasty stuff. This group is deadly, man. Deadly. Loud. They move their way forwards, just 1 step forwards as well.
Yeah.
1 more to go, I think, to make the playoffs. But they're going to be
nasty teams.
meeting as well the potential winner of our next match is coming up on top of it. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other group.
With Leviathan.
I'm
Potentially.
stupid.
I mean, wouldn't that be just something great?
Wait,
Yeah,
Loud
that
is
would be
fighting,
insane. Let's send
so
it
we
down to
could see
Liz.
Loud
Down on the stage for the
Leviathan.
Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, Energy is gonna play.
Winner of Sentinels versus Loud.
Energy is gonna play Cloud9 tomorrow. Wait, is it tomorrow?
Now, I have to ask you.
No, tomorrow is G2 Crow.
What was the decision making about bringing Phoenix to Ascent?
Tenho que te perguntar sobre a Fênix. Qual foi a decisão para pegar a Fênix?
Mano, o Matias é um cara muito louco, tem muitas ideias malucas, mas tem um porém por trás, mas eu não vou falar, mas é uma estratégia muito bem pensada.
So, Sadak is it's a very crazy guy. He's nuts. There is a whole strategy behind it, this decision, but I'm not gonna share with you.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No, don't be sorry. This was a very close back and forth. Did you expect it to be this close against them, or did you expect more of a sweep?
Foi jogo bem apertado, né? Vocês estavam ali pescoço com pescoço. Você esperava que ia ser assim ou você estava aguardando um jogo mais fácil para vocês?
Pô, acho que todo jogo aqui vai ser muito difícil, ainda mais por ser estreia. Estreia é sempre difícil, particularmente eu acho bem difícil estreia, depois fica mais tranquilo, mas foi um bom jogo e eu esperava que ia ser bem pegado mesmo.
Well, it was the first game, and the first game is always like nervous. We you know, looking forward to it, but I was expecting to be a neck-to-neck game, so in the end it worked out, right?
Yes, respect the Sentinels. Really quickly, QCK, talking about QCK, how is he doing? How are you playing with him? How is he joining the team?
Como é que tá o novo integrante do time QCK?
Pô, Quick é um cara muito bom, é o nosso GOAT. Ele tá fazendo muito bem a função dele, é um cara com uma personalidade diferente. E é muito bom ter um cara desse no time e ele tá somando muito.
Yeah, he's great. He has a very different personality and he's adding a lot to the team.
All right, so your next opponent will either be 100 Thieves or Leviathan. Are you expecting anything? Anything you would like to say to them?
Leviathan, 100 Thieves. Alguma coisa que você tá esperando desse confronto? Alguma coisa que você quer falar para eles?
Mano, acho que vai ser um jogo muito difícil. Acho que vai ser bem a pegada, mas eu vou estar torcendo pro meu amigo, meu ex-companheiro de time, aspas, que eu gosto muito dele. E espero enfrentar ele, que vai ser uma partida bem da hora.
Well, it's going to be a great game to watch, and I'm going to be rooting for my former, colleague, Aspas. So I think it's going to be a great game to watch.
All right, well, one more time, everyone, for 2E's, the winner of Loud versus Sentinels.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to throw to a break, but stay right there because we have 100 Thieves versus Leviathan, and you don't want to miss it.
I mean, I had the good picks though. I had Energy yesterday, and I had Cloud9 too, I think, and Loud today. And yeah, I said Leviathan too. I see Leviathan win. We'll see. I feel like the two teams are really close though, in terms of level and play. It's gonna be like maybe Cloud9, I feel like.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. See you in 2 minutes.
versing Leviathan. Anytime I get to play against them, I'm going to love it because I'm going to absolutely shit on them.
A gente vai ter bom jogo, vai ser uma partida disputada. Também vai ser a primeira vez que o nosso time vai jogar junto em stage, então a gente vai ver como cada lida com o ambiente, as coisas.
They got Aspas, probably a top 3 player in the world.
To be selective. Nope, drops the first. Joey! He's dashing in. Of course he is. Of course he is. Facing into the smoke.
Creo que 100 Thieves está fuerte. Creo que tienen un buen core. Metieron a Bustio. Viene a ser campeón del mundo IGL.
You can always expect Aspas to play good. If common techs don't pick it up, if they're not playing to their standard, I think that team will really struggle. I'm very confident going against them.
Welcome back to day 2 of VCT America's Kickoff, and it's time for our second match of Clout Day. It's a new holiday that we're creating here at VCT Americas. Hopefully you join us in celebrating it. Of course, we have Leviathan taking on 100 Thieves. Golden Boy here alongside Ender and Mimi as we break it all down, and I am stoked for this matchup because I've always been a big fan of Leviathan, even from when I was first introduced to the team way back when I came back into Valorant. So to be able to see this team, be able to see King back on the stage again, do their stuff, and then Boosty on the other side, it's so exciting.
That's awesome, but I think what people care about is that they picked up Aspas, the VCT America's MVP last year, and Calm, a world champion.
Yep.
Leviathan does something that we've not seen yet in our international leagues, at least here in Americas, in creating a truly global roster. They picked up players from LATAM, from Brazil, and from North America, all to come together and create this all-America super team.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like, oh, we're putting it together and we just want to see how well we can do. No, this is trying to find all the best pieces that were on the market and turning them into an absolute powerhouse, which you absolutely have to be. Like, if you see Aspas on a roster, that is a powerhouse team immediately.
This was something that I was expecting genuinely in like year 3 of the league or something. Not like year 2 to go like this diverse out of the gate, just because, well, you got a lot of players here that they came to the U.S. for the first time. English may not be their first language. They've been putting in that work and learning. So there's definitely going to be some growing pains here, but I think they're, without a doubt, the talent all across, it's all there.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to focus on the talent of Aspas being picked up. This is something very new for this guy because his entire career has been defined by his time with Loud, winning Champs 22 with them. Going into last year, winning Americas with Loud. And now, yeah, he's the bird breaking free of the nest. Sidak or Saucy no longer there to help him out. He's now going to be on, for the first time, an English-speaking team. But no matter what adversity, what new situation you put him in, you can always expect this guy to be excellent.
I mean, yeah, just absolute superstar duelist. The potential chamber buffs coming as well. Like, put this man on an up. You are not going to find a better shot. It is so tough. He is on fire. And I think immediately, like, it was kind of an arms race, I feel like it had to be. As soon as that guy on the market, the fact that Lev picked him up is just so huge.
Yeah, I think any team would have been looking for this guy. Obviously, Loud most likely wanted to keep him, but he got this offer and has taken the risk now coming over to Leviathan. But like you mentioned, GB, that means that the pressure is on for this roster to succeed. You can't just pick up last year's MVP and not do well in the league.
Yeah, it is a tall order no matter how you slice it for him. And even then, they tried to, you know, I think that overall this Leviathan team came into the offseason. They wanted to make some big sweeping changes. He did, but then there was one final change that they did at the last second that threw a lot of people off. But look, as a fan of the guy, I ain't mad about it. Calm is on Leviathan. A world champion has now rounded out this roster.
Everyone's first reaction was, what?
Or like me, porque.
Yeah, and the second reaction is, let's freaking go. Calm out here with Leviathan. I mean, this is a guy coming off of the Champions win who just sees the map in a special way. Right, like rumor has it, Calm is still flanking Summer. He flanked all the way. He flanked all the way onto this roster.
Legend
at the
says
last
he's still
possible
flanking.
second. No one thought it was coming, but Calm is now here, and you could not have asked for a better final piece of the puzzle.
And for me, I think this is us now looking at a Leviathan where they've reinvented their identity. Last year, it was all about owner's vision, the focus on this team that is going to be hyper-structured, that is going to play a certain type of Valorant and try and do it to perfection. Now this is one where they are just going for the best players. And I'm expecting a lot more of a loose style, something very different from what we saw with Leviathan last year.
My fear,
but that's
though,
still yet to be defined.
My fear, though, is that this could end up like Sentinels.
I don't believe
Which one?
The verse version that when they brought Penkata and Sassi over and they were doing an international mixed roster. For sure. No, I'm not saying that this will happen, but I'm sure that's a thing that sticks in the back of their head, and they cannot allow that to happen.
I think that's fair, but what I see sort of a culmination of so much genius, right? Like the information Ospas is able to pick up with so much time over at Loud. Calm coming over from world champions, evil geniuses. Like, yes, everyone's going to have different opinions. They're all going to have different ideas of how to play the game. That might take some time, but you can't argue that the absolute wealth of knowledge at their disposal is one of the best in the league.
And for me, I think if Leviathan is going to succeed, it will obviously be about the talent we've already talked about, but I think it has to be the year of King if they want to do well.
Yes.
This guy has proven that he can be a good IGL when playing in a system where a lot is built for him, right? Last year, it felt like Leviathan was picking from a strat book most of the time. Here, I think with this team, he's really going to have to show his chops as an IGL with a new coach, with implementing new players.
He's IGLing in English then?
He is.
I mean,
Which is also new.
That's going to be, like, I don't want to say, I'm not trying to be like doomer. I'm just pointing out, like, that is always going to be a little bit of a hurdle out of the gate, right?
And I think that's something they're going to get over. The majority of this team, King, Ospas,
there could be some misunderstandings. There could be some misinterpretations of things. So those are going to be things I think people are going to have to look out for.
Honestly, you don't need to have like a huge fucking level in English to explain what you want to do, especially if you've been playing for that whole fucking off season.
He went down, scrimmed with them in Latin America, and felt like he was fitting into the culture, was comfortable with the boys, and that the team was actually doing quite well with calming in English. They haven't really played a ton in the offseason, or actually at all, so we haven't seen what this team has to offer. So I'm going in with this team is picking up a world champion and the America's MVP. You can't really come out the gate and doubt.
Yeah, I will say, too, the one thing I'm hesitant on is I don't want people to, if things don't go well immediately, to scapegoat that it's a communication problem. I want to hear that from themselves, too, because they do need time to build this together. It's a lot of new pieces coming together, and so often that is just the thing that gets thrown out. And it's like, is that really the case? I don't know.
Yeah, we could talk about this all day, a little podcast here, but they have an opponent that we also have to dive into as well. We got 100 Thieves on the other side, a team that, look, we're not going to sugarcoat it. Rough start for this organization coming into VCT Americas. But when you look at the changes that they have made, it's a similar situation where you have to feel a little optimistic, especially where, hey, surprise, surprise, a world champion is on this team also.
Yeah, a world championship coach in Zix and Busio, the IGL of Evil Geniuses last year. What my hope is, honestly, very similar to Leviathan. I think these teams last year had quite a parallel where they got very set in their idea of how they wanted to play the game, got stuck in that, and fell apart towards the second half of the season. 100 Thieves, though, I think they have been stuck in that for much longer. It feels like this team has struggled with the same things, being too structured, having one idea, and falling apart when games get close, when the pressure is on. These players are, honestly, they're like...
Wait, are they gonna stall for like half an hour again?
Is it Zix and Busio are coming in with the championship mindset? Like, what the hell, guys? Why are we feeling like we're going to lose every game? We just picked up the two players who won champs last year. We've got to come out and have that mentality reset.
Yeah, Busio and Zix, they're expecting to win. And I think it is so cool, especially when a team is struggling to find identity, to see in the offseason that coach plus IGL pair come and join a team, right? You had the reunion on Sentinels with John QT and Kaplan. We're seeing it here too. And what that says to me is those two people have a very similar idea of how they view the game. They wanted to come into this team and bring that and apply it to 100 Thieves.
I think they have to be a catalyst, the two to jumpstart a team that has been stagnant for so long.
I just find it also fascinating because we kind of talked about Ospas in this role of like, flying off on his own. Boosie's entire career was played, being coached by Potter. Like, they were together for such a long time. So, in for Zix as well. So this is an opportunity
they can't
for
shut
them
the fuck
to
up
really
about
establish themselves as
Like,
big players here in
we
VCT
get it,
America.
dude.
Boostio wanted
We
a
get
chance
it.
to prove himself away from all of that because you know that Boostio,
Like,
hard match to find someone that is better at seeing
It's
inside the
insane,
circle
like-
what the opponent wants to do. How do you find those openings as well? On top of just a ridiculous individual talent, he is finding kills from that role on top of it.
And for Zix, I mean, he's back. Last time he was a head coach, he was coaching League of Legends, 400 Thieves on that same stage, which is wild.
Can I bat chest for
Please.
a second? I'm sorry.
Tell us
but
about this guy.
Zix comes from League of Legends, and this is
I've heard of
his
that game.
10th year as a professional esports coach. He got started back in 2014 with CLG. He took NA, the LCS, to their first international final up in MSI of 2015
That's
with,
honestly
with
impressive.
CLG. Genuinely impressive. And then rounded out, like you said, the league career on 100 Thieves.
And you talk about them being kind of under Potter's wing, but what better way for a guy like him to switch over to coaching a new game than being under a coach like that? He's talked about wanting to kind of use that year as a jumping off point to now be able to again prove himself as a head coach. And I think both him and Boostio are bought into one idea that they are bringing to reinvigorate the Thieves.
From League to Valo, he's just like me for real.
It's exciting. It really is. We'll of course dive a little bit more into that. But here's another funny thing too. It's also a culture change as well because there was some discussion on the internets about how loud Boostio is. Now, as a friend of Boostio, this guy I can acknowledge that he is quite loud. So this is a great quote. Boostio is without a doubt the loudest player we have ever had on 100 Thieves across any title. I can hear him in the kitchen, the bathroom, the bullpen, in every meeting room, and in my office. Heck, maybe even in his dreams. He's loud when he's losing. He's even louder when he's winning. I love it. And that is a championship mentality.
Exactly.
And that is what 100 Thieves needed.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to last year, 100 Thieves fans, I'm so sorry, guys. You've been trapped in like the pit of despair of the last 2 years of watching this team just stumble at the last hurdle over and over in similar manners. This is what they need to get the energy back.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to this team. And this is not even talking about the other additions, right? Like EU back at the top stage. He was competing back in Challengers back when NA was its own entity.
Making it on his own.
Exactly.
M80.
He was right there with M80 too. Like he has been right on the cusp for so long. Like this is a team, while yes, a lot of other people I think have stolen the show in terms of huge names that they have acquired, this team has put together a very competitive roster.
Yeah, it was almost like a quiet kind of formation of this, right? I mean, not as quiet because it's Boostio, and there was
and
a
you
lot
don't forget like Asuna and Cryo,
and there was also a lot of drama coming out of all of that. But I think it's healthy that 100 Thieves, the rest of the field kind of took a brunt of the noise. Of
I'm not gonna
the
lie.
volume that was out there on the
I'm playing
internet talking
PoE.
about the
I don't give a
rosters that they're
fuck
picking
about
up and
their
whatnot.
fucking
Whereas 100 Thieves, I feel like along the way it was like, hey, we got
fucking
Boostio. Hey,
feeders,
cool video. Let's move on.
bullshit,
Hey, we let's move on. And like I kind of feel like they need that. They need to just focus on the task at hand and get some damn wins. That's like, it's about time. And I think that this is really the roster to do so. And I'm also pumped. We talked about it a little while ago, but let's revisit the conversation with Zix again because, I didn't know that. I actually was not privy to that information of him having such a tenured history as a coach in another esport. And I have also been in esports for a very long time. And you don't see that much, Ender.
No, it's so hard. And the fact that he went from like doing primarily head coaching positions and then saw the opportunity to come into Valorant and was like, okay, I'll step into assistant coaching. I believe he was also working with NRG very early on as well before joining up with Evil Geniuses. And like you said, like that is just showing like he had the drive and was willing to take that step down for a moment to go to the big stage. And the fact that he won a freaking world championship is unreal. The fact that it's 9 years after he was on an international stage and lost at the final hurdle, that he is there and winning it and lifting the trophy, it doesn't get any better than that. And now he's out on his own to lead from the front.
It truly is a Cinderella story across the board, and we're excited to see how this season pans out. Do want to let everyone know at home. Just want to keep it $150 with y'all.
Yeah.
All right, we got a little bit of a delay. We're trying to make sure we get this
Yeah.
handled, and we want to just maybe entertain you for a little while. Okay, so stick with us, and we're just going to continue on. But hopefully
Entertain
we'll be
me,
able to get
please.
the game going just in time so that we're able to dive into it because I know everyone is eagerly anticipating it. But you got to do your due diligence. So let's continue on though, and really, I guess
it might be a good thing if we keep the tech pause going. Then maybe we can flow straight into Pacific like yesterday. Just keep it like 24-hour Valorant going.
You evil woman. All right, well, let's go ahead.
Talk about 400.
No comment.
Just the silence in the corner is deafening. I love it. All right, well, let's continue to run through some of these players here because I'm excited to see Bang yet again on this team. It's good to have, I think he really found himself last year just trying to fit in with this squad, find what his identity was.
What is that
and
gamer pose?
I don't know what that is.
It's like, please take the camera away. I just want to play games.
Is he trying to shoo me away, or is he telling me I smell?
No, he was telling you, don't look at me, look at the gameplay. It speaks for itself.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's really good. That's so true.
I could just be like a little pro player translator sometimes. Just say what's really on my mind.
You're like a Luther from Key and Peele. You know what I mean? You're the anger translator.
Good taste.
What was he thinking in this clutch?
He was thinking, dang, they really stink at Valorant. They're not that good.
Let's get a new translator.
Thoughtful analysis there. I don't know if I'd want to hire you as my anger translator.
My bad.
But yeah, I mean, Bang though, back on the team again. What are we expecting from him this year based on what we saw last?
I think what we can expect is him to be good individually. My fear
Back at
is
Jiggering
that people who are
Keys.
fans of this team have gotten jaded to the players that are on the 100 Thieves roster. And I understand why. We have watched Bang and Asuna and Cryo lose a lot recently. And that's not great. But these guys still fundamentally are incredibly talented players. I think Bang's understanding of the controller role is at a super high level. He is incredibly talented when he's anchoring on his own. I think he has a great understanding of when to take risks on lurk timings, and his mechanics are just incredible as well. With a new system that can better enable him, I think we can see these players on 100 Thieves, who we have known to be good, but who have been kind of stagnant on the roster for a while, be reinvigorated by that championship aura that's
it's like a new car smell, right?
Yeah.
You get a new car and you're like,
quick little refresh.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back in a new vehicle. Let's go.
Now my fear is that this brand new vehicle got loaded onto the racetrack next to the absolute powerhouses of Leviathan, of Sentinels, of Loud. Like, they got hot.
Talking about like a golf cart next to a Lamborghini.
They have a brand new sedan and the supercars next
Hey, look, it's a great car. A lot of room in the back to carry.
So
the
we're
things
talking
you
more
need.
of a luxury sedan versus a
sports they're up against sports cars. And like, that's not to say the sedan can't compete. Gas mileage, all these other things.
Maybe it's electric. I don't know.
Exactly.
Boogie.
You never know. But this is an incredibly hard group, and I think we need to judge mostly the play-in server as opposed to necessarily the results, because I think a lot of people would maybe not have them pegged as coming out super high of this group because of the talent around.
I mean, even if they win this game, then you play Loud. If you lose this game, you play. This is the hardest group far and away.
It is.
And I don't think many people are expecting 100 Thieves to win out of this group, which is why I think we do.
But we did
I
decide
don't
that Bustio and
learn.
Zix are expecting them to win.
They are, and that is good. They should be expecting themselves
It's a
to
callback.
win, but as fans, we shouldn't be expecting them to win in this group necessarily, because it's so hard. I think that this is a project where the kickoff matters a lot. Getting to Madrid, coming out there and showing your best right away is huge, but at the end of the day, it is a tournament, and you can get seeded into a really hard group like this. If they go out 0-2 in this group, that does not mean 100 Thieves is going to just continue on with what was happening last season. There is still lots of time for this roster to be great. Maybe it'll be now, maybe it'll be later, and we always have to remember that
Maybe never.
even when you're expecting greatness from these teams.
Brand new IGL, brand new coaching style. Like, it is going to be a improvement project over the course of the year.
But that is the same for Leviathan, right?
Holy fucking shit, dude.
A lot to get used
The
to.
amount of
Yeah, all
copium.
of these rosters are teams reinventing their identity, and we have expectations from previous teams and from the talent on there. But at the end of the day, I think either of these teams, it could come
Jiggering
down
Keys
to how
and
much time
nothing
they've had to actually
copium.
get the synergy up, what their read on the
Oh,
meta
but
is.
freaking
I think
30
most of
minutes.
these matches in kickoff really can be just a 50-50 flip.
But you talk about the read on the meta. I don't know of anyone.
I should have
Like
queued a
very
game.
clear
I'm gonna be
understanding at
honest.
this point.
You're so
Like
real with that.
yesterday.
Literally yesterday, like, I felt like I was in an alternate dimension. Because I was like, we're not going to see Sky
I mean,
at
you
all.
guys were cooking. You were like, oh, we're going to see the Yoru
it's gonna be all
and Gecko every game. Oh, man. And then we got
that's the
Sky.
thing. Different people looking at the changes can get totally different reads. And it also can come down to time. Even if you have a certain read read or you want to play certain comps, it can just take too long to implement that. So you go back to old stuff.
Case in point, the Loud game that we just saw, right? Loud. I feel like they almost have the cushion because you expect them to do so well that they are allowed to experiment a little bit more in the offseason.
Yeah.
They come into the plan, they put in so much work to play that ludicrous comp over on Ascent. Like, we've had a lot of time, people. I hope that more and more teams have those sort of, wonky comps that they can run in here, because I genuinely think, especially on maps that have been solved, like Ascent, you throw that in. Well, how many times have you scrimmed against 6 flashes on the other team?
Yeah.
Like, you just haven't. You just haven't. You're like, we had 6 months of practice, and then we're coming in, and we are playing against a brand new comp for the first time. Like, that's such a tough position to be in. I think more teams need to be taking that approach.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly because playing to the format is actually a really important part of this tournament. The play we see here at Kickoff is going to be very different from the rest of the year because of the fact that you only need to win 3 games to go to Madrid, or for EG, win 2.
Oof, and if they're
Which is
able
crazy,
to,
by the way.
that will be, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, though. And in regards, though, to the changes and what we've been seeing, though, I mentioned before, Leviathan also making changes. They bring in Gokt in the coaching role. Now Owner is out, and I think there was a lot of discussion about what Owner was bringing to the team as far as, well, the amount of pressure, the work ethic, the grinding that they were under, but also it was clear that they needed a fresh perspective on the game if they wanted this international roster to work.
There's only so many 5 a.m. cold showers you can take to actually change the tide of something. That was Owner's thing.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not familiar with his game, the grind.
I was not
And
familiar
if
with
you
his
met him,
game.
5 a.m. cold shower makes sense.
Shows that he's not a grinder, not even waking up at 5 a.m.
Sorry, I heard something very different. Never
No,
mind.
but respect to... Stop laughing.
Sorry.
Compose yourself, please.
Ay, Dios. Okay.
He's a lost cause.
God, I love you guys. All right,
I think
keep
there
going.
is such, a set idea of how Owner wanted to play the game and wanted the team to play. And I think at times we saw the best of that early in the season when they were implementing the plan to perfection. And then later we saw the inflexibility of that plan get the better of them. I think coming in with a new idea, with new coaching staff to instill new ideas is exactly what Leviathan needs this season. And the players have already talked that they're happy with what Gokt has been bringing in the offseason.
Let's be fair.
I would be concerned if they were
I would hate
making
to be
interviews talking about how it's going poorly. So I'm expecting a lot of positivity coming out of that camp, right? But I don't disagree with you. I'm
surprised.
Wasn't 100 Thieves doing a meme talk where
That's true,
everything's
that's
going
true.
terribly for us or whatever? It's like, it's a different approach. Set expectations low, and then you can only go up.
That's true, man. That's what I've been doing my whole life. So I've been nailing it this entire time.
Great work.
Who knows? Maybe 100 Thieves could do the same thing. All right, guys. Well, we have a little cheeky poll for you guys to participate in if you want. Who you think's going to pick up the dub? Is it going to be 100 Thieves or will it be Leviathan? Go ahead and spam 100T or Lev in the chat right now, and then this live thing is going to show up, and it's going to look like a tug of war, and then you guys are going to be like, I want 100 Thieves to win, and I want Lev to win. It's going to be great.
I think I'm going Lev.
You are? Oh, and you're in the
I
chat.
typed Ellie6.
Wrong show,
My
Ender.
bad.
Always on your mind.
Show.
Using Zix, you can only think of Lev.
What do you?
crazy.
So you're going with Lev?
I went Lev, and primarily for a multiple of reasons.
Okay, politician.
5 of them. 5 of them.
A multiple.
Yeah, a multitude of reasons.
Moosh of reasons.
Namely A, then S, P, A, and S again. So really just 3 reasons, but...
What got me, man? I'm freaking cooked out here.
It spells Ospas.
Oh, I love comma.
I
Is it comma? Wait, what? It translates from Portuguese into some punctuation.
Actually, I do not know off the top of my head right now.
I think it translates to champion.
Okay, I believe
to winner, to really good,
Okay,
to
but
click
the polls
heads.
are in, and people seem to agree with your.
Yeah,
I
what do we get?
swung the vote. Let's go.
Is it 69 again? I can't see.
It never was.
Golden boy.
It never was.
I'm only looking.
They call him Golden Boy because he's 5 years old.
That's true.
Can't predict against Sauce Boss.
Okay, so you're going Lev as well.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I think it is very reasonable to predict.
Yeah.
They have the MVP of last year. They have a new system coming in. There is potential for it to go wrong, but I also just really like what this Leviathan core showed last year. King, we didn't really talk about that much, but King is like the fraggingest IGL. That's a verb that exists.
Yep, well done.
Of all time. He's incredible individually. This is his chance to really show us what we've got. It's actually the two best fragging IGLs against each other. That's a fun match.
That's kind of sweet.
King and Boosty.
I feel like we talked about like so many different players
there are just so many good matches.
Well, you know what?
In this one.
You guys are going with Leviathan, and even though I'm sure Papa Com is watching right now, so I just want to let you know, buddy, I'm really sorry. I'm gonna just balance it out a little bit.
And Boostio Mom.
I'm gonna balance it out, okay? And I'm gonna say I'm gonna go 100 Thieves.
7,000 people in just this chat, not even looking at co-streamers, and you're talking to one guy?
One guy, Papa Com, baby. And I am going with 100 Thieves because I believe in Boostio. Speaking of Boosty, here's what he thinks that he brings to the table for this 100 Thieves roster.
Yeah, I think the things I bring to 100T would be mainly energy, confidence, and just overall just being just like a happy-go-lucky guy. I think a lot of last year for them, from just an outside perspective, there's a lot of like defeat, not a lot of energy, a lot of just negative emotions surrounding the team based off just what I saw on stream. And this year I just am trying to bring just happiness, a lot of energy, just make them feel comfortable. And I think if they're comfortable, they're happy, no matter what's going on, we could be a very good team.
Of course, Boostio there, always the confident one and always a positive guy as well.
Gecko?
Actually, yeah, I'm liking the hair. I'm quite liking the hair, but I think that overall this is just going to be a really awesome game to check out. And I know that for both of these teams, for all the fans at home, they have been eagerly anticipating this battle. And the good news is it's right around the corner because our coaches are standing by for maps, picks, and bans. So let's go ahead and have a listen.
Hey guys, welcome to VCT. This is going to be a map pick ban, and after the coin toss, it was determined that Thieves is going to be Team A and Left is going to be Team B. So Thieves, you have the first map ban.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze, okay. Left, your second map pick? Or ban, sorry.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus. And Thieves, your first map pick.
Pick Bind.
Bind. And your side, Left?
We attack.
Attack. And your second map pick?
Pick a Split.
Split. Thieves, your side.
Attack.
Defense.
Defense. And your map ban, Thieves?
They're gonna ban Icebox.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset.
We want Ascent.
Ascent. And that leaves the
So
default
it's
map to
Icebox.
Icebox. And Thieves, you have your side for that map.
Holy shit.
Attack.
Attack. Okay. Let's go over again. So first map ban is Breeze, and then we Lotus.
Bind
First map
Split
pick is Bind
Icebox.
with Left on attack. Second map is Split with Thieves on defense. Third map ban is Sunset. Last one is Ascent, and the default map is Icebox with Thieves on attack. Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Riot Games Arena, let me hear you! Coming to the stage, it's 100 Thieves!
Ooh, let's go. Ooh.
You know this is gonna get super quiet if these are losing.
Holy shit, man. Aware. Yeah. First icebox though of the kickoff, I think. Yesterday we did not see icebox. And we also did not see Sunset because Sentinel lost.
A tense matchup between two teams that are really looking to make a statement here in LA for the kickoff event of VCT
I mean, we
America.
could also
100
not
teams
see
in
icebox.
Oh boy, I'm excited.
Both these teams ended last season in disappointment, but have made
If it's a
massive
duo.
moves in the off-season. World champions facing each other on either
I wonder
side
if
of that
Leviathan is
But
gonna
only
play
one that
like
can
the
live
other
up to
Brazilian with
expectations in their
no
opening
no
match.
Sentinel.
They're able to incorporate new IGL on the side
One
of
bind
100
and
Thieves.
split.
And of course, Osbos into the roster on Leviathan is going to be so good. I also feel like we got a pretty awesome map pool here too. Yeah. Bind, split plus icebox to finish. Get me there. I want to see our players on those changes. These maps are a lot of fun, and already some of them
Are
are
they?
especially on Bind where we've seen the most experimentation.
Absolutely. I'm hoping we get to see the man that looks like Gecko locking in the Asian. Maybe we get something creative from this side. But for me, this is a test of what is 100 Thieves' identity going to be? Have they found that? Because it really felt like they were lacking one for all of last year, that they were stuck in this loop. Can that championship mindset of Zix and Busio get him out of it?
There's no way they don't have a cohesive game plan. I just refuse to believe that they don't come in with a clear idea of how they want to play. I've got full faith in that combo to really start the ball rolling strong for 100 Thieves.
But well, let's go ahead and see what we get for the Agent Select here. And Boosie living up to the hair. He's going to lock in the Gecko. And we got ourselves a
Two
fade,
initiator,
Rim
two
Rave,
smoker.
Seeing the Fade plus Gecko, we saw that from C9 back on Lotus as well. A lot of information to go scouting out.
And an Arbor.
Guys, I think we're going to have a good game. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Some different
Interesting.
ideas on implementation.
Nice
here.
goal.
I loved when we saw Loud
So it's a
Risers
mirror,
putting Harbor Viper sets, putting the Gecko
except
into
for
that.
the
These
Brim
double flash combos are
for
so
100
strong on
Thieves
left.
and the
Both
Arbor
these teams,
for
I'm loving to see a strong
Leviathan, and then Leviathan has the Sky, where 100 Thieves have the Fade.
Let's go
So
ahead and send it over to my fellow boomers in arms. It's Van Silly and Riz.
An exciting game up ahead right now between Leviathan and 100 Thieves, Riz, because at this point you have two rosters that went through some major changes, bringing in two champions on each side. For Leviathan, you have Aspas that's coming in with Calm, and on the other end, though, you have that duo that the dev's been talking about, Zix and Gecko.
Yeah, so many changes, so many new ideas for these teams to bring out and show us. A lot of people thinking that Leviathan are one of the strongest teams coming out here right now with this composition that they bring to the season. 100 Thieves ready to work and build this composition, the new leadership, the new strats they may have from that world champion Boostio now IGLing on the squad. And this composition we have, let's take a moment to look at what Lev brings to the table with so much switching up. The Gecko in there, the Harbor, the Viper with double wall. They'll be fighting for quadrant after quadrant with what they're cutting off with those walls, forcing 100 Thieves to try and make some errors. Watching 100 Thieves a bit in the offseason, they were, I'd say, a very active team. And what I mean by that, on the defensive side, they were always on an extremity, always trying to figure out what you were doing. See if they keep that mentality now with Boostio in the mix. We start off now on Bind. Looks like our focus is just towards A here, as Lev has a pretty normal default defense here across the map.
This is the interesting one too. You're seeing Cryocells playing the Brimstone on top of that, but the execution comes in for Leviathan to start things off on the short A side. Cryo trying to smoke another one and falls back within the site, hit by a flash, and Aspas gets that first blood, but Busio is there for the support in the back of the site. Wall comes out for that plant, and a defuse comes in, but should I say a plant comes in, it gets denied by a molly. Then unfortunately here, we're gonna have to try to pick it back up for Leviathan.
They're pausing. Is this a backstab? Yep, right into the TP. They switch it, but the anchor's still there. Bang is here. Been incredible on the pistol rounds.
The only thing he has is a wall right now. No molly, so has to play the off angle for the back. Works out for that first pick. And delays it.
Nice. 2v2.
But Dex is there with a tap in the face. A 2v2 with a plan on the B site.
They have no heal and they have like one flash.
Positions, EU on 12.
I really don't like the 100 Thieves comp. They only have one flash.
Known for these
Nice.
known for the backstab. The headshot onto Boostio. Ex-teammate down. EU alone.
Push them.
1v2. The first tap denied
Let's
by
go,
Mom.
Lev.
Another sharp headshot. And Leviathan strikes first.
A great thought by Leviathan, heading straight
And
up
then
to
the
guard short,
arbor.
get into sight. Great stop by 100 Thieves.
I don't know,
reacted
man.
Really well to the strategy, and then as Aspas picks up the spike, they dip towards the other side and get just.
What's
enough
nice
momentum
is
with that
that
plant
they
down.
can
They
like
coming up with two
throw
off
the arbor bubble and then
See what their positioning
have
is.
the gecko
And it's going to be just a bit of a lurk here from Com.
little guy go and plant inside the bubble.
Being that solo to give the communication on
You know?
rotations. A little push up here from 100 Thieves as well as they take a little
So
bit of
that's an
safety and
interesting
Hookah to try
combo.
and meet Lev early. Ooh, King wants to pressure this U-Haul once again. They're gonna make. I feel like they make this a precedent. Let 100 Thieves know that U-Haul's gonna be something they want, and already a kill comes through towards Sand.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking for some information. Now a triple swing right within U-Haul to answer right back. So on the B side, they were looking for that info.
I think he heard the sky, no?
He knows the execution's coming in within this B side, but you have to be careful for Calm once again, who's holding towards Spices. But Busio has a perfect timing to potentially get one here. Plant did come in for Leviathan, and a rotate comes across from the Thieves. There's two falling back. There's that first headshot, trying to land that second one. Dizzy being thrown, doesn't get the hit, and Mazzino gets the pick. The rest of the players, though, of 100 Thieves are now rotating back within the B site from the back of the spawn. Smoke on the top, tap on the spike. The spray comes across, but it's not enough. 100 Thieves can even get it halfway, and the sprays have been perfect for Leviathan.
Two Phantoms coming into this round as well, only losing King and Tex. So none of the big weapons really fall to the wayside here, and yeah, Leviathan get out of that one very smooth. Almost two away for the ult on Tex here as they're picking up the frags. The plants as well, it seems like that's been in the hands of Tex, so they can get Thrash up as soon as possible. And Aspas doing work here to bring up that showstopper pretty soon.
One enemy remaining.
So
Nice shot.
pushing forward really until they're finding something to push back. They take that fight and continue to go. Quick tech pause coming out.
You can't say quick yet. You can't say quick yet.
We're hopeful. We're hopeful.
Could have said a lot of quick on that first map, though, the first series with Loud playing. But yeah, definitely looking at the last two rounds for Leviathan, though. It's been looking pretty good on what we're talking about, the aggression that was coming out towards Sands on the last two players from Boostio. And I think that was Bang moving in towards Sands. A little bit of a change of like what Zix and Boostio are trying to bring to the table for this roster as well for the Thieves. I mean, they were talking about how even everybody on social media and also in the Twitch chats and on Reddit were saying how they were such a passive defensive team. And what they're trying to do and elevate a little bit more this time is to try to elevate each other to make plays. And how can you assist within these plays? Be more confident and work those fundamentals behind that.
It's also to, you know, push the agent pools a little bit for each other. We're seeing Cryo's first ever competitive game on Brimstone, right? So they bring that in. Asuna goes back from Harbor in the offseason some to see what that would work out like to again, the Rays. So Asuna can go in and we see that old school Asuna. We remember when he just likes to make everything his playground and go ham. So yeah, they're definitely pulling a few things back into the mix, but trying some things, which is really, really cool to see.
Just as a quick update, sorry here, Rick. It looks like it's an in-ear issue that we have for one of the players, so we'll get that fixed ASAP. But I do like the idea that you have Cryocells playing his first Brimstone to actually continue on your point here as his first time playing Brim ever within the VCTs.
Yeah.
And we were also criticizing Cryo last year as being more of a passive operator. Like the chamber meta worked out very well for him, but when you're playing a Brimstone, you have to stay back and try to smoke a little bit more to assist your teammates. Now you could actually get your smokes out and still potentially play the op on defense as well and allow somebody like Asuna to just pop off and create that space on those retreats.
And
so
no
I like the idea behind it.
Is he a lineup player, though? That's the question. We'll have to see the post plants because this team actually has a pretty disgusting post plant from two members for 100 Thieves. So
and on the same thing for post plants, you're talking talking about deniability, as we saw, like the lineups already came out from the snake bites from Bang to deny that plan out from the wingman.
Yeah.
So there's already some tastes out of what 100 Thieves are currently doing that you could potentially still switch gears if you want to, playing passively and use that deniability with the utility, or also trying to play that and switch it across and on the other end and pick up the pace if you want to.
Absolutely. Just waiting to get back in on the audio issue. So far, we've seen Leviathan focus on short. They're really not giving Shower too much love. They've really held the B long connection, or sorry, B long area pretty well. I wonder if that's to understand if 100 Thieves is trying to get any of that info down long to then make a better decision across the map. Right, if you are seeing something at long, you always have to consider there's still a lurker, there's still something. So Lev's actually happy to kind of show themselves right away and start the fight.
And you were talking about those lurks. I mean, Com did a great job in that pistol round.
Did.
And, you know, that's not going to be something that's unfamiliar for 100 Thieves as Boostio, again, his old IGL could definitely start calling that stuff out, and it could start. I mean, you even see Boostio, he was the one that was flanking behind on that second round in that eco. So there's probably going to be some mind games with these two ex-EG teammates going head to head. But at least let's talk about Leviathan on the other side, though.
Yeah.
There's been some questions around this roster, too, as on paper, there would probably be the best team in the Americas right now for the VCTs, arguably, if not one of the two teams to qualify here for Madrid, because they have a superstar roster. But then they're like, oh, how is it going to look for synergy? How is it going to look for
Well, they didn't
language
lose a
barrier?
map at Superdome, right?
That's the other thing as well. So there's already a great start from that. But Superdome, they're also playing with Nas, where in the past, so Com is like coming in last minute, and you want to see how he kind of fits in. And so far, he fits in very, very well. But back to the language barrier. I mean, we were just listening, we were checking out some interviews with Aspas, and his English is actually quite damn good. So I don't think there's going to be any issues whatsoever in how everything's going to be called out for each of these teammates. And I think it's still an uphill battle. And it's quite surprising looking at this series that I'm seeing 100 Thieves as the underdog in this game.
Yeah,
It was not the story last year with Leviathan having a drop.
Quick touch on your screen here. You can see they're switching out the headphones. We know how long that takes at home. We got to get down on the cables, the cord. So that's all they're doing, getting new in-ears in, and we'll be back in. But yeah, I love what they're putting together. It seems like they are ready to work with each other, because this is a composition that, you know, Aspas can go off, but it takes this utility here to open that space, the right walls, the right smokes, good comms there to make it happen. And I actually like the composition they've put together. That Gecko, the Sky, almost a trickery in the flashes. Right now, the Sky Flash has to go off. If you do let it go long, let it go long, because you're going to throw Dizzy in the front. Which way your opponent? Yeah. Where are they going to turn? So you're almost always blind here. You almost get the same with a Haunt and Dizzy as well. There's two things in the air. It becomes impossible to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, because with the nerfs that you've gotten from Sky most recently, it's trying to figure out, like, pretty much how you want to rework your compositions. I mean, even Zix at some point had that discussion. I mean, they had to throw their whole strat book out the window because they had so many maps and reps under that Sky. And even if you're looking at their composition right now within Binen, just to give you a reminder, chat, because we're still looking here at the stage currently with the tech pause. It's a Gecko, a Raze, a Brimstone, a Viper, and a Fade. So ways to try to find that information on Sky Flashes at the beginning of the rounds. You could do it with Boostio on that Gecko, or you could do it with the Fade Haunt. On the other end, though, here for Leviathan, they'll still keep the Sky, but potentially with how Khan's been flanking, maybe leverage more the Gecko to get that early information.
That's true. I'm trying to think, it's a little harder to throw the Trick Flash and grab it right away. You definitely have to fight for it. But these guys have been behind each other the whole time. So it wouldn't matter. That flash is thrown, they are peeking with it. We've had forward movement here from Lav just about every single round. And we'll see if it happens for the bonus as well. They are going to carry some of those Phantoms over. We did see from the second round that we saw Aspas and Mazzino picking up. And now we're about to get back into game. We are into your bonus here for Lev versus 100 Thieves. Thank you for your patience. Let's get this action back underway.
Okay, let's see the bonus.
So here, there's that push. A little bit out of B long for Boostio, and you can see the setup for Lev. They are just waiting to crash here onto A.
The HOTS being used on the A side for the showers, but yeah, here comes the crash. Austin on the top of the APC though, scores first as Mazzino falls. And with the Molly trying to push them back, Cryo playing the off angle, gets that pick onto Aspas too. A 2-player advantage out for the Thieves to start things off. And the state of the game too, looking at the Thieves, it's a gun round versus the bonus of Leviathan, who, I mean, you still look on their side, they still have a very strong buy. 2 rifles and a Bulldog to work together. These 3
What a cool
trying to cut the
Viper
noise
war.
and rescale back towards showers.
Great timing on the wall from B going through teleporter. You can almost see how they also want to play that hunt through the wall early in the round. And here we have a push through showers.
Good for that first one. Almost lined up the second, but at least the information's there. Big flash for a double swing. And Bustio and Osnar both there to greet them. Not affected by the flash. 100 Thieves. They actually get their gun round in with only 1 player lost.
Exactly, that's big. Looked very cool and calm throughout that situation. Even when they were getting hit, it seemed like 100 Thieves remembered the first 2 rounds. Leviathan's trying to squeeze somebody into U-Haul all the time. Bangs or Cryo's ready for that right away. You know, they expect that U-Haul hit to come in. Found it, and that just made it easier for the rest of the site to be closed down and Leviathan to have to choose hit number 2 through showers, which did not work. Still looking to gain space towards A. They have some money to buy, so we still have a gun round here. We'll see the first. So this is actually one of the first throw-ups that Tex will use for Dizzy and be able to get it back or throw out a mosh pit.
Mosh lineup actually here to start things off in the back. So this is great, adding that pressure towards the front. Like a Crowler right back.
Oh, so close.
Flash too. So that time
This Modi is so weak, man.
Thankfully it's open, and the Thrash even on top of that to clear out the side.
Like,
Even towards
he
showers.
runs through all the fucking Modi and
Once we get a plant now for Leviathan towards this A site.
he almost does no fucking HP. Like the Gecko Modi is so fucking weak.
All around. Just at the borders of the site. 100 Thieves is trying to
They
get
know he's
got hit.
He's a dead man walking. Oh, he gets 2. 3 maybe.
Trying to go for a temper trade out from the heaven side, but he still stays alive, and this is looking grim here for 100 Thieves for the comeback. Cobb once again, that's super late watching that flank. EU now the last player standing. Only has a Guardian to work with. It might be a Guardian that he might try to upgrade now within the pipes as you see the pings on the weapons. Early TP as well. Yeah, Leviathan does not want to allow EU to save his weapon at all. I mean, they just gave it all up.
Wow, just the positioning, the push up there from Aspas, how fast that Leviathan scaled through the site. You give him a little more credit than his, but he basically held off 4 people. The smoke went down, shot 2 through the smoke, 1 more was in vent, and EU didn't want to peek from heaven because Aspas was right under it. Literally holding off just about the entire team 100 Thieves there with a few shots. And they are looking solid. Here we go, a few more frags coming from the side of Leviathan as they pull it back into their favor. A little bit of a low armor buy here for 100 Thieves as they still keep some weapons on the board. And now they're going to try for that shower push and long push again here to see if they can get the early information we talked about at the beginning.
One thing that Zix could do here is bring the objective base to the team, something that EG's been doing a lot. And look at that instant smoke push out towards the orb, get the showstopper for Asuna. So going into this mix of a bind around the rifle that was saving that previous round for EU, half armor for a few. But they have a great opportunity now to just play the time in their favor and even fall back if they need to.
I want to talk about quick how awesome that mosh pit from Bustio, or I'm sorry, from Tex was last round, predicting that cryocells would back out of U-Haul once they flashed it, because they've been putting a member of Leviathan there almost every round. So of course Cryo's going to be there, just playing off the slight things they're making as a precedent here, and almost catching cryocells off of that play that they structured. Really cool stuff that these teams are trying to put into the works here.
Structuring good calls, and King always one step ahead of his opponents. Already with a dog coming out, spotting Bustio in the corner, so they know there's at least one of those ults available playing towards that B site. So Leviathan are pulling back here with that fake info to try to work towards this A site. But it seems that Oscar's really into this. He's already pivoted towards the top of the A heaven.
Still on the 3-2. Great. Just anchoring throughout the round to 30 seconds, and 100 Thieves still have regular holes on the sights as it's going to be the hit from Leviathan again up short A.
There's the showstopper on both ends. Big flash coming out. Everybody's blinded, but we have an instant trade in the back of the site.
Still 2 people.
Coming through as he was trying to get done behind the cascade. Only 10 seconds left. Nightfall out too. Spike now has to get picked up. Hit by a C's as Cryo's getting that pick onto Com. Now a couple are hit here by that. Hitting is out and Tex lights up too.
No time.
Left. 100 Thieves will get the round.
feel like Lev got themselves into a bit of trouble with the amount of smokes that went down there as well. Cut off the team from helping Aspas when he got so far forward, and that showstopper didn't connect, but that's 100 Thieves.
I feel like Lev needs to start faking it.
They trade back a showstopper of their own and just continue to get through this. What Tex laid down real quick. Whoa. What a round to go down to time. Tex was starting to heat up there, and yeah, they'll pick up another 100 Thieves. Reset the money again, but it's not going to hurt too much. There's still enough on the board for the buys to come through. It's just going to get real sticky soon if we keep going back and forth in rounds. Nobody's going to have any money. Haunt forward, 100 Thieves each round trying to gain a little bit of information off of something. And a fast push up towards long here to resup on that ultimate for Aspas.
Yeah. They have the Mazino ult, the elbow ult.
First time I think we've seen Leviathan kind of
and they are
present themselves for a
slowly
fight right away. They're okay with
sneaking
getting
back
Aspas' ball
towards
back up, seeing
Bino.
100 Thieves will make a move first.
Because Reckoning could also be so suffocating towards his B side there.
Very true.
Trying to gamble.
The
and
Viper has a huge
on this B side,
position.
and when the Reckoning
Like,
comes out, I already saw like this Mosh ready, a Molly already out ready on the other hand for Cryocells. They're just ready to try to deny. And not allow here Leviathan to move in within that Reckoning with 40 seconds left on the clock.
Cryos first orbital strike maybe on that Brimstone.
There's that Molly at the entrance, but two players slip through. Dizzy being thrown towards the air. Lucio trying to stay alive. Support coming out. Big splash though as Bang gets picked off. Last boss with a third within the round. Attempt for denies, but Leviathan did such a great job entering towards the site. Plat then comes down, courtesy of Wingman, and there's only two players left for the Thieves. Slight attempt though. Aspas trying to spray first, trying to catch some players off wall bangs. Aspas with the off angle within that.
and they are already hiding.
And there's that first swing out from EU. From Mazzino at the Garden. With one player left, the satchel even didn't work for Austin to try to save his weapon. In the round for the superstar of Aspas as Leviathan put 4 on the board.
Still Aspas. Wait, he was it 2 all points when he grabbed that one at Long B, and now he's 1 off. They go back to Long B and he'll have Showstopper again. Just giving themselves ways to win these rounds other than a straight up fight. And look at this, just the movement inside. The rest 100 Thieves could not hide from the situation. Remember, they had the Brimstone ult too, so they couldn't even get the Brimstone ult activated. They were not expecting the power of this hit to come through so quick.
Came out with that timing of that flash too.
Oh, yeah.
If that hookah wasn't blinded, that would have been some big kills from Bang.
The timing on that was crazy. We will have a timeout for the Thieves. Pretty low on funds here, so it looks like they're trying to figure out how they would like to work this round and then going forward into the guns. So they'll take the time here. Try and stave off too much of a loss here. Try to drop some weapons for Leviathan. It's 4-2. I did not expect it to go back and forth as much, especially with the way we saw Leviathan starting, hitting the site so hard. But 100 Thieves is adapting well. It seems to be coming down to those post plants now. If Leviathan's getting the spike down, it's just too much of a defensive positioning for 100 Thieves to take it back, it seems. Here towards B again. I think they go for the orb, but they also have Extremity Watch on Shower.
The synergy is there for Leviathan for these executions. Right now it's
Let's see how it goes.
trying to get something to work with these shares potentially as well. Cryocells trying to watch it from that U-Haul. Very passive look right now. So the objective of the orbs are not necessarily there yet on that B side, but after that late timing and seeing no early pressure out of Leviathan on that A side, we did push forward here for 100 Thieves to grab that orb in showers.
Poison's off.
So this just kind of delays everything. Walls are down. They know no movements are made. I don't think 100 Thieves really wants to be the first one to take a peek. Look at the contacts and crossfires they have, right? It's just staying still, little left and right, AD, just to make sure you aren't fully standing still. So Leviathan is now up to them to make that move. They have actually gotten a little bit of early movement out of 100 Thieves that has allowed the Leviathan to knowingly want to go that direction.
Yeah.
Here it's a game of just hide and seek.
This might be it right there, though. That dog from Calm is going to get a lot of information.
Absolutely.
The snake bite, and then seeing that get stopped right away. Leviathan are now pushing forward towards the A side. Do you think there's going to be a gamble? A great read on that pivot for Leviathan to finish now towards an open site. After the high tide, you already have EU falling back towards heaven. Free plant.
Smooth round. It's really neat to see how actually cautious Leviathan is coming out of 100 Thieves timeout, thinking that they were going to try something pretty crazy. It is just Sheriffs on their side, but what a cautious round right now for Leviathan. I haven't seen it this slow just yet.
This is big. The objective now is just to get rid of this lurker right here. Calm out towards the palm tree at short. He went head-to-head against Bustio before, and this time Krau's trying to move in even towards the attacker spawn, and he gets denied the opportunity to do so. Then a deep flash, huge information, contact on information. Look at that wall bang too. This guy is why we have a champion in XEG in the past. Bustio at least is able to get one for his troubles, but you know at the end of the day, the round still comes in for Leviathan.
Aspas ultimate there. Com's ultimate coming up on that kill situation as well. Leviathan, a lot of things on the
They
board
lose
here.
2 games though.
Thieves down. So what is their objective? What can they do? Not too many ultimates. Even
They have
online.
2
Krau's
ults.
had this orbital strike for quite a while, and I bet they're hoping that Lev would go back to this U-Haul play so he can just make a toaster out of U-Haul. But it is not happening. Leviathan seems to be staying in the open, really working the Viper and the Harbor well to get the walls and the quadrants they want to fight in their favor. Moving through, you see that smile on Aspas's face. He's feeling good.
Yeah.
Coming back with a scoreline like this. Like we said, those ults online. Bustio grabs an op right now, so they're going to try to stop this fast play with hard angle holds on that operator.
It's already difficult because you have an orb in the front of him. Snake bite being thrown by King. Now even the Seeker is on top. Huge explosion in towards that B side. You have to give it up now.
So much shit on that side.
Support anything at all towards this B area. Trying to get a flash now through the high tide. Bang was able to turn away, but instantly 2 players ran through it. Mazino was able to pick him off. Now Asuna has to go for the hero play. No utility to help him out. Has to try to line up 2 players on a high-low. One crouch. Gets that first one to Calm.
That first kill is nice.
Beautifully done on those fundamentals now for Leviathan. 100 B's trying to fight back out towards the spawn. Pushing out from both angles. It's all up to EU. 1 versus 2. Low HP at 11. And he's going to decide to live to fight another day. Attempt to save this Phantom. Up out of sight. It's going to be expensive in the next round now for the Thieves.
Oh, that was close. That was close. Aspas picking it up though. Throwing one out for the homies. All right, the way Leviathan engulfed B there and actually got into the back, we saw how hard it was just for Bang. It looked like Bang was actually on the attack side for a second, and Leviathan was coming from the defensive side. That's how fast they're getting to the back line and just reaggressing. See it one more time here. He's coming from the defensive side. It's crazy. And then the cleanup. Leviathan. A few slow rounds, a few quick rounds. It does not seem like there is an opening frag or an answer that 100 Thieves is able to get to really shred the numbers of Leviathan. Here they're going for a death ball down B. So look and pick up a gun and maybe work at the other side of the map, but Extremity here is held. Nobody's going to get too far on that.
Yeah, it looks like the idea was just to look into the fountain and not look too deep, so they could guarantee at least another orb and just continue to stack within the B side for Leviathan. On their side, the only thing they know is that they heard an orb being picked up. Switch back towards the hookah. Bustio does get the first kill there onto Tex.
He goes back. You can see him on the screen too, calling a few more. So the team is realizing Bustio comes up again. Van Silly putting himself out there.
Wingman being thrown just to
2
try to see if someone's
kills.
gonna jump out the window. And with those 2 share shots, look at that rotate from 100 Thieves. They're gambling that it might be for Leviathan to think, oh, there's probably a stack towards the B side, walk back towards A. But for Lev, a wall contact within B. Bustio once again. Had the crosshair, but Kong crouched under that
30 seconds
to get
left.
that pick, and it opens up the site. Bang, they'll still
And
lose
they have a
support.
weapon now.
Answers right back, and that's a weapon picked up.
Playing it so patient right now.
Don't push
So
it.
much util to get back in here.
The timing.
They got the numbers to work with, and now Bang just got caught with utility in his hands. Mazzino pushing towards his spawn, and with the Reckoning out too, but EU just gets the pick. Aspas. It's been hot so far in this first map. Avoiding the shots with the satchel. Here comes Asuna from the air.
Close.
Well done to create the space left. While the swing
Close.
out.
Good eco for 100 Thieves.
Thrifty in round number 9.
A huge Thrifty coming in, starting off with the IGL fans I just mentioned. A lot of these rounds, Leviathan is not taking any casualties as they get into the site, and 100 Thieves is having a hard time on the post plant. Well, how about dropping 2 with a Sheriff, and then having Bang come and get another one with a Sheriff? What a return on the investment here.
Seconds left.
For just the Sheriff round. Really well done. Leviathan still has a lot of money to work with, but that round is going to big help the mental of 100 Thieves here moving forward. We're only 6-3. We could easily have a 6-6 half here. We have guns back on the board. The ultimates are finally up here for 100 Thieves. It seems like it's been forever. And we'll see how they can fold these over into a few rounds. Denial of Long B right away, knowing that orb has been something that Leviathan want, but also that positioning in general. And it looks like they still will go towards B here, giving up the extremities of A. They're just going to lurk around Sands to see if they get a push. And maybe they hit through Hookah, knowing that you're going to have Bang at long. Yeah, sure. But if you have sight, you have B sight.
Yeah, there's going to be huge games coming in right now because you have a Thrash available to go in and push out Bang away from the pit, and Lucio's doing the same thing for the back of the B site. Now repositioning towards the left side to get these first 2 kills. And then even onto Aspas, dizzy towards the air. The battle down towards Sands, and Tex instantly is the last player remaining now for Leviathan. Picking up an orb here. Just trying to do the damage, but it's going to be very difficult now that the rest of 100 Thieves
And he gets spammed through.
Listen, a spray through the smoke from Cryo.
Bustio, the only one going down. Himself getting 5 kills in the last 2 rounds, though. So, yeah, he got his, if you were wondering. The operator now for Bustio here, and now the low buy. They have just gone through the economy of Leviathan. It took a bit of work, but they're finally here. Like I said, it could easily be a 6-6, especially now. The confidence. And it was B again, a different setup for 100 Thieves. For Leviathan to look at, Bustio in just a different positioning, playing defense instead of up in their face in Hookah and then Long B.
I think we're gonna see
switches. 100 Thieves is
timeout
finding
for
getting under the skin of Leviathan here on the aggression.
An early gamble with
Leviathan, if they lose that, it's
Leviathan to work towards
kind of a new call.
This is pretty aggro. They've got the space. Can they hold it?
Nightfall already out, pushing out for it. All the shots didn't connect. Thought they hit.
Oh, 3 people.
The Thrash is there. Free kills coming out. Bustio getting the op kill onto Calm, trying to find control space towards the back of the site.
But they are back up.
Asta with the support, trying to spray through the triple that misses. But unfortunately, it's a snake bite from King. That drops Bustio. Here's the rest of 100 Thieves. Aspas alone, only with the Guardian now. Knows that one player's towards the back of short A. The genuine headshot. The
Oh my god. It was so close.
Oh, so many times is Bang left alone in those situations.
Oh, they're not gonna pose.
Come out on top.
It's the last round.
Brings that back to Bustio. And 100 Thieves once again deny the planet, win the round. It seems that is the goal right now for 100 Thieves. Anything less, and Leviathan run away with it. Oh, that first shot, it made you wonder. But Bang's there.
6-6 is tough, man.
We got this. All right.
Josiah after 2 is like, okay, I got that kill, but oh wait, where's the op? I gotta find it right away. And at least they picked it up. Bustio's already positioned now.
Oh, he found everybody.
For the last round of the half, they were looking for that early pressure, trying to catch some players off guard towards Showers. But now we finally see a slower default, but still controlled towards the A side for Leviathan.
100 Thieves now 4-4 on rounds. They get the first.
So they have the
too much for Lev to keep a side.
Jet, the Haze ultimate.
Short A is the play.
That's why they wanted Shower.
A little bit of a different look here from Leviathan.
Exactly. Split out the site, control the front. They have a pit to work with for the pulse plant in Leviathan. Showstopper.
And he found 2.
Right at the feet of Cryo and Asuna inside U-Haul.
And now the pit.
There's that pit coming up. The plant will be safe at a default spot thanks to Wingman. Bustio, Bang, and EU have to work together now. Already 1 creeping in. It's EU within that pit, trying to find a timing, but gets greeted by Mazzino with the backstab up towards Showers. Nice spray from Bustio, though, and that's the killer down. Aspas has fallen. And they try to find some space inside. Dizzy being thrown out from Tex as well. Mazzino again. Another flank. It's gonna be difficult for Bang. Alone now, Shorty in the sight. And Kang stops it, and Leviathan finishes the half with the lead by 2.
Took him a bit, took those ultimates getting into the site with Aspas on the forefront of that being the spear of the hit. But yeah, 100 Thieves did exactly what they needed to bring it back from the brink there, figuring out what the hits were looking like at B. Big props to Boostio adding the IGL, but also huge fragger in these rounds to keep them in a bit of the W situation coming into the second half.
Yeah, very well done here by Aspas. As you can see, this man with a new team still looks very comfortable in his role as an entry
Feels
fragger.
scary.
Everything's hitting from shots to rockets. But at least now, with the halftime, we could toss it to Liz, who's standing by with Boostio's biggest fan.
And Boostio's biggest fan is Boostio's father, also known as Boostio Dad. Yes, give it up for Boostio's father. All right. Now, it's a tight game right now. How are the emotions? How's the adrenaline? How are you feeling?
I'm very nervous and excited, or nerk-excited.
Nerk-excited. I
Yes.
love a new vocabulary word. Write that down. Clip that. Now, I have to ask you, your son was entrusted to lead the team last year, brought them to a world championship, and now he's been entrusted to lead an entire new group of people again. When he was like growing up, little Boostio, little guy, did you see those leadership qualities in him?
Yes, I would say that I haven't taught him anything. He's self-taught. But we gave him the environment of he would see our family and friends come over to do LAN, Quake, and Doom, and those kind of FPS games. And so he took it from there, and he's just done fantastic.
He has done fantastic. A literal world champion leading an incredible team on this stage. And now I also want to ask you that there may be a parent or a kid watching who might want to be pro, or a parent of a kid who might want to go pro. You are a parent of a pro. Do you have any advice for them? Any words of wisdom?
Yes, I would say stay in school. It's very important. We made sure he graduated from high school, and
Good work, Boostio. Good work.
but we gave him the time and the support to pursue his dream in gaming, and so it worked out. And it takes a lot of luck, but keep persevering, and you could make it.
And when you're as good as Boostio, oh, I think he waved. I have to ask you one last question. The hair, the gecko green. What are we thinking? Thoughts? Do we like it? Do we wish you went a different color? Oh.
Personally, not a fan, but I love that he just goes for everything, and he's himself.
In game and out of game. Well, thank you so much, and best luck to Boostio. And casters, it is back to you.
Thank you very much, Liz and Boostio's dad. And indeed, that's what I like. I mean, great support from esports parents. Whatever Boostio wants to do, as long as the mind is there and he does what he needs to do, that's important. Hell, do whatever the hell you want. Become a world champion in Valorant and now lead this team, potentially, hopefully, to close out Bind right now.
Quick spill on stage, I believe. We're going to get this cleaned up. Was that calm? Was that a world champion spill? Oh my. Okay. All right.
You don't see a chat, but at the same time, Boostio just stood up to like a calm, and calm just shook his head.
I think I'd have to get the calm parental interview now.
Yeah,
see how messy he was as a kid.
Holy
Playing mind
fucking
games.
shit,
Oh, it's on the fans of the PC. But look how sturdy that PC is. It just took a hit of water. Oh my.
And it's still working. That's why we got I Buy Power this year.
Exactly. And you buy the safety of the PC. Boom! Look at that.
But yeah, you inside on the shots from Boostio. He said he was nice with it when we panned the camera right at his face. Still very confident. It looked like a battle from that first half. The 100 Thieves are still trying to find that groove. I mean, it's still a composition that they haven't really played against. If you're looking at Leviathan's side, they never really pulled out any compositions or played Bind throughout the offseason, so this is new for them. So uphill battle, learning here for 100 Thieves. Pistol round now underway on the second half with Thieves now on the attack. The Thieves on a 2-1-2, just trying to see if Leviathan's going for the aggression, and they are. There's that first shot from Aspas, and the game leader from 100 Thieves falls.
All right. Are they on attack or are they on defense? You have to wonder. Aspas just right out of the gate pressing W, goes onto the side, 100 Thieves to find two.
Satchel on the top. Asano's trying to find that space back within the A site just to answer.
All right.
It works out. But look at this. This is all a ruse. Still 2 players from the, should I say the spike.
Oh my god, come.
The B site for the plant while the other ones create a diversion, get these picked, even it up, and get a pulse plant opportunity in the B site.
Bring around the
What a-
Rosie. And yeah, Lev is
what a
left
buying
one,
ground,
which way they have to go.
mate.
Now back towards B. We're gonna find a quick haunt.
Huge
Almost reveal.
D's there. That's 2 of the nades out. But we hide around or behind the wall, and Aspas and Benzino stays alive for a bit. But look at the positioning from the others. Now the bubble comes out. Aspas made it through. And Aspas alive for the Sheriff could still be very scary.
Wait a minute.
Tapping on the spike. The map's been flipped.
Surely
There's the
not.
contact on the 2 players as Cryo and Asnar are working together within the tin. Aspas looking to reposition. They know now there's no tap on the spike, but at least there's that kill. 1 more to go here for Aspas, who does get
Yes.
DI by Power Ace, but it's gonna be too late. Does that count? Does that count for a free computer?
Ooh, does not. The Ace actually has to come out with the win, with the defuse. But still, nice 5.
Wow.
That's how it works. 7
What
to
a
6 here.
freaking
Aspas
scam,
able to
man.
get the frags, able to get that showstopper near online.
He
But that should be
doesn't
around
count
100
for
Thieves coming out
3PC.
strong. A good
Unlucky.
delay there as well. Once they realized they weren't finding him, they said, okay, let's ourselves hide then if he's not going to defuse. Because they did not want to feel that wrath. Like you said here, what a sick setup, and just tonguing them into a seize, into a nade through the smoke and the hunt. And the finalizing of the kill, but not the round.
Well, you like those stats no matter what. Already within the action booster with the Sheriff. Aspas falls. I'm gonna love the Sheriff battle that we have back and forth between these 2 teams. Orb though did get stolen away as Busio continues his reign. And that's just him with the Sheriff. There's a gun round around this for 100 Thieves. They got rifles to work, but he doesn't care. He's going in for a 3rd. There's the hat trick. Cryo Cells opens up towards the elbow. Even 100 Thieves are looking for the flawless. Letting the wingman to plant. Dancing with the wingman. Busio cosplaying within the map of Bind.
He knows. He knows. He's playing crowd favor right now. That's awesome. Another round here, 7 to 7.
What
We're
an
gonna get tied up. King
entertainer,
looking
man.
for a few on the exit. And next round is the one we look at the defensive side here a little bit more. Yeah, Aspas has been aggressive. They've gotten some early frags on pistol rounds. Nothing on this one, a flawless, but what will they have in store for round number 3? Hello. So they have an idea now. They can all exit out if they want to get that kill, but it looks like they're going to be happy to let King run into the spike. Oh no. Boostio.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah. Now he's 1 away from all.
Something very similar that we saw yesterday. Give the weaker weapon now to the player that has the weakest by Busio at that point with
There
the
you go.
Sheriff. He could chase the kill. If he dies, it's only a stinger that you give on the other side where Leviathan was going to upgrade to weapons no matter what. So
Perfect.
now you have an opportunity for Busio to keep working his ultimate orbs. So him getting that pick, he's already one away from a thrash. And that could be the next objective here for 100 Thieves.
You see that flash at long, right? That I think King went down to it first. Like having Dizzy thrown from the other side of Fountain, you're not really hearing that until but right here. You're not really hearing it till it gets close, then you're basically blind once it hits you. It's just a faint kind of radar ping that you're hearing. So a lot of times it can catch you off guard. Your comm was just out of range. They won't get any trades through the smoke, but you can see walls on both sides here. Look at that. And there's 100 Thieves wall going through the portal as well.
Quite interesting.
Wow.
Well, ult is ready, but only for the next round as Calm gets to spray within the smoke.
Yep.
Busio falls. Snow will be able to pick up the orb at least.
I mean, they
Staying
deny
put
his
is gonna be big.
ultimates.
They have
That's
to wait a little bit of
huge.
time for who could be taken if this is actually their move.
It's
This means
actually a
you watch
huge
this flank for a
huge
second, and
shot
they go back
for
in, or
Ned.
is this actually going to be a fake hit teleport? I feel like that's a little too drastic.
Well, they're going to stop themselves in their track with Leviathan net. Those nades didn't go deep enough as they were trying to go for a flash through and a surprise play.
A nice little prediction there for 100 Thieves to back off. And Lev wonders if someone's still there, but do not get the information they were hoping, and they're calm.
30 seconds left.
Just quick peek, gets a little bit of it, and knows that hit could still come B.
King is now forced to play in front of those snake bites being thrown on the ground. Still gets that pick off onto Asta. Bang then drops out to get the trade. Late push out from Hookah coming out from EU as Aspa still stays alive with the 10. Calm Dancer right back, and that spike down. 10 seconds left on the clock. Nice little push out from Calm.
He can't throw, right?
As that's also going to calm down the round.
Oh, but he doesn't know where he is.
No time left no matter what. EU just wanted to die so they could buy at least their gun round in the next. And Leviathan, they maintain their lead.
That last little peek from Calm doing great things to help pull the round in their favor and not over-rotate out of the sight. Good anchoring so far.
Yeah, Bustio's crash.
King with the first few frags as they just crossfire the rest. Coming into the site. Look at this. Calm like a bomb. Easy peasy.
Timings you have from Calm, it doesn't always have to be towards the flanks. I mean, this kid has been so good with all of these timings since Champions.
Oh, yeah. He really reads in the mind of his opponent. Round after round, you can see it get a little bit better. Quick cascade forward. U-Haul is going to be the idea for this one. A hit coming in from 100 Thieves.
Monsters on the loose. Bustio is trying to create some space, but Aspas is there now after 2 kills in the showstopper. The hat trick answered back by EU. And Asa just got hit. He got hit by his own teammates.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Wondering what the guns round would look like from Lev. They feel a lot more comfortable here, just being able to set up the contact crossfires. Not too much util going back
nice
out towards
from
100 Thieves. They're just able to deny
now
these
and that
flashes,
is
turn back, tearing down their opponent here. It's kind of a contact play. There's a lot of smokes and everything, but where's the flash? Where's the dizzy that comes out of that, right? Either it came out early and they waited to step out, or they didn't come out together, right? Aspas just says 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Now running reps. They're doing the same execution. Mosh being thrown here towards the back of the showers as we try to spray across with the lower buy that we have for 100 Thieves to take control of U-Haul. Pain Shells pushes Fazino away. EU trying to lurk within showers but couldn't get that pick. Aspas with the support from the back of the site.
Huge. It's an eco round, but like...
Man, well,
solid
Leviathan
defense
understands
from
that it is a low buy or they have a bit of an advantage in the round. They clamp down and just become so confident and so quick.
Now we have
very fast as 100 Thieves was in.
the Brimstone ult
and
and
push them out. Big ult
raise
to Bustio though. Austin can definitely clear
Thieves.
some space right around with Bustio and EU if they get that opening of utility. And we'll see this one. Clearing from the back. Again, we didn't expect too much util on this one, but I hope to see some more on those next hits.
Aspas doesn't even need to op, just rifling around, getting showstoppers out. 24 kills on the board. Leviathan again in the lead, trying to look for that pressure outside of a trap play.
Big push.
From showers, yeah. Bang was trying to find that information again, but not a little bit too far. He got denied right away.
Spike down B.
It's looking grim here for 100 Thieves. And everything that they're trying to do within this round is just sprays through walls, through smokes, cascade, even to block the vision of Asuna. Finally, Cryo is able to do something in return. Low HP. Seeker is available for Calm. Just to confirm, the last 2 players of the Thieves are inside this B site. Tap on the spike, trying to get Tex, flush him out, but both Tex and Aspas are working together for the last 2 kills.
Lev get away with 3, and you gotta ask, where was the showstopper? Where was anything there? Walking into sight and playing contact can be what you want. It can get you great space, but when you have the chance to take the space with the showstopper, you're 7-11 now. You don't have rounds to chance things. Take the space with the utility you have. I feel like that's a mistake that we did not see the ultimates there from 100 Thieves. And they give up another round now, 1 away from it being game point for Leviathan here. So happy to just stay and defend the site. Leviathan pick up another one towards B, and they've now held A and B confidently. And it will call 100 Thieves timeout now to see how these ults can be used, where they might be able to focus, and what these pushes are going to be doing for Leviathan, because we saw that push from showers come out. 100 Thieves saw it. They know Leviathan's active right now. What are they going to do to react, right?
Yeah. It's definitely difficult right now for 100 Thieves, because we talked about now this man right here, Zix, just on a previous shot. A coach here that could bring that change of pace for the Thieves. When they tried to go fast, got denied right away by Aspas. When they tried to go slow, denied by Aspas. So
it's very true.
We got to try to figure out how we could actually push Aspas away because he's in these positions that seems to not be checked every single time. So you got to give prompts as well. We mentioned how King is always one step ahead of everybody else. And
absolutely.
He's at 5 and 10 for King, and it doesn't matter if he's at the bottom of the board, if he's going to call it perfectly to know where Aspas needs to be.
Exactly. Assist
and we see an outlaw on Aspas.
Now with the outlaw in this round, probably has an arsenal next to him. No, actually.
And they all have smoke shields.
Has that from last. So yeah.
Definitely a good call for Lev.
Early orbital strike. There's the showstopper out.
Showstopper, but he was blind.
Far front, but at least the cavalry is there to support for 100 Thieves, just to get the pick after the information. They got it, chat. They got it. 2 players left. Aspas looking to play with the outlaw. The timing on that smoke coming down did get a tap onto Boostio. But the advantage still rings 400 Thieves. Despite playing at a default spot, 3-player advantage. For Aspas and King falling back, upgrading to the Phantom. They're just maybe not allowing 100 Thieves to escape towards the back of spawn.
They're just waiting. Aspas looking to rack up some more kills. King getting that frag, taking it from him. Aspas currently for this season has the most at 29. And guess who holds that max kills for the season? It's King at 35. So really funny to see King actually take that one as we're coming to it. What a round here. 100 Thieves to come in. They push back. Yeah, we get Lev on the save,
they use both
ultimates, but it took
both the Raze and
So can 100 Thieves do this now without the showstopper? Can they get Thrash right away? Make sure that they get into sight. If plant from Wingman gives Thrash as well, they can go for the post plant. It is going to be a Reckoning retake though, so 100 Thieves needs to stay spread out in positions where they can play safely.
Yeah. At least for now, they want to look to fight it for Leviathan before playing that retake. Aspas is already on top of the APC. There's that first blood once again. Asuna falls. Pain shells now toward he makes it out.
Nice
positioning.
positioning.
Out. Has support still within this A site. And Cryo finally pushes across. Aspas still does have the showstopper to work with, and just before Mazino fell, the Reckoning did come out.
Pick him up.
So we're playing it safer for Leviathan. Falling back
10 seconds.
to Aspas. He's gonna try to get the re-hit here. Com still has 2 flashes to work with to support the showstopper re-entry. There's that contact on the first one on the bench off that flash. Second Thrash coming out now for Boostio. Oh, it does get the hit. That's gonna slow things down. 2 players hit by that and detained, so you definitely know this is gonna be a save. But for Boostio, pushing forward to try to get the hit, the haunt to get the information, and they're keeping him towards the back of the spawn. There's the TP across. Well done by Boostio once again. Calm, solo in the back of the spawn, at least gets the 2.
I mean, it's too far too.
100 Thieves are closing that gap once again.
Whew. A quick 2 rounds for 100 Thieves. They snap back when needed. And most necessary at this point. It seemed like it was getting a little dark in that corner, but the light starts to shine. They have another ultimate to be used here. Great focus on getting Thrash for last round. And the fact that they've been able to fold over these last few rounds, Leviathan feels a bit of pressure there, and they will call the timeout to see how they can organize getting themselves the win. See the replay of Com just picking up a few more. Doesn't really put him too close to ultimate. You can see how hype Boostio is getting here. As it seems like 100 Thieves is coming online a bit more throughout the match for sure. It seemed like Leviathan had a bit of run of the map. They go where they want. They were taking what they want, and now 100 Thieves starting to punch back.
Boostio mentioned there when we had a chance to see a video of him talking about the team and what he brings to the team is that confidence, being loud, and you could definitely see from that previous round, they just really pushed towards the spawn, instant TP to even pinch in from towards that B site. So it's for them, it's not the discipline of trying to save the economy, save the weapons, it's just fight through. It doesn't matter how many rounds under we are against our opponents, we could always fight back here and tie up the game, maybe even win the map. He's done it before here, and he wants to do it with this roster of 100 Thieves.
Aspas dropping the 30 back on a showstopper, and those have been deadly for 100 Thieves. If they can avoid that as well as Thrash, looking good this round. shower push, it seems like, or at least a shower dizzy and a push towards long B here to start things off.
For the Thieves, it's just trying to see, playing a little bit further back if there's any trap plays coming through and staying behind the wall. Heard the dog coming through to TP, so they want to fight back. There's a showstopper.
That's Rosa.
Just back and forth on these trades to start things off towards the long B. Aspa still playing the off angle, forced to fall back, almost caught one. They're trying to move forward. Gangster!
Huge punking.
Switch to get Bang and Bustio down. Only 2 players left for 100 Thieves within this round. The Nightfall came out to get some information, but we're not pushing in 400 Thieves. They just want to make sure we clear towards the back of the site before. They're gonna have to play the post plant hold if they want to. Oh, nice. On inside the window does get the hit onto King, so King is forced to play the off angle, allowing Cryocells to get the push forward. Following the tethers, and King's just dancing left and right. You looking to answer back, denied!
Nice shit.
And when King needs to step up to fight, he will. As Leviathan will get 12 on the board, and they'll get map point.
The crown is always shining on his head, honestly. The situations he gets put in, he will always come out on top. He has that name for a reason. And this, again, getting the double dink there, hit through the wall, just a fade away. Headshots coming in from the Phantom. And that's the kind of stuff you expect from King. It's not like, oh, King had that play. It's like, no, King is doing these things regularly, and that's exactly why he's always receiving praise on Leviathan. Ultimates again. That Viper's Pit is out. Thrash is still there for Tax. Leviathan on game point, and they look to be able to push through here. Last one was a post-plant defuse, so even if 100 Thieves is getting in, it seems like Lev has that answer. So this round towards B, they're going to meet that Viper's Pit immediately at short A coming from King.
Yeah. Leviathan wants to make it difficult right off the rep.
I mean, why not? Give 100 Thieves something to think about. Make them sweat. Nothing that your opponent does should ever be, you know, in line with what they want to do.
Ultimate
you should be forcing your hand, and that's what Leviathan's trying to do here. The Mosh entry, getting a little bit of
honestly
from Bustio, and the team's about to explode in. Expect Austin on the front.
Again, the flash through the wall, and there's the first contact. People are getting caught with Euclid in the hand as they're setting up to hit the site. All denied, leaving Bang alone.
I mean, he has the
just has X-ray vision on these plays. Always set up for the trades, the refrags, and crossfires, and Thrash comes out for Bang.
GG. No knife. Really?
Pickoff, and Leviathan will take the first map.
He can literally knife him though.
Very quick too. I think with 100 Thieves coming back, yes, they grabbed 9, but I feel like those rounds were ones where Leviathan almost dropped the ball. They looked so good. Aspas, the multi-kills, he was able to get 10 first bloods, Van Silly. That actually just ripped a hole in my brain. 10 first bloods? You gotta be joking me.
Yeah. Casual 31, it looked easy for him in the fragging department. Of course, when you're looking at that, even that last round that just happened here on this first map of Vine, King one step ahead on the calls. The 5 players of 100 Thieves working towards that long B to look for a lineup execution. And they're like, no, we're just gonna flash through it, catch people off with util, and then get denied right away. But with that, it's time to step away. And up next, GB and the analyst desk will break down map number 1.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh wait. The sound of yesterday's stream is not gonna be on the VOD. I'm retarded, I think. Because I used my Firefox and my Firefox is set up to not be sound on the VOD. Unlucky, I guess.
Everyone, I'm here with Leviathan's Go Kid, a very convincing map 1 victory for you all. Now, I have to ask you, the pickups of Calm and Tex were very unexpected. What do they add to the team, and how did we see that today in map 1?
Well, I think they just fit the chemistry. You know, it could have been anyone. I think they just had the right chemistry that we needed, both in game and outside the game. And I mean, the team is flowing a lot, again, inside and outside the game. So I think they were just the perfect fit for us.
Yeah, amazing fit. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to hear there from Coach Gokid, and we'll see how this Leviathan team fares going into map 2, but I think everyone is quite optimistic, especially after what we just saw for map 1 on Bind. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Mimi and Ender. And Ender, I'll start with you on this one, buddy, because that was a great game for both teams. I think like both teams showed a lot of really cool ideas, especially with the Gecko. They were all trying like unique things to try and like give them that leg up, but good God, you just cannot argue with Aspas, man.
The 5 reasons, ASPAS. You just can't do anything about this man. He just comes back and dominates them. It was crazy. I mean, the things he was doing here, playing off the utility from his teammates, setting him up perfectly to find these openers. Like, he was back in a big way.
He just knows where to put himself at all times.
Last year with Harbor Viper meta, he was in Jet prison. And there is no one else that I would say Jet is a prison except for Aspas, because this guy's raise is just so good. On top of that, the mechanics are incredible as well. The way he uses the verticality on this map, satcheling up and down, repositioning himself in every fight is excellent. On top of his already incredible aim, it is unbelievable what this guy can pull off. You can't forget he was the MVP last year, and he's putting up performances like that.
So this is great because the number 374 is so large, they actually had to shrink it down so that it wouldn't overwhelm the 2.3.
So we can fit the graphic perfectly fine.
That's awesome.
Yeah, 31 kills that he dropped
He's
in that
pretty good.
game. He is quite good at this video game. People have been saying, the streets were in fact talking. But there's still even more to dive into here because there were some, again, great ideas that were being implemented. It wasn't just the Aspa show, even though it kind of was.
Well, it was because of those ideas, right? They were running
true,
the flash combo in the Sky and the Gecko, which is so unbeatable when those are going out at the same time. And they were looking for it constantly, both on attack with the execs and also defense, looking for refights, looking for retakes. That combo just cannot be beaten. It set up Aspas to get so many kills, but really set them up to win so many rounds throughout.
Yeah, in the first half, it was about him diving in with that combo, setting him up. And on the defense, I was impressed with how mobile they were with those combinations. We even saw rounds where they're like sending the Sky Flash through the TP to meet up with the Gecko towards showers. That combination is just so strong, and I thought that they did an absolutely stellar job at maximizing the time where those two pieces of utility were being used in conjunction, and this round's a great example of it.
Yeah, it's the retake here too. We have Sky Flash coming over from elbow, and then a rotating Gecko throwing that flash all the way over the top. Like, these players are mid-fight getting blasted, and you have Calm swinging out of the smoke to play alongside with it. That wasn't even an example of the combo coming in, but it's an example of how when they can separate those flashes, when they come together.
How did the sound get muted? Oh, it's on the Twitch
feed.
Wait, but
because it's Gecko,
what?
you can recover it and pick it back up.
The sound of my VOD is muted, but there is no freaking broadcast sound.
I did feel like the Fade Gecko comp was a miss compared to how good the Sky Gecko combinations were. You can see some moments where the Fade is good,
Am I
but you don't
retarded?
have that same kind of unbeatable potential of the Sky Flash and the Gecko Flash used together when you take that Fade into your draft.
And I'm so glad that we saw that combo getting played today, because I think Bind is the map where it shines to the most. Because of the teleports, you can play your flashes on opposite sides of the map, which gives you so much fighting ability there. But as you said, when they come together, unbeatable.
Well, we did hear from the coach of the winning team. Let's go ahead and hear from Coach Six and see what is going on with the squad as we get ready for 100 Thieves in map 2.
Everyone, I am here with Coach Zix from 100 Thieves. A very close map 1, but still, Leviathan ran with it. I want to ask you a question. Mimi said before the match that 100 Thieves fans have been in, quote, the pits of despair as of the last competitive season. But I would like to give you a chance to respond to that, because you are the coach this year. This is your turf. This is your rules. What do you have to say to that? What do you have to say to the 100 Thieves fans who heard that?
I mean, well, we're doing our best to dispel that for sure. I mean, I'd say we've been working really hard outside of the server, in the server, outside of this match, obviously, to prepare for today and to prepare for the rest of the year. It's going to be a long year. We're coming in confident. I think, you know, the map 1 was not as confident as we had hoped. And there was a lot of little details that were different from what we had in practice. So I would say moving forward into next match, that was one of the key highlighted things that we talked about, was making sure on a team play level that we're just playing as confident as possible, swinging them hard, and making sure the details are good on these strats that we've practiced.
Yeah, well, y'all look great regardless. So best of luck with map 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I actually couldn't agree more with Coach Six on that one. Especially facing off against Aspas and King, and you need to swing with that kind of confidence. Otherwise, they will punish you. Yeah,
I'm ready to get out of the pit.
You want to be out of the pit, maybe?
I'm ready to get out of it, and I really do think that this team, well, we did see some of those issues he was mentioning in the first map. We did see that they had that idea, that identity going in, that they played to fairly well. However, I think that they were just outclassed here. Now the question is, on map number 2, on Split, what is the idea they're bringing in here? Because that's all that Zix has been talking about in the offseason, setting up these ideas ahead of time for the team and then giving them the space to go for those risks on their own. And that's what I felt like was missing in that first map.
And hearing him talk about like the details that aren't going wrong, I'm really curious what his read, whether it's on a more like macro level of how they're playing together as a team and like moving on a map, or whether it is in the execution of the utility. And I'm wondering, like, because to me, making sure all those timings and everything are perfect and going into a map like Split, you want to see that with like a comp that's trying to combo aggressively your breaches, your raises, that sort of thing. If it is more how it is around the map, though, that's when we're seeing the heavy stall comps come to play.
But I'm still scared for them because I think a lot of what went excellent for Leviathan on map number 1 can continue here. I expect Aspas on the raise. I expect Double Initiator to be setting up. They were so good at supporting him in map 1, and the guy looks impossible to shut down. If he has another map like that and the team supports him in the same way they did on Bind, the series could be over.
Counterpoint, Boostio. Man was fragging. Like he brought out the Sheriff. He could not be beaten with the Sheriff. He was doing a surprising amount of opping, which I don't feel like I am fully on board with. Don't expect to see it on this map, but I mean, you're talking about getting out of the pits.
I think let's peel that experiment
Man is standing up out of his chair like every other minute. You know, he's getting active.
Well, he's going to need to be that person for this team, though. He has to be that emotional leader for them. They have been, I think, lacking that for a while. So this is going to be a big thing for them, and he fills that gap.
We already saw it map 1. He's yelling, he's getting loud for his team. That's what he brings to this squad, and that's where he's going to be so important after that tough map loss.
Oh, man. All right, well, we're getting ready for the Agent Select. And as soon as that pops up, we'll see what we're going to be playing with here. As both teams are getting ready to go. And, you know, for a lot of 100 Thieves fans, they see the 0-1 and they're probably like, oh, no, not again. But I think this is a very different type of situation than what we've seen in the past. And I think it goes without saying, this is an insanely competitive group. And that is the reason why you're seeing them having to pull out all the punches here. We end up getting a Raze, Asterisk, Gecko, Viper, and Fade for the Thieves.
So they are very committed to this Fade Gecko idea.
Yeah, the Fade Gecko. Also, that's an EU classic on this map, going way back in the day.
Combo played this agent anywhere. He was revolutionary.
Combo play this game in another game if he has an opportunity to.
Yeah, but it's literally like the meme. The first people they learn about Split is, oh, you shouldn't be playing Sova here. You should play something else. But I do think there is merit to that. The combos with the breach can be so
Raise a Viper, Gecko Fade.
To support your teammates to be able to fight forward on extremities
on
combined with that breach stun.
But it's always been a point of contention.
Raise, Sova, breach, Cypher, Omen on Split.
Calm is just like, yes. So let's.
I mean,
wait.
The usual argument.
Yeah, it's Split. Like, the second map is Split.
Actually spam, right? And a lot of the chokes, like, you're not usually getting spam
Sova on Split.
Your dart going through smoke side.
And the skybox makes
no
it really
sky?
difficult to get those cross map darts that make Sova so good on Fracture, so good on Ascent. It's a lot harder to support your team, which means you need a lot of preset lineups and ideas, but I think Khan will have that.
That said, this is a map where you're not used to shooting breakable utility, Fade Eyes, Sova darts. Like, that is another element that you have to be turning around and dealing with.
And remember how well that worked for EG last year on Fracture? When they were the first team to to bring Sova out there. When Calm did that, they were shocking teams because it's a muscle memory that you don't have built up. On Ascent, in your scrims, you're talking about, okay, this guy's the dart breaker in this round. This is how we're setting all that up. 100 Thieves, again, is going to have to learn that on the fly.
Also, what I'm kind of interested with this particular pick from Calm is he's going to have some really nerdy spots. He's going to put some shock darts in that's going to cause some problems for people, I think. And it may just play it close to the chest, potentially, just to try and, like, not rely on the skybox too much and just play with his team a bit more. That's an option.
Well, the weird thing is, a lot of times, Sova can be a really good Cypher counter that we see a lot on this map, but he's not playing against it to use shock darts to break all of that utility. He's not going to have to use any of that because he's not playing against it. So this is not a full look at the Sova on this map for any teams that are maybe trying to put together what exactly the Sova's about.
That's right. And we do want to update everyone. Just as you can see, you know, the Busio hasn't sitting down yet. Dang it, Busio, sit down. I'm kidding. We just got a little bit of an issue right
He looks like he's yelling at you.
Is he looking at his own?
Busio, Poppy,
That's me.
Poppy, we gotta do crunches, okay? That's how we lose that.
Busio is so silly.
Do the One Punch Man thing, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups every single day. I love that.
What I want to talk about, though, is the comp on this other side, though. What do you make of the Gecko fade here?
Honestly, I think Gecko is pretty sweet in terms of obviously always being able to plant in a safe position, like the Gecko, and especially on retaking. I think that is where on split it thrives. The retake or the plant spots, the spike spots to plant it are in such easily spammable locations from offsite. Like outside from B main, you can get the spam. You can spam from A heaven on the common spot there.
Enlist some extra labor.
Yeah, some labor. But now, if you drop a smoke on that spike and put wings on it, you hold. Like it's very hard to play offsite. This is a composition that is meant on defense to punish teams that play heavy offsite.
And you get a lot of info from that fade. You can re-clear with the cats in main. You also get seasoned combos, but you're giving up the line control of that breach stun to help take mains. You're giving up the flash combos that we talked about so much on the last map. So it plays very differently than the Gecko we just saw in Binds.
For sure. It is a big loss, the line control, but to make up for it, there are some pretty good vertical Gecko locations, especially over on that A side of the map to get very easy scouting. If you want to, you can do some dizzies thrown through mid from like vents to mail. It's a little bit harder to actually gather back for yourselves. It's hard to get that forward information, and that's where I think something like a fade can supplement that. Fade dogs to scout out are a little bit better than throwing a Gecko dizzy that isn't so easy to reclear.
Yeah, and then they could just continue to, well, use that particular piece of utility from Gecko when they absolutely need to, right? They can really rely on some of the other, I guess, tools that are available to them here. Once again, folks, just want to let everyone know we got a little bit of a delay. We will be starting in a moment, but for now, you're just going to stick with us here as we're just starting our little podcast. We're just, GB and his Zoomers, and we're going to be doing our thing. But we'll be jumping to the matchup in just a little bit. That said, let's continue to dive a bit more into the other side here for Olivia. Oh, wait a minute. Folks, I just got word. We're jumping into the game. It's map 2, so let's go ahead and make this bad boy happen. Send it back over to your casters extraordinaire. It's Vansili and Rivington.
Thanks, GB and Riv. You know, when we started the match and we were at the vetoes and then Split was picked by Leviathan, I saw smirks and smiles from Busio and from Ziggs at Split. I don't think they were expecting a Sova and a Breach to support Aspas now on this map.
No. But remember as well, I love this because Calm also brought us some amazing darts on Fracture as well when they would play on that. He knows these angles that you just aren't thinking about. He'll put darts on the roof. He'll put them on the side where you're not looking. So it'll be interesting. The one thing that people shy away from to talk about that Sova is all the elevation changes on this map make it difficult for him to even use that ult effectively unless it's for the spike plant. You can't really search people out. So we'll see how they focus on that post game, or if they try to do some Ascent style up the gut plays with this ultimate from Sova, that Hunter's Fury. Starting off towards A, the Death Ball from Leviathan.
And a full kit for Calm. 2 shock darts and an owl drone. We're walking up first, and Hazino just got tapped for a bit here with the wall out on the defense. As Asuna is on the off angle. Support from EU. The crossbar setup is go for the 4. King is the last player remaining now. Spike out in the open. A 1v1 at least to start things off. Bang with the support from the back. And 100 Thieves are not allowing Leviathan to show us what this comp is all about.
No way. Up the ramp, down the ramp. Exactly what Lev just did. 100 Thieves rolling right over him. Quick 2 kills from Asuna and EU, and that well, felt predicted. 100 Thieves in a beautiful position there to crossfire at the top of ramp and be able to finish it out there with Bang coming up on the side. We'll kind of spread out for this one. A little bit more of a default defense for 100 Thieves, but Leviathan now will switch sides. So they leave Calm as that rotator. They don't have the Viper to throw up a wall and then lurk back and forth by putting that wall up and down. So it's going to be Calm that rotates, and that's fine with them. One of the best lurkers out there for Americas. And it looks like they'll just put a little bit of pressure onto B, see what utility they can find, and see if they can figure out what they're going to be up against at each site.
Yeah, you could see the idea between that. It seems like it's going to be King supporting Aspas, and it makes sense, right? Because if you're trying to Alan Jones satchel up, you're going to satchel past the Alan Jones. You're not trying to play that Sky style of a flash up towards the ramp, so you're going to need to explode a little bit more with King on that breach. But Calm now on this Silva, able to play a lurk, but we want to know what he could do here. Walking through, Judge right in the corner, Bang, easy runs.
Okay. Woohoo. Quick retaliation from Asuna, too. Look at the util help just to regain this position. They don't want to approach the Judge, though. Smart play.
We saw that thing coming through. King last player remaining. Nicely done for 100 Thieves. Convincing holds on both the E ramp and now middle for round number 2.
Asuna having almost a mirror start to what Aspas did on our last map of Bind. Very close to the ultimate to start. This is going to help now 100 Thieves get that start that they wanted if they can fold over into these ultimates. Setting up for bonus. We'll have just 2 Phantoms on the board versus the Vandals we see. And quick plays from Bang to start it off here. All right, a lot of just push forward and Lev trying to gain this space without too much util on those first few rounds. 100 Thieves absorbing it very well, but this is the question. Oh, still pushing from 100 Thieves.
So much util coming out. Wow, this bonus, they want to trap her right away. Sees Nate on top of that. It does get a couple of tethers, but no kill on the nades. But there's 3 right there.
So much setup,
inside
man.
the sewers, forcing Leviathan to just hold their ground.
That means nobody else on the map has to move either, right? They have
And they have the raise
for
the bonus.
Still towards mid here from Bang.
That's why they
They're
fought.
going to give up a bit of position.
I guess with their team comp, it's easier to fight A main than B main for the arm.
100 Thieves trying to just position themselves. You can see Asuna deciding whether he wants to rotate through Heaven or not, but they stay, and it's coming up to Bang now.
Been good in this position before, but this time only with the stinger. So it's a one and done and couldn't get the one. Aspas to answer right back to even up the tally. Asuna at least has a showstopper here. This could be important, crucial for 100 Thieves on the retake. Still alive in the site for now. Paranoia comes out for the execution. We're saving that showstopper, using it right away to try to outbound, and it works. Connects onto Aspas, and his spike is down.
Oh, so unlucky.
Mazina now stuck alone.
On that timing.
30 seconds left as he's alone. Picking up the spike. At least looking to fight here the last 2 players. He knows where Boostio's at. But also disappeared since he threw this rocket. Now there's that first nice shot.
Good shit. That's a big bonus though for Thieves. 4 people dead and shit.
To get that position, get the orb for Asuna, get into that showstopper, get B, and they had it. But Mazino had much different results for the end of this round. Great pickup on the last 2 kills, able to thwart out the fact that such an early ultimate like a showstopper was gained by 100 Thieves, but it didn't matter. Lev comes up with that bonus win, and they're going to feel very good about it. Even with that read, 100 Thieves had Lev positioning and getting themselves into that clutch situation.
Yeah, countered the bonus. There's one of those recon darts going out, landing towards orange, it seems like. Clearing out towards the right side of the pillar, but instantly we got some smokes and snake bites on the other end for the Thieves, not allowing any type of explosion from Leviathan, so they have to reset.
Following the drone. Interesting to see how they'll play around it. He's like, okay, it's a drone. I'm going to haunt back. Funny little games.
Oh,
he gets one.
Reaction from Bang. There's too many players for him to actually get hold of the picks now down towards middle. Nebula up to deny and not allow Leviathan to get more ground towards the vents. As we're looking to inch from vents towards this A site. Everybody's pivoting back towards sewers. Comes down to Tex here to have to open it up. He's alone, hit by a Dizzy. Nobody's really pushing forward yet. Asuna almost lines up 2 players there. Or almost lined up, rather. Leviathan only have 2 remaining. Aspas and King on that late rotate from middle back towards the sewers.
It's gonna watch
Still has
main.
full support to support Aspas here.
Yeah,
The
info.
one contact. As they get
They know
spotted
it's
by
lamp.
Lucio.
It's interesting to see without that wall, especially from attack side, you're forced to fight heaven, right? 100 Thieves has the ability now to put up their wall, take it down.
Player standing.
Fast shot there.
Down A.
Okay, Aspas.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left. Again, they were just trying to catch some players off guard. I mean, as soon as you pick off a few, gives you an opportunity to plant right away.
And silly.
And as soon as his teammate fell down, you see Aspas just trying to save his weapon. Nice picks in the end, but no matter what, 100 Thieves are looking like a pretty decent start on the defensive side of Split.
Yeah, feeling a lot better about this one. Still scary to see Aspas hitting those shots, but it doesn't matter if the time's gonna run down. Asuna on top, feeling so good on this raise here once again. Here's what I was talking about, not having that wall from attack side to put it up or take it down when you want. That's all dictated by 100 Thieves. They leave that doorway open and are very happy to take the ramp fight over and over. Coming up with their third round now, 3-1 as we head into round 5. Back towards A, but Spike lingers around mid right now for Leviathan, so we'll see how 100 Thieves reacts to this early pressure ramp. Take flight. Low buy is gonna mean Lev's moving a little quicker.
Push it right out. Answering back, Snakebite to not allow here Leviathan to move up towards the A ramp, and they went for a bit of util to try to seize them back.
100 Thieves, they hear something. They are happy to put a few bits of util down, whether it's an ultimate, or not, sorry, not ultimate, a mosh pit, or the nade from Asuna, or a Viper Bite. Anything to slow down Leviathan, the speed they use to hit sites. Here's another one. Just delay. Just delay.
This time off the smoke, so instant answer. Lucio with the pick onto Aspas, a flash. Bang turns away from it. Aftershock did not even affect him at all. So he's hunting down, trying to get the pit in the next round. Actually upgrades here to the Vandal that was left behind by Aspas. Trying to catch some. Also has no idea that Mizzino's there. There's that satchel, at least to break that crosshair placement, not allowing the frenzy to get too much value. Goes for the last one, shock dart right at the feet of Austin. Doesn't care, stays alive, gets the third pick.
Feeling good there. Ultimate again to come online. And 100 Thieves not even having to put up too much of a defensive answer. The firepower is there. They're winning the first angle hits, these first bloods. They're converting their 5v4s. And it's looking clean. Everything they want to have happen right now. Great backup for each other, anchoring on these shots. We're going to get a Leviathan timeout. You see 10 and 3 for Asuna to start it off. I'd call a timeout too if something like that was happening on the other side of the map. They got to figure out a way to get through this defense. But we have timeouts on the round, but has that been planted yet? Do we have a defuse, right? It's getting tough to find the post plant for Leviathan here.
Yeah, just been elimination so far. But yeah, the timeout, trying to figure out what we could do here with this utility. I mean, Christy brought it up there at the desk where that utility you have from Calm usually could be utilized to drop some Cypher trips, or even nanoswarms from Akeju, depending maybe with what they saw from the tape from 100 Thieves, if there's anything that they usually pull in the past. 100 Thieves came out with a brand new playbook, and there's no real counter to that one yet.
Right. I'm envisioning a post plant for Leviathan. Calm fires out a sonar bolt if he still has one, and you kind of get that info on the site where people aren't. So maybe a raised nade can go to elbow if you didn't get a ping in sight, or hear a shot. It's only if you get to that post plant situation though, with sonar bolt up, with the way we still have to see how Leviathan can play that late in the round if they can get that spike down. That's the question. And that might be a way that they can get around 100 Thieves. They're looking for the first frags that they had, right? Aspas was coming out with 10 first bloods on the first map, and we haven't seen those opening frags here on the second one. Pushing up now, all ramp.
Two teammates for Lev.
Try to stay behind each other. We have not seen a full hit in the site. They try to take full control, then heaven. So maybe a different look here.
It was both initiators that used util on the attack there towards middle, so you saw Lucio rotate across, so everybody meeting up now towards the A site, looking to explode. Big frontliner recon dart in the site. Showstopper knows that there's one towards the elbow, but a dizzy to support, allowing EU to get the pick through the smoke. as Asuna still guards the back of the site behind the map, and all these smokes coming through. Support coming up across the map as Cryocell's playing that Astra. It's not now Leviathan to really commit towards the swarm within the A site.
Right. Can't get in. I mean, Mazzino with that from the shadows, like you were saying, just to identify, but still the distance to follow up on a Raze and an Omen like that is just too tough.
What the fuck is
Still
the
in the default
Sova
defensive
doing?
positions, really
He's
front
waiting
and
for an
center.
ultimate, I
Good
guess.
about this round. There's Fury.
And floods out. Leviathan out.
Okay.
Towards the A site, even against a contact on the Hunter's Fury. Instantly, we have the advantage out for Leviathan.
He has to
Mazzino
plant behind.
His teammates back as they're going for a plant. It's successful. Crowley
They
in the
know
interim was
it's
able to
like
answer back
heaven.
onto Mazzino. He's alone against two. King's low on HP.
They use all their
There's
ultimates.
no stars left to work with. He's gonna have to work with his gun only. There's that first contact. And it's not Planet for Com, who does have double shot darts at least. There's that first one at the ground.
Go.
Russell still wants to stick it. Com swings out.
Holy
Nice
fuck.
attempt. But Leviathan are able to get the second one.
On the timing, Com comes up there. You said even had the dart. If you wanted to use it. Wow. Nice job by Leviathan there to make sure they get the frag in the end. Boosted, were able to close it. It looked like that up the gut, just using the Hunter's Fury towards elbow, being able to take the site is what made it. And here, this would have been huge for Cryo. Seems to be suffering a bit now in the controller role. Would have been such a big boost there. This goes here. But not too big of a deal. Only lets Leviathan get one more. 4-2 now, but that Rolling Thunder's ready. Cypher Ultimate is ready as well, but you have a few on 100 Thieves side, and we're seeing it now as they take A control. The ramp that Leviathan wants just about every round is now secured.
He found him.
Somehow lands that shot dart right at the feet of Bang, down to 60 HP. And an Owl drone even to try to counter that if he wants to. Staying behind towards the spawn, looking for the right timing to use it.
Yeah, but he's alone. He has nobody to follow up on his own.
And Mazzino watching for the push. So the support or the focus is definitely trying to activate Aspas up for the mid control.
Looking for the contact mosh, it looks like. Oh boy.
Yeah, no opportunity to throw a mosh there when a Rolling Thunder comes out, but it still lands on the top of heaven. Aftershock does get the contact.
That fucking wave, man.
Being thrown, showstopper out for Asuna. Cryo in the back of the site to get the headshot onto Tex. Now towards the new boxes though. Asuna thought that he had the right read, but King swings up for the pick.
2v2 now. A little low for two players, but healthy Cryo, healthy Mazzino.
Big flash. Cryo hit by it, now traded out. A 1v1.
Oh my god.
To
Came out a little bit like.
continue to hold their defensive half.
That got scary. As
A
they
little
dove
bit
into
too
the
naively,
site, water
I
falling
guess.
In through heaven there. Leviathan looked like they had the upper hand, but it did come down to the 1v1, and we know Bang good for those. Picks up another one. Even with this damage here early, unbeknownst to them, Bang still good to come into the end of the round.
Standing.
All right, none of those ultimates really used, except for the Viper's Pit on the side of 100 Thieves, and that was just to defend A as we had a B hit right towards mailroom. Paranoia was in heaven, not mailroom.
Now Pain goes out. Defenders pushing through the smoke. We're still doing a lot of damage here on the lower buy that you have for Leviathan. Sheriff left for Com. We're just chasing for the kill. 100 Thieves again, just looking to have fun, and Crowd's pushing out a B main.
I don't know, I feel like the Sova doesn't find anything.
What a night and day change from the first map. Lev now yet to get a first kill after seeing
Cypher, it's okay because it's like attack side. It's pretty hard to use a Cypher super well when you're attacking.
Just a little bit further down, and they would have had Bang paranoid and probably dead to rights. Very happy parents in the crowd. The support crew always here in cheering.
On split, but Prova is like, I don't know.
There's the first blood and the first one of the map for Leviathan.
I feel like a Sky would have way more impact. Even a Fade, like If you want a reveal, get a fade, get a... You get the prowler, you get the sound,
has fallen within that smoke.
an ultimate similar to the Breach ultimate, you get the trap for the raise nade, like... The Sova is like a huge question mark.
Disadvantage that they have in numbers this time around, focusing towards the A side. It's a good read.
Such a heavily focused A ramp.
And a second to swing out, denied by King once again, but EU is on the front of the ramp. All alone, 44 seconds left. Hit by the Prowler, King is trying to fall back. EU's trying to chase after him, dancing around throughout the sewers. He does have help in the sewers over King, but he doesn't need it. The pick onto EU as Leviathan are able to hold true.
And silly, I don't know if I have seen A ramp fought for this much between two teams. They are staying there, taunting each other, tempting more fights, and then finally, in the moment when they've had enough, we get the final pushes in, obviously towards the end of the round on this one. But yeah, this is a very volatile position, it seems, for these compositions, the way they're playing them. Maybe because of the Sova, maybe because the way, if they have Heaven, Sova's more useful in that position, high priority. But the way that it keeps going A is wild. Here, though, we get B. We'll switch it up. No push-up, but an over-under here for Asuna.
For Leviathan, it's a double swing. A little bit of a missed time there, but Cryo still gets that pick onto King. Low HP.
Yeah.
His Aspas falling away. So despite Cryo being alone on that timing, we're still able to hold his ground on that B site.
Ooh. Info's still good. Damage is there, though. Leviathan may look to trail towards that. No, back towards A, of course. They got the camera there. It's safe. And they can begin to use a bit of comm util. Still Sonar Bolt up with double shock darts, so they can make their way in.
Second cage is still available for tech, so they could pop that and start using it towards the A site. Going to be difficult to try to enter when Aspas only has 7 HP. So instead, they're going to cut noise, trying to walk through. Recon Dart is going to give the cue here for EU to look for some teammates' help. Throws a C's to slow things down on that push, and there's that rotate coming out, as you can see from that radar from 100 Thieves. 30 on the clock remaining.
30 seconds left.
Mazino Smoke's about to wear. He threw that earlier.
He threw it towards the Heaven Elise. Yeah. Push that for a bit. Couldn't throw it, actually, as Asuna gets the pick.
Okay.
16 seconds left. Making sure we're clearing towards that back of the site. Aspas satchels across for a plant. Difficult for them to hold, though.
So I think where Ender said, Gecko becomes very tough to play against on that retake, throwing everything in your face, and here we go, 100 Thieves in the site.
Recon Dart to come out. Oh no, he came from
He died in his own fucking body. What a nice 1G, man.
To allow 100 Thieves to get the defuse here.
EU defuse bring up that Nightfall a little bit quicker as well.
What a nice fucking 1G.
The defensive side of 100 Thieves playing very strong. Asuna won off that showstopper, and that one was a retake. We're finally getting to the position where Lev is breaking a bit of the defense, playing the time of the round to get into the site and get the plant. Took a while,
That's a
though.
very weak attack side from Lev, though.
And you just saw the idea, at least from one of these plays, from that Recon Dart for the post plants, where Calm was positioned out towards the orb, where he's not going to be in a position where he could get spam or push yet from the A side ramp, and potentially get a couple of sprays as he gets the Recon Dart.
They have the breach and
enemies flooding back through screens to reach
his
the site.
ultimate, though.
But that time they didn't have enough numbers to help.
And they almost have the Sova ultimate too. And
still at 7 against Leviathan.
yeah, they almost all have their
Conditioning
ultimates.
of A ramp, but Spike's gonna go B this time. So Leviathan is now trying to play off of what they've been showing 100 Thieves and pull a switcheroo here. It looks like Cryocells could be ready to call that.
Yeah. Especially when you have a lower buy, a couple of stingers here, and 2 big ults to help around those stingers.
I don't understand why they don't fight. I guess
Position, as you see from Leviathan.
it's
Very
eco,
difficult for
so
Cryocells to clear.
they're not gonna use their ultimate, and they're gonna wait for the last round and play an 8-4, I guess.
They're expecting Asuna or somebody else right away. They'll find Bang. Another trade.
That's a nice open kill.
Picked up, hat thrown out.
Oh
He
my
using the
god.
back. And after that, might be the call to just rotate
They
towards the
give
east
it
side. Look at
back.
this timing now. Okay, we're
Sova
gonna
is like
and Calm books it towards the spawn.
away.
Here's the satchel, and Asuna's not going to clear it.
So
He's
him.
for his teammates, and he could still get a couple of picks towards spawn. Wrapping back towards the heaven.
Oh my god.
Kill onto Asuna, misses the satchel, rocket right into sight. Vecino tries to push forward and gets denied by Bustio for the support. King solo has done it before. Gets the first one. Aftershock then.
Oh no.
The defuse.
He caught the wrong wall.
EU's there to get the pick. And the defuse will come in for 100 Thieves. This is looking pretty good after all. Despite Leviathan coming out with a new composition, 100 Thieves were not flustered by it at all.
Not at all. They know what they want to do on retake, and I feel like they know that they can just attack Leviathan on the way in. They're not looking for much of a flank. They're not really going to get hit by Calm or a Viper alert coming in through vents. So I feel like 100 Thieves is very confident knowing what they see in front of them is what they're getting. It's not really too much trickery from Leviathan other than last round when we saw them rotate off a ramp. But yeah, 100 Thieves taking it as it is and mowing down Lev every time they're in the crosshair. Towards A again, 2-3 split for Lev here to still work A ramp. Something 100 Thieves is very prepared for. What is this move? Trying to get a quick play, maybe some sound.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the half buy with stingers and rifles in the previous round. This time it's also another broken buy, so it really comes down to the 3 ults. They're trying to create a diversion, force a rotate out towards middle, and then we'll explode here with the 3.
Okay. Looks like the explosion is going to happen now. Flashes out, sonar bolt. All right. Into the site. It's going to be a retake for 100 Thieves. They've avoided all the pressure that Leviathan wanted on the take. The ultimates. How good is this retake going to be? Lev has the chance to set up a good defense here.
Calm did get a ping from the Nabskir, and look at this. It's planning for heaven. He's already booking it out towards middle. Still sticking to what he's true for, but he has to hurry up because 100 Thieves are already put up
What?
a wall, and they're looking to.
Oh, it's just for the long, so he can pick it up later.
And then Bustio comes in for the pick. Vecino trying to play the off angle. Numbers are falling down. It's up to Malone.
Man, those rounds.
And he can't work when the rest of his teammates are falling down like that. The crowd's behind 100 Thieves as he finished the half. 9-3.
What a first half from 100 Thieves. Asuna up front. Bustio and the crew calling the correct rotations mid-round. Understanding what Leviathan wanted to get out of this composition almost immediately and how they wanted to play it. It does not look like Lev was able to turn this comp on the defensive side. 100 Thieves played it too strong, but looking what they have now going towards, or the attack side, sorry. Now on defense, I think we see this breach come into play a little bit more, slowing down 100 Thieves on attacks, but that's all hopeful for 100 Thieves now, or Lev now. 100 Thieves in the lead.
Yeah, and with that at the halftime, Elizabeth is standing by with some special guests. It's Cloud9's Rafiki, it's Simba, also known as Vanity and Oxy.
Okay, that's a good one. You like that one?
That was a good
Oxy,
one.
did you like that one?
Yeah, I love that
All
one.
right. Well, if you don't know what that's referring to, this is Cloud9 Vanity and Oxy, the winner. Some winners from yesterday. I had to ask you, one of my questions was about that lifting moment, and I kind of saw that almost like proud papa moment. How has it been, you know, he's a rookie, you're a vet, you've been here before. How has it been teaching Oxy the ropes and the rules of the land?
I don't gotta teach him much. He's a smart kid.
Smart kid.
Obviously, there's some things, but I think for the most part, he picks up. It's very natural for him. I think he deals with the pressure relatively well. I think the off-season stuff definitely helped, but I mean, even when we went to Korea and like Japan and playing in front of those crowds, like he wasn't phased. So he's just built for it, I guess.
He's built for it.
I think
Oxy, I have to ask you, has it sunk in yet that you got the first ace at the Americas and you have made one of the biggest splashes of a rookie I've ever seen?
You wouldn't have the first
I mean,
ace if
I don't know.
didn't rob you.
I mean, yeah, it's sunk in a little bit. But, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm gonna go to you, Vanity, because Oxy brought this up in his post-match interview yesterday. Apparently, allegedly, the streets are saying, to borrow a phrase, that Demon One from NRG said that, okay, we're asking, don't, that Demon One said that Oxy is the worst duelist in the partner program. Well, I'm just gonna let you take that.
We'll see.
Okay. What is, as maybe Oxy for anyone, rather any of you here, what is the read on energy? Are you excited for the match? Or are you like, oh, this is a cakewalk, we got this? What's the read? What's the vibe?
I mean, obviously they're a good team, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
A lot of seeing to
Energy is gonna smash them so fucking hard.
So much. Can we give it up for Vanity and Oxy one more time? Thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. And we're gonna go back to Riv and Van Sealy, my two favorite boomers. Back to you, boys.
There's so much smack talk. Come on, we're getting strays here, but at the same time, I mean, both Vanity and Oxy are saying, hey, we'll see, and definitely we'll see that in Group A. That's happening February 23rd, so make sure you put that in your calendar for the VCT Americas. Back in the game now, though. State of the game for 100 Thieves, a strong defense, and we only saw one idea of the retake capabilities of 100 Thieves with the composition of what they had with the mosh pit and everything as well, but what really helped them was just deniability on how Leviathan was trying to explore the site with that composition. So now we didn't get to see too much of 100 Thieves on defensive plays on retakes.
Yeah, well, Lev planting the spike 3 times. I think it was a tribute. So well, but you're right. It kind of almost hides what this team has with this composition that they are enjoying playing. It seems like smiles around on that side of the stage for sure. And now we'll see what Lev can produce. Already a very big push out of B, so they have somewhat of a read on this play. Boostio damaged.
Shot there was close there. Second one within that orb. That's going to hit Asuna down to 25 as well. So both shot darts doing heavy damage. And he's playing
They're gonna go ups, no? Yeah.
Some rest here for 100 Thieves. Finally,
oh no, they're just dropping fails.
Break the camera, the push out towards the A ramp.
The second lurk, he's reloading.
He was hurt by Cryo. He was ready for it, but unfortunately was caught in his reload. Plant instantly comes down from the wingman, and 100 Thieves have support control of the A heavens.
I love the wingman heaven plant. Crazy stuff.
Last 3 players of Leviathan pushing forward, pushing together up towards the A heaven, and that pesky wall out on the attack from Bang is just making it so difficult for them.
They only have the wingman on site.
And I love it. This is discipline here for 100 Thieves. They had the plan for the wingman so they could hold the heavens, and once attack comes in, you can start flooding right back. And 100 Thieves looking to play the surprise. 3 versus 1 against Calm. Calm falls, and there's Bang with the last 2. 100 Thieves are looking very good here.
Leviathan don't have the keys
What a cheeky little
to understand like
take control of heaven,
the game. I feel like the under team comp.
Plant and everybody can do a little
Like
guardian status.
I feel like they got cheesed.
Really nicely done.
They got baited into picking
split,
and yeah.
To close it off or open it up, whether you want.
They got cheesed.
Saw Level wasn't able to use that. Ramp was harder to take. 100 Thieves positioned themselves immediately behind that Viper wall, and you see how much easier it is that they still have that controller on their side for this game. In the composition. Nice dart. Not too much info given just by a stinger shot on that bolt, but again, free passes to ramp, and they'll go ahead and hold this spot, hoping for 11 mistake.
The wall came down to spot 2, and you see Leviathan within this round, they do have a stinger by half shield.
Oh, I guess the Sova is good for destroying Cypher traps, but still, I don't like it.
Dodges the first Prowler. There's Calm long range throughout the cage to get the first kill. Second cage up just to try to deny the plant. It works out. Cryo Cells even
They
gets
got
his own
him.
smoke kill. Tex is still alone within the site. Alone at the elbow. The satchel in. Tex contacts onto Asuna. Aspas with the flank on the A Avid side. There's no weapons for them to pick up. They have to play Stinger's long range.
Oh my god.
It will be not effective against Cryo's Guardian.
Good shit, Cryo.
Coming up clutch. Cryo starting off the second half, and even more in this game, feeling a lot more comfortable, it seems, just in the position and being more so last alive to try and get those fights instead of the first one in a volatile position. A little bit of an adjustment as well there from Leviathan. We saw the change up of the trap coming in from Cypher to stop the wingman, or give him an idea if they would deploy that play again. As Lev now call a timeout here. Spike was planted, extra money given there. 11-3 here for 100 Thieves. What a difference from game 1. honestly, 100 Thieves seems like they were kind of finding what that identity would be with the comp once they were.
And so we're gonna see an icebox
driver's
map.
seat there for Bind, but here 100 Thieves showing us that it was just a mishap, a little bit of a fluke there on game 1, and the crowd is roaring behind these plays. And the fans of 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves are actually liking this timeout from Leviathan because it's called in a moment where they only used 2 rounds working towards the A side, and the only time they really worked towards that A side was with the wingman plant and trying to take control of A heaven. So Leviathan off this timeout is, okay, well, they're actually adding a lot of pressure towards this A side. Should we try to fight back for that A ramp control? And it might come down to the later rounds when we actually have rifles on both ends. If it happens here that Leviathan's able to convert this, like you could start playing the mind games. And already as you start things off with 10 seconds left, look how far back Boostio is playing towards the spawn. I should probably throw a mosh up towards the A ramp while 100 Thieves are still working towards that A site.
Blast up maybe?
Yeah, it could be Dizzy as well.
Over, there's the blast pack.
Mosh to deny. And he pushes out towards the ramp. Asuna with the satchels to get control of that area. You already see King propped up with Util, a flash on the first contact camera, even seeing the Gecko out towards the A ramp. So they know the hit's still coming towards this A site. Exchange of utilities. And once that's done, see if that bloodbath will happen for these trades.
Tex Insight just behind Discipline Box. Cryo with this lurk in mid. Have to expect it. Astra can be wherever she wants, and A is going to be taken, or Heaven's going to be taken once again. Whether or not they deploy the same strat 3 rounds in a row, we'll have to see. Cosmic Divide comes down, and Heaven is once again 100 Thieves.
And a Tex just shot at the bottom behind the flower pot. Only one player in the A side, but the switch comes in towards B. This is all going to get hurt as they move up towards the mail now for 100 Thieves. 1 star at the top. Doesn't even need to get popped as Boostio pops the head of Mazzino. 3 players left alive now for Leviathan against a full roster of 100 Thieves. The plat for B main, courtesy of Wingman once again. Texas looking for a play, looking for a flank, but Bang denies it right away. The last 2 players only with this Bulldog and Stinger. As 100 Thieves, maybe they want Boostio to go for the hunt, try to get the Thrash in the next.
That's pretty done. Like
push? No. Oh, he just walks away. Yeah, probably just gonna be the last few kills here. Looking at how 100 Thieves is running this comp, especially off that Cosmic Divide. Maybe push?
Yeah, look at him just run it.
They're trying to find him.
Allowing it for Boostio to try to push forward, and there you go, he gets the kill. That's perfect. So he'll have to Thrash in the next round. Spike will go off.
Yeah.
Aspas does
very
die
close.
to the spike on top of that. And 100 Thieves, a very convincing second map.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's
now
like
how they're working with that Cosmic Divide. It almost
map
revealed
pick, so
what they want to do once it's a gun round. If you have cryo cells roaming around the map, able to hit shots like this, you have a wall that gets where you wherever you really want on A ramp to A heaven, you still have all of your stars for another move. Once they got into sight, nobody on the side of Leviathan could peek because they had stars in their face. They could have gotten warped into a gravity well. There is so much control on the map from these 2 controllers.
There's a ping for this for the same hit, but look at the position from King all the way towards Mel. Could actually stun across to get that support. Kong will be able to get that pick onto Asuna, but not before Aspas falls. Off the timing, though, Bang pushes up, and Kong falls down. And then Tex. It's going back and forth towards the A-ramp battle.
We knew it was volatile over there, Vans. It does not
1
stop
HP.
into the second half either. Coming down to a 3v3 now. Tex basically hanging on by a hair at 1 HP. It's going to be Thrash into B, and it looks like 100 Thieves will follow to try and bring us to a map 3 on this round. Wingman's about to go out, and they're about to set up this post plan.
Big flank watch, big battle. The hat
and he
allowing
picked
King
up
to get an
the
advantage against EU.
ultimate.
But EU goes for the wide swing
Let's
instead.
go, you.
Only 1 left at 1 HP. It's Tex moving up towards the mail. Boostio, meanwhile, has picked up the Thrash just to get for a second time more information in the B site. And as EU swings out with it, 100 Thieves close out that second map.
Bro, this, I think this just sums. Oh my God.
Chat, sorry, we're gonna have to probably fix this headset, and then we'll see you in the Pacifics.
A slight audio issue. We're gonna handle that right now. Nobody expected this. I think the players didn't expect this as well. What a good game from 100 Thieves. The first one, a great game from the Viatan. And does this toss up the group? What a question now, right? We have a third map that's going to decide these two, and we're going to Icebox for the first time in Americas for the start of the season. I'm so excited, Vincent.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the map beetles once again of how that panned through, it was actually 100 Thieves' opportunity to see what map they wanted to ban and see what map they wanted to play. So again,
They're
an
like
opportunity
Sunset
here,
now.
a new strat book coming out for 100 Thieves, and I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen on Icebox, and that will be after the break when we return with the analyst desk.
Yeah, with Bustio coming in and also Zix, they're both from EG, so they both kind of have like the same philosophy or ideas on how we should play the game. They're pretty adamant on having everyone comfortable and having everyone. They encourage people to go for like higher risk plays, because in this game, if you try to play too perfect, then that's not how you play the game correctly. Honestly, I think it's something we learned from last year. So this year we're trying to put a more focus on people are more comfortable to make plays and play how they want to, kind of thing.
It was a change in philosophy for the core of the 100 Thieves lineup, but that change brought them a victory, and a dominating one at that. A 13-3 conclusion on Split, and frankly, 100 Thieves looked like they were just vibing out there, man.
And what he was talking about was like completely apparent in how they were playing. You're talking vibing because it was looking easy, but they were just like walking and taking space. The amount of utility they had at their disposal for any sort of early or mid-round aggression was just insane. And like they were saying, they were playing completely confident, opening up for big fights.
And I love their commitment to the Gecko on both maps we watched thus far, because I think that agent fits that style so well. You re-clear space together with your Raze, pick up your util, you do it again. Boostio was so proactive on the defensive side to get information, and on attack as well. I think when you're playing that agent and you're always being able to get space, recover your utility to take more, it works so well for an IGL like him who loves to be in the front, taking fights, making those plays happen. And I mean, it shows in the scoreline 13-3. What a recovery from that first map.
And obviously everything was going well, but the retakes in particular. 100 Thieves winning 3 of the 5 retakes that they went for. It was just absolutely money. Again, there's nowhere to actually comfortably play on site because of the overwhelming levels of utility, from paint shells to the Gecko spit just going all over the ground. You have Wingman to help defuse. It's just nuts.
And I didn't like it as much on the first map, but I really thought that that Fade Gecko kind of double initiator combo really shined here. They had a lot of nice lineups where they'd throw the Fade Eye on one side, the Gecko Dizzy on the other, and make it really tough to break one of those. And at the same time, the Raze is double satchelating and Mollies are coming in. It was clear that, well, this stuff was practiced and drilled. A lot of it was also kind of done on the fly. The coordination was there to be able to adapt these plays to whichever space they needed to take, which I thought was missing from 100 Thieves last year.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it's so clear now that this team getting that confidence, that win under the belt on stage, that's got to feel great for them. But the job's not done yet for 100 Thieves, and far from done as well for Leviathan. But though, to shine light on some of these players here, Asuna EU certainly have been very impressive throughout. I mean, EU, no shocker there. Young rookie here looking to make his name. But
the fakest rookie of all time. This guy literally played Fade in Tier 1 on this map before with NRG. Honestly, it was so cool to see him back on the agent, comboing well with Asuna. And in particular, it was these mid-round fights into mid that were so dominant. The Gecko Flash came in and helped them out, but it was really Asuna and EU that were putting themselves in the fights first and foremost, and they just dropped a massive one.
And a lot of people critique Asuna for his inconsistency and struggles when he's trying to flex around on a bunch of different agents. But sometimes you get a map like this where he gets to play his Raze. It's almost always that Raze.
I'm gonna be right back. Taking a quick bike.
That interview, that's what we've been waiting for with 100 Thieves. Give Asuna the freedom.
Holy shit, get a stretch and shit.
There behind him.
And yeah,
so well on that last
right
map.
back.
And that is the turnaround, right? Because we talked to Zix after that first game disappointing loss, and he said, yeah, the things that we were doing well, we just weren't. It was about the micro adjustments, about playing well together. And boy, were they in sync on that second map of Split.
And honestly, my bet is that between maps, it was Boostio and Zix going out there just like Ron is, hey, we're good. We're here for a reason. We can go out there, we can frag, we can take these risks, and they brought that into Split, and it looked great. But they still have to close out the series, and there is still time for Lev to recover on Icebox.
Yeah, and let's actually go ahead and talk about Icebox then. That's going to be our third map, the decider here in this awesome series that we've been treated to thus far. First time we're going to be seeing, oh hell yeah. First time we're going to be seeing it. I'm excited, curious to see how the changes impact things, to see what compositions we bring to the table here, Ender.
The changes are so good. And also, right when Icebox got taken out of the pool, that was right when Harbor was dropped, and people were finally starting to have some different ideas of how to approach this map. We're now living in a world where the best comps, in my opinion, it's Harbor and it's Viper, and it is heavy control that you have to work with.
And we saw that played in the offseason from 100 Thieves. I also think I maybe got a save.
Wait, hold on. But
maybe a Gecko there?
A Gecko?
I don't know. They seem to be liking it. And I think Gecko is so
I just feel like when you dye your hair that color, you got to commit.
Yeah, and I also love him on this map on attack, because similar issues to Split, where it can be really hard to invest that person and get this spike down, where util stall is so good to deny it. Pop down a Harbor Cove, send your little guy in, and then everyone else can have guns out to be fighting forward and take space back site. It's so good.
It's literally like this map, you had to play Sage back in the day. today because that was the only way to plant the spike
The
on B.
shackles are off.
Yeah, literally. So now you have Harbor, you have Gecko, all those options.
Sage Main's in shambles right now.
No, literally. Sage this was her map, and now there's just better options. You can still play the Sage comp, but I don't think it's going to be super popular. If anything, I think Harbor plus Viper is so good because it allows you so much more control on the B side.
Osmos on Reyna.
Osmos on Reyna. I've been seeing this, and I do think it's good. Basically, Jet priority has fallen off a little bit. I think most teams will still play the Jet, but because of the changes
And we have a Rain now.
Jet doesn't have the same mobility and
So Rain instead of Jet and Arbor instead of Gecko for Leviathan.
That's so cool. It's Osmos on Reyna. He's going to shoot them. Yeah. He's going to shoot them very well, is my hope from Leviathan. But yeah, legitimately, his flashes are...
Also, Asuna on the Gecko.
Yeah,
as well.
He's played it before.
Yeah,
He's a flexible player, willing to switch on over, which means we get to see Cryo back on his Jet, which is going to be cool to see.
And the interesting thing here, similar to Icebox we saw in the past, is there's not a ton of dedicated flash agents. You have the shooting flash agents that are coming out, and that's because A site, there's so many areas to hide away, so you don't get full on hit. The blind of a Dizzy or a Reyna, much more effective than your typical KO stuff.
100 Thieves is giving up the Harbor or the Sage with this comp. If they are not fighting forward together and really well coordinated, they could get punished to not have that defense when trying to plant the spike or retake.
Well, it's time for map 3, and the winner moves on to face Loud next week. And look, listen, Riot Games Arena, I know it's a little late, but make some noise as we get ready for this matchup. We send it back over to Ribbon Vans.
Thank you, GB, and definitely Rivington. You can see that these two teams have been working hard right now throughout the offseason to come out with something quite interesting now on Icebox for map number 3. I'm loving the Harbor on one side here for Leviathan, but on the other end, bringing in a Gecko out. Mimi talked about it. Asuna played it before back when 100 Thieves are playing very strongly on Haven, Rip Haven. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see this Gecko on Icebox.
Rip Haven. I'm excited to see what happens when we get our first Icebox here, how people are going to play it. Teams revealing that in their plays, it's a little bit harder for the defense to hold that early part of B, to get control of what coming through mid, underneath, a little more room so you're not bumping your teammates, all the stuff you want to get in that quality of life when you're getting in there and making a game as volatile as this. We're in and we're towards A here for 100 Thieves on attack first.
And quick, Cryo playing back in the Jet First Blood. Back in the comfort zone for 100 Thieves on the attack of Icebox. Instantly, the rest of Leviathan are pulling back in the A site. The 3 players, one with a rotate for the support. I'm just waiting here for 100 Thieves to find a better timing to hit the site.
They'll push in soon. There it is. It's got to be off that Cryo Cell's pushing, breaking the crosshairs, breaking everything, but the whole team is in the same spot. They got to get back to defensive spots or keep pushing forward.
Yeah, and I love it. Oh, Mazzino's trying to find a timing. Shot guards to get some damage as well. Calm gets the pick with the ghost. And even a third for the map. Only 2 players left alive. Backstab from Tex in the front of 410. And wow, that was a quick retake from Leviathan.
Fish in a barrel. 100 Thieves is the fish. A was the barrel. Leviathan coming right in. 100 Thieves didn't have a chance to spread out, get themselves into position and figure out what could be a defensive position. Holy moly, that was quick from 100 Thieves, or sorry, Leviathan to come in and take out 100 Thieves. Defuse there. And we'll see how else they can get in. We know now Cryo Cells is going to be the spear of this one, as we would expect. In and out, trying to do what he can to get across these ropes. And I love just to bring up as well as we're getting around to the Aspas Reyna, right? We remember this as almost to be Asuna's playground on Reyna back in the day. So well, Asuna's got that kind of inkling of what Aspas may want to do here.
The good old Asuna playing the Reyna against what we know was
you
like
almost found
back
him.
then, right? Come back on the Asuna.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, once upon a time.
They go towards A once again. A lot of contact play here coming out from 100 Thieves to start off.
Oh, yeah.
Dodging out on these sonar bolts.
Okay, an instant dink onto Asuna. And at the same time, we have an outlaw coming out from comms, and this is a pretty good weapon to play with. The crossover from Del could do a lot of damage, and it starts with
and they have no armor, by the way.
Deny the push through. Again, a combination.
They are expecting an auto to come out on Icebox.
The support's there. No opportunities for 100 Thieves to move in even for a plant. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Until this right click comes
What
out
a
from
nice
Bang,
side kick.
2 players left alive. Gets the time on the other one. Oh, that's the 4th. Has to clutch it. The backstab
He wasn't expecting it.
That could have hurt Leviathan, but at least it could breathe a little bit.
Oh my gosh, down to the wire there, King, with a beautiful flank, as well as something 100 Thieves is going to keep in the back of their mind. That round was won by King, coming around from Nest. So that push positioning is something they look for, but Mazine here, beautiful job inside sight, collecting multiple kills as well. Get that Reckoning up early. It's going to be impossible for 100 Thieves to want to take an A site this enclosed. So close to getting it. You can see what it meant to Bang. Mentioned it before. He is so good on the pistol rounds and only snuffed out at the end there.
Wait, the recon was missed, so this allows Leviathan to move forward and get the pick on Nabskir and dismiss away.
Good start for the bonus.
Cascade even to allow for Leviathan to pull back and play the numbers advantage.
You did good.
And Arsuna is on the Gecko.
Low movement to pipes. A bit of noise being made here, but they're setting up for the protocol. One wall after the other. I like the constant delay here from the Harbor with the Viper wall going down, but it's not going to stop 100 Thieves.
Running through, slowed down by the high tide util on both ends. Good for the 2 for 2, but overall, a plant from the wingman, EU alone.
They're gonna win the bonus.
Unaware of a flank, trying to look back. He has actually no information on where the players are except for one, jumping on the top of heaven, in the back of the A side. And that bubble is going to make it so difficult. Aspas, his own 4-kill.
Clean as fuck.
In round number 3.
And the Empress is online, too, once they get into this round. So bonus grab there. 100 Thieves is getting to the site. Post-plant for Leviathan, though, is just too strong at the moment. 2 diffuses there, one just all-out frag round in round 2. Man, entries into the site, they're getting them from so far away without having to consider the trade, without losing members or even health. And man, Aspas already feeling good. 5-1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the way up the board. Everybody participating here for Lev with some frags. And looks like we get round 4. It's going to be the first hit towards B for 100 Thieves here. Maybe a little orb control and just creeping around to work the map a little more than just A here.
Late orb just dropped. That'll be a call for Leviathan to know that the leans towards his B side, so that's the instant rotate from Leviathan too. Beautiful Hunter's Fury. Pings on a few, kill on one. And an early advantage for Leviathan. Make it easier for the retake.
Plant under safety. 1 Viper's Bite to be shot off yellow if you need to. Or that.
Oh, saw the Empress of Aspas who was trying to get that off angle, but Mazina was there for the support from the kitchen. Reckoning out to try to deny that pit.
That Harbor ultimate is so annoying.
Staying alive. Shot darts coming through. There's the stink bites you were talking about, Riv. That's denying and delaying that defuse to happen. But Mazzino and King push forward and drop 2. Includes the pit. EU in the back. Sprays on the first. Trying to get it through the dome. But then the other 3 from Leo and Khan. Closes in from all different angles. And they're continuing 4 as 100 Thieves are scoreless.
Leviathan, so
yeah, I mean, it's expected.
Another post
you win the bonus.
I think the mix-up here for 100 Thieves was the fact that, yeah, pit went down. It looked like great defense, but outside the pit, they tried to thrash. Thrash didn't hit anything. They come up with no return on investment there. They're kind of left wondering how much Leviathan is then going to be encompassing the rest of that pit. It really just allowed Leviathan to get closer and closer before making their execute. This is going to be a timeout for 100 Thieves here. Clean play from Leviathan, even after taking such a hit we just saw on Split. They shake it off and they come out strong here on map 3 of Icebox.
Yeah, it seems to be very annoying to play against this double controller that Leviathan's been using towards this A side. If it's not to decay through, they're getting slowed down from combination of utility. And I mean, Com's continuing being so good on his utility. Shock darts after shock darts to do chip damage to kills, and Hunter's Fury to support across the map as well.
Right.
100 Thieves had to figure out a way here to maybe bait out this utility as well.
I think that's a great point, because I was going to say, okay, what's the way to do this, right? Mid gets very scary with the amount of openings, so we haven't really seen anybody tempt that. 2 set up for it? No, the turret goes back down. So 100 Thieves still going to work the extremities here. The slow play towards A continuously, think it just meets the Viper wall, then meets a Harbor wall, and 100 Thieves will still push through that. The problem is finding the angles Leviathan is protecting each other on right now. So it's going to come up to where they get these sonar bolts, or at least a drone, when they get the chance to use it here from the side of 100 Thieves. Default play, seeing what the pushes are and who might be playing in what site here. They're just going for info. They don't want to go 5 down at this point.
Leviathan's covering all stops after the yellow drone that Bang thought that he was able to avoid, and the Larbot already goes down from text, pushed all the way forward so that they could get information if somebody's trying to creep towards the pipes. But as it gets broken, 100 Thieves are falling back to group together towards the A site. There's still 2 players here of Lev. High-low on the top of 410. Aljon to come out and trying to get a timing. They miss it, but at least Aspas is still up there to get the headshot on the crowd to dismiss away.
Ready for the contact plays. Just open on these angles. Up, elevated, down low, covering each other. Walls up. Expect the harbor wall to come up after this if they haven't already.
But they're leaving EU behind, so he might try to go for a lurk or for a fake. And I'm assuming he's just going to wait for the rotate
I mean,
to come
they
out
have the Killjoy money on Ideon site.
Or moving towards the B site. There's still utility to delay at that spot, though, so this is going to be still difficult for 100 Thieves to hit.
Here come Lev.
Yeah.
They start to transfer over as well.
Money
Game of cat and mouse
off
for you and
and
Aspas.
Feeling it though. Aspas is waiting the whole time, but the Stinger quick shots is even better. Plan attempt to come down with success as the wall comes down on the defense.
Okay, nice.
Tit for tat as we go towards the B site. The numbers, oh, that push coming through from the Stinger. Calm is now alone. Big recon dart. Second one to come out on the attack. He does isolate that first kill onto Asa and knows that EU is so far behind, and EU has the Hunter's Fury, low on HP. Looking for the cover. Kong gets the pick. Leviathan now have 5 unanswered.
Transitioning so well. The mid-round calling right now. Coming in from King here to get back into this round.
Timeout?
The A, whoever was on A for Lev, letting them know no one's here. The mid-round call to get back to B. And being one of the last alive, Com knows exactly what to do in those situations, being such a good lurker. 3 defuses come in now as we see this retake back onto the site. And Leviathan will not allow 100 Thieves to get away with a round just yet. And that had to be a call too. They'd be like, he's won, true one. So Com backs up, takes a shot. Good team communication for the Red Bull clutch.
Yeah. And smart for EU. Who would have thought maybe you use that Hunter's Fury at that point, but you're on a 1v1, you're so far away, Com can get it halfway. You're just staying behind as the clock is still dwindling down, so you're saving for this round here. 100 Thieves still have a full rifle round to work with. There's a little bit of chip damage done, probably from some utility on the defense now. Asna and Krausos gets a little bit of that chipped away. Aldron for deep information, it's not there. To see that 100 Thieves are recrossing towards the A site.
EU's Hunter's Fury is there. I could almost see using this towards screen as the team hits right side of sight. Just something early unless they want it for that post plant. It's been so tough to lock down. Com gets it. Relays to the team that they might be taking a hit towards A, so they go high for the sonar bolt.
And Asna used the Gecko to fake that he was actually going for a plant towards the A site. And that still pulled some defenders from Leviathan towards A. So that weakens up B, but it's still King and Tex here. Still utility that they have with the Viper and the KJ to delay. There's that tap attempt. There's the bang push forward to drop Mazzino. Beautiful recon dart. And a Hunter's Fury on the attack. Does get the ping and the kill onto King. Meanwhile, though, we had some replies out. Off in the hands of Aspas, who gets another one onto EU. An opportunity to play the time, the quick lurk, the late lurk from Boostio to eliminate the op.
They have the plant.
Leave Calm alone once again.
He has a
Recon
good wall
just
though.
popped up.
Oh,
Using
it's a
that will
Sova.
give us
I'm
position away
retarded.
and allow Austin and Boostio to get some
I'm
great
actually
position on the
freaking
pulse
so
line.
tired,
There's
man.
that first recon.
Okay,
He
he
does get the
knows.
ping. Trying to
I'm gonna
force out
double pick.
Boostio, who just wins that 1v1. And 100 Thieves, they finally get an attacking round.
It took them quite a bit, but they still have lockdown now coming out of that, which is a big boon because it seems like it's requiring everything in the arsenal to make it count against Leviathan right now. The back and forth to the site, giving 100 Thieves a little more information on how Lev want to rotate, what positions they might be in. That being the first push through, not that, but the operator on Aspas, we saw Boostio take him down with the first push through of Kitchen for 100 Thieves. So they're encroaching new territory and they're trying to take different paths to these sites. Looks like they're gonna meet a little bit of trouble here at B, guarding that orb, but also not letting 100 Thieves through with a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, they got to work with 2 new layers now for 100 Thieves. Playing against the Pit in this composition and also playing against Aspas's op.
Lockdown?
Yeah, we're trying to work towards the lockdown here. This is actually really good. That's going to bait out Tex and try to move forward. Lock comes in, the others are going to spray out. Still gets the contact, runs out of bullets. Cry with the updraft, drops down to trade it right off. And that allows for the lockdown to stay up and for 100 Thieves to maybe push forward. But there's no wall there to try to push. Bang gets picked off here by Com.
Ready for that push through tunnel.
Spike planted.
Oh! Fast fingers from Wingman. Cryo goes down though.
Cryo actually takes King down as we were able to get that Plant Reckoning out on the defense from Mazzino. We will get information towards Yellow, but it's up to Cryo right here at the bottom of the B side. Jumping up and glance it onto Mazzino. One more to go as the Thrash pushes forward. Com is trying to run away, and Cryocells is trying to go on a hunt. Wallbang misses. Com so far has escaped. No ace for Cryocells, but 100 Thieves will get the round.
That's wild. What does it look like when a person who usually uses an operator jumps with a Vandal? It looks like that. Oh my gosh, the tried and true play. Never really seen somebody try to stray free position like that with a Vandal peak, but Cryocells will. Comes up with the frag. Com's forced to run 3 living. Now 400 Thieves as we come into round 8. And Cryo's gonna have Blade Storm off of this. Finally, not on the smokes, feeling a little bit. Able to put that pressure out. There's one of our first lurks as well through tunnel. They got up there. Boostio was able to get in that position through mid last time. But yeah, really pushing themselves into different spots. Leviathan was just getting full frontal hits at A and B, and they were shutting 100 Thieves down. So it's nice to see 100 Thieves try to take a few different paths and get around this Lev defense.
2 hero rifles this round, 1 purchase, and it's a glass Vandal pretty much for Aspas. Looking for a pick and to get the Empress just to get some armor back in his favor and add some pressure on this defensive hold on the B side where 100 Thieves are currently walking towards 2.
Quiet. Aspas really not making too much noise just yet, but he has to with the utility coming at him.
His teammate fell down, so it's up to him alone. And right now, 400 Thieves, they want to play to discipline because they've used the Sova utility already, and with that timing, the dash forward to just instill some fear into Aspas to allow then for the rest of 100 Thieves to move forward and get the plant in the B site. Okay, deniability out of that one. Com with that save rifle does get a pick. Another 3 versus 1. And it gets traded out here by Boostio as he drops EU.
So we go to B. Another good round at B. Takes 100 Thieves a little bit of time to figure it out, but I like your call as well. Cryocells doing the dash. Aspas was looking left of Yellow, right of Yellow, and he actually finds Boostio just doing a bit of a swing on his right side. So yeah, playing the mind games to really throw off their opponents, and they were looking at Yellow the whole time, ready for a kill there. Nice mosh too. That mosh came from Boostio inside sight, so he was able to arc that all the way over the plant spot back into that area in mid or where they would come from. Really nicely done to set up the denial onto Leviathan. Now Lev looking for an answer. Back on a gun round. They had 5 strong in a row. Now cannot seem to find an answer once the spike is planted. Maybe it'll be those first frags we saw coming out on Bind that helped them get so much control in the round.
Slow things down on a high tide, and then Com recon darted towards the A site and then booked right away to pick up the orb towards A, so denies it from 100 Thieves. After the high tide comes down though for the defense, 100 Thieves are starting to work out towards B. Aspas, noticing this pressure, falls back. He's now waiting for his teammates.
Quite a just bit of util drone and Dizzy to take that area, grab the orb, and head out. Blade Storm still available if they want it, as they continue to stack these orbs up. I think Austin is grabbing quite a few to get that Thrash back up. Spikes with him, why not? You're going to plant for Wingman and get some more orbs here as they set up onto A. Great job by Boostio to get himself in position.
Instant lockdown comes down before the planning comes through. Beautiful. Dizzy with no kill! That doesn't allow for them to break the lockdown. EU gets a shot guard kill, Molly on top of it. Is it going to be enough time to break it? Nope. Asta gets the team, but at least the plant went down no matter what. 4 versus 4 for the retake. Mazzino, close angle in the front of 410. The bubble to go for the diffuser. Support across. EU with the shot guard lands right in the bubble, and Mazzino's able to dodge that. Retap, not available yet. Asno's adding a lot of pressure here. Another high tide coming up. And now as we start sticking that spike, Recon Dart coming through. Asno just trying to get a spray. But it's too little too late. It did work out for a bit as we were decaying from the snake bite. But Leviathan will get the defuse no matter what.
So much chaos in these rounds with that many people alive. And that's what it took from Lev. Kind of pushing themselves and wedging them into the 100 Thieves strategy to get in front of them once they got the spike down. This one is just unfortunate. You think you hit enough shots and pull away at the last second. It was not enough, as we see. Heavily plays into that round, actually. Yeah. And that's a defuse for Leviathan. So a bit of an error there is going to put it a little swing back in their favor. The money's still good around for full buys. Cryo's going to wait on that, though. He's only going to go for this hit. I actually think he has a weaponry dropped one from what it looks like.
Cryo with Blade Storm high tide out on the defense once again. So Leviathan seeing that continuous pressure out from 100 Thieves to start off the round towards B. They add power of numbers and even aggression. All of these jumps are being heard.
So far forward.
Dizzy. Never expected Aspas on the top, but it's good enough for the trade at least. The King actually lurked behind it. The Owl Drone gets denied, but they still don't have that information on King. Asna's looking to clear it. The timing on this one, and Asna will find it. Absurd. Comes from bottom. Bang gets to 2. Definitely absurd. It came down to timing on both sides, both camps. But the advantage for 100 Thieves no matter what.
This is wild, Van Silly. Oh, just a plant again. Almost the denial of a wingman coming through here for Boostio. Or Asuna, rather.
Found them. Killed my bot.
Oh, my word.
Swarm grenade out.
Looks like they hold it.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot at this point. The alarm bot knowing that somebody's trying to pinch behind him. Look at the economy that he currently has. I mean, it's going to be decent for the rest of Leviathan, but not for him if he's not able to save this weapon. And he's pinned within the radius of that spike now. As Bang wants to play it safe at the same time, regrouping with his teammates. You know, at the end, the spike's going to go off in 100 Thieves. They're finally starting to find some light here on the successes on his B side.
Yeah, B side, the initial hit does work. If it doesn't, the second hit is A. We're not seeing the initial A hit come to fruition at all here for 100 Thieves. So they've liked the chances they have at B. If they find that first frag or they get enough of a push off and figure out who's there, they then make a mid-round call if there's no frag. So we kind of see that being rinse and repeat here for 100 Thieves now that they've figured out what is working for them. A few rounds brought a few of the members into kitchen. Have not really seen 100 Thieves venture back into that. They're staying behind each other to anchor these frags on the outsides of the map. This is going to bring up a Leviathan timeout. It is going to be a lower buy for them as they come into this round, just slightly. Still some Vandals there, but a Stinger is in the mix, so could make the difference.
Yeah, and so far, when you're looking at Leviathan playing this map on the defense, yes, are able to delay as much as you can towards his B side, towards the A side. But really, the only thing they've been doing for taking mid control or getting information is just calm owl droning at like that 1 minute mark to try to find if there's going to be some sort of rotate across. But in the end, maybe you want to try to add a little bit more of that pressure because it really seems like 100 Thieves are working towards these extremities. So this timeout from Leviathan, I want to see if there's going to be a little bit more of that aggression to fight back. And when that hit comes through, at least on those extremities, if you might want to go for those early flanks. Because 100 Thieves are doing quite good here, at least in these moments in the past few rounds. Capitalizing, as you can see now from the history, the 4 rounds of the past 5 to really make this a close game now in the first half.
Absolutely. I mean, look at just the frags on the scoreboard. Much more measured game than what we've had in the previous 2 maps, right? Everybody's needed for this one. You don't just have a top fragger pulling out the first bloods and wins on the round. Round 11. A few more seconds before we dive into this. Again, the 3-2 split. 100 Thieves start with this same bit of organization on the defense, on their attack, rather.
But for Leviathan, they're trying to give the tell for 100 Thieves that they're still doing the same thing towards the pressure on the B side, but there's only one player there with that high tide. That they're still doing the same thing towards the pressure on the B side, but there's only one player there with that high tide. The rest of them were pressuring for the Owl Drone, pressure out towards the A side too, and give Calm a Hunter's Fury in the mid round.
Now Calm plays basically boiler, middle of the map, so he can affect both sides, and Leviathan's free to just hang.
And there's that pressure on middle. Calm going for the gamble with the Hunter's Fury up towards that B side. It works out for the first kill. Tex falls though with that pressure he wanted to add towards mid. So game plan was there, but it's still read by 100 Thieves. Thrash pushing forward, one detained, but it's a bait the whole time. King with the headshot, a second one onto EU. The plan attempted by the wingman. Gets denied. Pit comes out on the attack, but it's Bang alone on a 4 versus 1. Could edge around the Pit here at yellow, does get the headshot onto Mazzino. Now Reed picks up the spike. Tap on the spike to go around towards the back of the site, but Aspas is there.
Good thought coming in from Bang. Nice read from Leviathan. Again, the 2-3 ends at B. They found a bit of that aggression going in, and I think, I mean, once you rightly called it, Calm was going to ult them. 100 Thieves was forced to stick with what they were going with. So much chaos was caused by that. What a quick play. Just a drone up into A, and that Hunter's Fury from across the map helps to solidify it around here. Also from King. They had a VIP protection in Nest there for the squad, so really nice job to help Mazzino stay alive. Reckoning is ready. 100 Thieves gonna have a tough time if they go towards A, but Hunter's Fury start again.
First gets a ping. Aspas is low at 80, but cannot connect with the final frag. Actually, it seems as though Aspas broke his legs to get that damage, avoiding the Hunter's Fury. But for 100 Thieves, not impressed by it. They just want to continue the hit towards the A site. Wingman will be able to get that plant. Reckoning available, used right away for Leviathan. Recon dart from Com does get the ping as 100 Thieves are trying to fall back to play that pulse plant. Reckoning gets so much information and dazes a few, but Lucio doesn't care. Pushes forward with the stinger. Aspas to return the favor. Krell looking for the timing in front of that generator. High tide to come up. The bubble with the defuse. The crowd moves forward. The bubble disappears, and EU on the top of the high tide. Headshot into Mazzino. Looking good here for the post plan. Aspas with the Empress. Recon dart, he breaks it, but he knows one's at the top. Should be a high-low swing very soon. Actually, it's a lurk around. Gets that first pick. There's no time left on that spike, no matter what. 100 Thieves will be able to get the 5th of the half.
Not a score line you thought you would see after 5 straight rounds go to Leviathan in the beginning. And then 100 Thieves start to split the map. They play it a little slower. They start working off a lot of the ultimates that they have perfectly. Really well done to figure out a way back into this game, because it looked like Lev could have just run away with it.
Yeah. It definitely looked like it was one-sided, but good on 100 Thieves to be able to fight back despite one of those small mistakes. So to finish at 7-5, you'd be happy as 100 Thieves fan. But now with the halftime ahead of today's match, we spoke with King about Leviathan's international roster and what it means for in-game comms.
Bueno, obviamente el tema del idioma creo que fue algo que se discutió bastante en el off-season. Ya que estábamos entre optar por algún equipo solo de hablar español o dar el paso adelante en inglés. Obviamente el inglés era mucho más arriesgado, pero creíamos que era la decisión correcta. Hasta ahora no hemos jugado, pero sí siento que fue lo correcto. Y las personas que no son nativas en inglés, siempre tuvimos un muy buen nivel. Yo me considero con un buen nivel de inglés. Aspa y Mazzino también tienen muy buen nivel y nada, no somos expertos nativos, pero nos podemos comunicar bastante bien, no solo dentro del juego, sino que también fuera del mismo, así que nada, por eso digo que la química ha sido bastante buena realmente.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's no issues towards the comms. I mean, they've been working together throughout their offseason for a long time, right? I mean, you look at Tex on top of that, he's even traveled to LATAM to learn the culture and see what it was like and to be comfortable, you know, with a brand new team that could potentially face those comm issues. And then they went for a full boot camp out in Europe to work on that communication, even to work on different strategies. And I mean, it's paying off so far where we're seeing a lot of different looks from Leviathan this time around compared to last season of the VCT Americas. The 100 Thieves have done the same. Roster changes, new coach, working through a new strat book. We see nothing but good series so far.
Less saving.
Definitely less saving for Leviathan. I will agree with that. I will agree with that. It seems like it's gone on to other teams that we saw yesterday.
This is true. This is very true. We did have a lot of 3-4 saves yesterday, interestingly enough. Looking to get into this one. 10 seconds before we get into second half here. Going for another full 3 maps. and I gotta love it. 100 Thieves versus Leviathan. Now 100 Thieves on the defensive side. The Levs looks like they want mid right away. Main Street is theirs.
It's quick, but Vecino's there with the frenzy. Jump surprise onto Cryo, who is ready, or at least trying to be ready to get the first blood. Instead, it's in favor of Leviathan. Both cascades being used, and realizing that the A side is open because Calm pushed forward in that area. He goes for the plant.
Very quick. A lot of commotion mid, draws everyone out of the site for a bit of a retake play now for 100 Thieves. Something they're very used to, but is that util there? They do have, no, they don't have an EU util for the Sova. So this could be a little bit more tough to play contact in off of Dizzy.
Dizzy, but they have Shuris on a retake too. Bustio and EU with that one. Bustio pushing forward, knows they can hold W, and he's good on these usually. He knows that there's one on either end. There's that first pick, a second one supported, and there's that third! Supported from EU, they're trying to drop down the players of Leviathan. There's only 2 players remaining. Oh, that fall! As Wingman will be the 6th man for the defuse of 100 Thieves on the pistol.
In the ways you see the team working together, you see Wingman allow them to do whatever they need to do off the spike. Every crosshair was aimed at the backside of A, and they were able to take down Lev. Very, very big round there for 100 Thieves. This push-up, absolutely clutch for Bustio. Rest of the team firing us over his shoulders to make it happen.
That's the thing, you never see him look back towards the top. He trusts his teammates in that situation. He knows what he has to do. With the recon dart, focus on the ground, has his teammates to watch his back, and it's been perfect for 100 Thieves for the retake in this pistol. Keeping the game close.
Turrets out, they're expecting a push here from 100 Thieves. Very correct, Leviathan predicts a bit of the pressure, but that's just going to be Tex giving that communication over to the 4 members of the Leviathan here to work the orb. See a little partial one-way created there by Bang at the end of the crate on B.
And for an early owl drone too for 100 Thieves, that path towards Boiler into the window as he didn't see anything. An orb came up, so now you're still trying to guess. Are they recrossing towards this B site? The number stayed up for a heavy mid to B for 100 Thieves. And now they go back to a 2-1-2 where all of Leviathan are pushing towards the C site and only really have this weapon right here, the Outlaw, to try to hold that push. Recon dart on the defense. And EU lands 2 there from the left side of 410 on the top of that balcony. Answered back by Tex with that Sheriff. There's that push forward, but the Outlaw shot misses. But the second one will connect at least. 3 versus 1, Calm falls back, and with no spike. I've seen these before. There's only 20 seconds left, so you're gonna hold W no matter what. It's gonna get hurt, and even with the alarm bot to confirm it. So we're not gonna see it again. Bustio with the headshot, and 100 Thieves tie the game.
That Guardian picked up as well. Oh no! Your friends.
Enemies in the server, of course.
Oh my gosh, of course. The crowd ready to see more. A bonus now is can 100 Thieves carry this over? The Outlaw stays. We'll watch this replay once again. There were 2 fast ones from EU in the beginning. And we have the final kills coming out over Bustio on the Calm. But yeah, EU able to just thwart exactly what Lev wanted on the walk up from Aspas. As well as Tex. And it was pretty much over from there. Could be a push here from 100 Thieves on B if they don't. No, they're going to back up and come straight towards A with no noise happening yet.
Yeah.
Seems like the rotations happen a lot faster now, at least towards mid, so people can lean towards the site on the new icebox. It's like no noise right away, play in the middle of the map.
Yeah, especially when you have so much util already, though, from what you have set up on the A site. Alarm bot puts up the wall, Tex looking for that push on middle. Bustio gets denied right away.
B is the right call. Spike's not there, though. Oh, they're going to back off. It's super slow here from Leviathan. They're trying to calculate everything. Being able to break apart from this 7-7 and at least give 100 Thieves a little bit more money trouble after this is exactly what they want. Going for the for sure strat. It's Aspas on the front line. They have yet to get in the site with the spike, so that means 100 Thieves is setting up here.
I think Bang instantly put the wall down so he could actually bring it back up once they're all grouped together and ready to re-hit. After this, High Tide comes down and the plant attempt. There is that utility coming through from 100 Thieves. Dizzy hitting a few. Disadvantage from make that a 3 versus 3 after Cryo hits that shot with the Outlaw into Mazzino. But Leviathan, they don't want to play the post plant. It's not planted for a post plant play. So all of them sticking within the site. Players are low on both ends. Advantage still for 100 Thieves as Aspas is holding the top of the A tower. Wingman being thrown forward. As Aspas hears all of these footsteps. Last one to go. Lands that one with the Guardian. And he's just playing the time in his favor. Crowd jumping up. Aspas dodges it away. Runs back towards the screen. Crowd now sticking on the spike for now. It's at halfway. There is that swing on down from Aspas. Denied for Cryo. And they'll get the defuse and 100 Thieves take the lead now on Icebox.
Cryo not being tricked out. Beautiful movement from Aspas there to get himself to safety. But Cryo gets it to half, plays the pressure game, and pulls back up for the 1v1. Gathering back in this site after that harbor wall went down was incredible here by 100 Thieves. It did not look like they had a safe way in with almost all eyes of Leviathan on those entries. Still made it happen. There it is, 8-7. Now they get their bonus. The crowd's still very much behind 100 Thieves, and we're going to see what they can do now with this buy round. Sheriffs across the board for Leviathan. EU focuses the Hunter's Fury, and we'll have it up now.
And they want to go quick. The Olive Drone, and that's the way. Nice shot by Cryo. You can definitely see it here from Leviathan and what we've seen at least from the harbor. The high tech to try to scale up as if it was like a prolonged B or something. But well, let's hold that thought. It should have been over by now, but Aspas opens up 2 with the Sheriff and upgrades to a Phantom. Now gets hit by a Dizzy, but does have a leader. It does get the swing onto Boothio.
Let's go.
Instantly it comes down to EU alone. Now just got spotted on the right side of the B site. Calm moving forward with the shock darts. Tap on the spike to try to swing out EU once again. He does manage to get the hit onto King, but okay. This is gonna be expensive now for 100 Thieves in the next round.
A Thrifty? After all this, it seems like it takes 100 Thieves so much to get back in the site, so much to take things away.
It's gonna be
pretty Aspas running through the Sheriff.
Pretty
His
close
big iron on his
here.
hip comes through, takes down the majority of what's going on in B for the side of 100 Thieves, and then didn't even have to use the Empress, even though he picks up a Phantom, just feels comfortable to roll through the round. Now 18-10 out there. 3 ultimates ready for the side of Leviathan. Still that ultimate from Calm not needing to be used as we saw it picked up.
Comes down to an important play for Cryo with the Blade Storm. EU just trying to sacrifice his life to try to get the Norb and potentially just die into it because they want to just cycle potentially a quick Hunter's Fury ASAP.
I like the mid pressure. At least being able to separate the teams, but I don't know if he's going to look for Tex here on the top side.
And Tex, if he's smart, he doesn't want to recross. He just wants to watch that angle, but he's actually walking towards that. Meanwhile, though, tried to get an aggressive push towards jail. Players are falling down. Bang. 1 for his troubles. And Asuna now wants the highlight reel, and he gets blinded right away by Lear. An easy assist from Aspas for Tex to get the kill and for Leviathan to regain the lead.
And they have 4
Back and
teammates.
forth, 4 ults ready. They were able to just run through that one. Man, this is kind of what it looked like for Lev as we were going through bind here. They were coming towards the end of the map with all these ultimates ready, able to just close out the game. And watch this replay here. Get Viper's Bite to get the first blood on the round, and they continue to run after that. Something's got to come up for 100 Thieves, and it looks like it's going to be a big spend. Operator coming out for Cryo to see if they can shut down the aggression, but it's at the wrong site right now.
Exactly, and even for Leviathan, they have 4 ults to work with, so if this denies a
They're gonna get the
retake attempt by 100 Thieves
Kitcheryut
and they lose the op, this
place
is gonna be
if he can
looking
make the
very
jump.
difficult for 100 Thieves in the following after. The great positioning so far. They have the right read for 100 Thieves that the hit's coming towards the A site, but the Reckoning is dispersing them away. Even the 100 Fury forcing them to play the retake, and even
Let's go.
with the 100 Fury. Calm's been on point with his ultimate so far on this Sova. Dude, everybody's dying, even the ops down. They only had to use 2 out of those 4 ults. Oh, wow.
No, 3.
Wow.
Incredible.
Because Reign... Wait, no, the Reign...
It feels like
yeah, the Reign...
in some of these rounds, it feels like 100 Thieves isn't even getting to play.
And now they got
Calm has an
the
ultimate,
Viper
Aspas
ult and
is
the
throwing
Killjoy
leaders,
one.
Mazzino's used
And they can
Reckoning.
go...
You
They
put
can
your
go
hands up
again.
and be like,
like,
okay,
hey.
fine, I get it. It's basically what 100 Thieves is going through in these rounds when Leviathan has all these ultimates. Impossible stuff to come out of. Another
right
one.
timing. It's a nice timing, right? You have the Hunter's Fury timed out with the edge of the Reckoning. Just, you know you're going to catch some players trying to rotate back. And 100 Thieves, we talked about an expensive round that they spent before. Almost felt like they weren't even be able to shoot a single shot.
No.
And then they lose everything, so that's unfortunate.
And that
Lockdown.
not even brought into play for Leviathan either. Lockdown comes in. So is it a Reckoning to completely split the site last time. Now a Lockdown. Free A 2 rounds in a row. It's about the post plan again. 100 Thieves come up with a thrifty of their own is the question.
Leviathan's playing it safe, covering the spike with a Viper's Pit, courtesy of King, who's playing on the top of the 410. And as they're playing on the top of the screens, jumping up from the A tower, Aspas manages to pick one and get some damage done onto Bang. At this point, you're looking for exits. You know it's pretty much grim here to get the defuse. You want to get some more.
Holy fucking...
He's KZing around the map. As Cryo finally gets a little bit of damage done, but okay, a little bit. And finally, Aspas stops it. Dude, he is feeling it right now. This Aspas superstar.
I think we definitely said this in previous times was Asana's playground, but this is like a jungle gym for Aspas. What is this?
Or any arena at this point.
Yeah, seriously, back and forth to dismiss off of this. I was actually unsure he could make this jump back onto the box. Oh my god, onto 410, and then he jumps back off. Whatever.
They are definitely having fun. So the comms are not difficult here for Leviathan. But there is definitely difficulty to play against comm of Leviathan with how he's running these ults for Leviathan against 100 Thieves. And yeah, it's a much needed timeout at this point.
There's a few things that are true in life. Death, taxes, Aspas fragging, and leaning back during a timeout. He is so calm right now. Goes back into the lean mode as they are up 3 rounds. After a back and forth second half to start here, it is just going to be 4 rounds in a row for the side of Leviathan to bring it to 11-8. So what's the answer? Cryo back with an operator. They're going to go towards A. That's just where the love from Leviathan has been going, so they predict it to happen again. And this time they're on the ball. That's, oh, wait a minute. Of course, Lev start to move. Cryo just wants to get a shot down the scope on this operator. Last time it got snuffed out immediately, and they have the ultimates to react to what Lev does here, especially for a retake with that lockdown. This should be 100 Thieves round.
That's what a silver lining you have for 100 Thieves is with their pressure they're adding towards this A site. Leviathan doesn't have any ults to work with to push them back, except for this recon dart. Doesn't get shot off. Crowd couldn't stay posted in that position and try to catch some players off guard, and because of that ping, all 3 players are falling back to an open to leave the site open.
Quick clear through tube. It's going to be a 4-1 kind of, or 2-2-1. They're leaving Cryo a little bit on his own here as they rotate in and out of sight, expecting the op to get that long peek. But it's going to come up to Bang. Explosion on the site, or maybe a little noise from King, and that call could make some rotations if they misread. Man, Lev is all over the map right now. This could get weird.
Yeah, it'll come down to timing at this point. There's 45 seconds left. You definitely have enough time to go for rotate back if they want to. It starts off with util being used, and there's that push. There's a timing through kitchen as well. That's Tex moving forward. Thrash being used on the defense. It's going to be difficult to retake. At least Tex gets denied entry in the B site. Bang does the same onto King. And the lockdown on defense to even run that clock down. Both players inching now towards that B site, forced to play the corner, and thankfully for them, there's no util being thrown in that corner. They'll stay alive, and it's up to Mazzino with the backstab. Hit to come out. Really good so far now. Oh, no!
Oh!
A shotgun to drop it. 8 seconds left. Mazzino with the backstab.
No time.
Now at 4, the attempt. Mazzino to support. A knock jumping across. Deniability from Cryo to save that round for 100 Thieves.
He got his shot.
That was a close
Few
one.
of them there, one to count, and the one that matters. They are able to make sure that operator comes
No
through
ultimate
into the next
for
round.
your team. They could go for the
That
Sova
is gonna
ultimate.
time out. Coming down to the wire. How else can it happen at this point in the last map of the series? Asuna able to pick up that last frag as well. We'll have another full buy coming in. Bang actually goes Bulldog Guardian. Can't decide. He's going to stick with the Bulldog.
Yeah, Sova is on the rope.
In those close fights that Leviathan has been approaching.
He's not gonna
And
go.
again, cascade up. Looks like they're going to actually get themselves pretty far up here on A, but that doesn't mean they're going A. Lev has switched sites multiple times now. Will he be able to push through now? Asuna and Cryo in mid.
That's right. Change of position, at least on a defense for 100 Thieves. Now you
They
can post
know
up the
it's
op
A
to
now,
prevent the
I
rotate
guess.
from the A towards that B site. Comes down to how much can you hold for 100 Thieves now as a hit comes in for Leviathan. Shock darts to try to clear out some area, clear that push out from the defense. Alan Joan the ping one, Dizzy thrown towards the
Are they
air.
gonna
All this
go?
deniability being used
They have the
will
time
potentially
for
force the
rotate.
second cycle of
But the
Leviathan
Jet is
towards the A
waiting.
site.
And Mazzino grabbing the Reckoning there, or close to the Reckoning, one away. So that could be a very big focus
And
for
the
them to get
fucking
back in.
Killjoy
Spikes
playing
in his
Splinter
hands.
Cell
They're
on
ready to
B.
use that and control this.
Here's the thing, Tex could be
Playing
telling his
like
teammates, hey, I
fucking-
actually have a timing towards this B site. Do we want to rotate back to hit this area? And you can see maybe Viper. King is starting to slowly walk back.
Calm.
Doesn't have an owl drone. So this is an opportunity for Cryo to get
30
this position
seconds
at the bottom. Oh.
Super
Pesky
smart.
Cascade. And he'll hear the rotate, but does not.
Oh my god,
Does
that
not get the
timing!
The backstab onto Cryo. This gives a chance here for to still
Please,
be in a great
Leviathan,
position with 15
don't be
seconds left.
unlucky.
He's gonna have to play the Hail Mary here with 13 left. Might try to go for a shot and dash away. Does land it off the King. Meanwhile, though, the plant has come down, and here comes the push from Bang to support. Another one to fall, Reckoning out on the pulse plant. Calm with the Hunter's Fury, playing 4 back on the outside at Long B. Recon Dart to get the ping onto Asuna. 4 players, 100 Thieves pushing forward. The tap on that spike to start. The first lean forward, the headshot to Asuna. And because his teammate fell down, probably won't go for the Hunter's Fury. There's that tap, and 3 players to greet them. Cryo Cells has been the superstar for that round.
Heating up on that op. Finally getting what he needs. All right. 11 to 10.
They
Retake
only
there
have
as
to
well.
get
And
one
I think
for
the read
overtime,
came in.
so
Now as Leviathan calls an op.
Still good
timeout
for
rather,
Lev.
an op. Yeah, Cryo's got the op. It's just on my brain at the moment. That an orb was grabbed. I'm pretty sure they just read that's Mazzino's orb grab. They're looking for Reckoning again. They've been being so forceful off of rounds when Leviathan has ults. 100 Thieves read that really well. I think Boostio, sorry, not Boostio, Asuna. I keep thinking he's still on Gecko. Asuna.
It's the hair, man.
I got it, seriously. Able to throw up that Gecko. Dizzy, let them know, yeah, someone was there. It's the orb grab. Wait, they're going to try to plant for Reckoning. And as good as it was from Lev to actually get that strat out, 100 Thieves was ready to tone it down and take it out. So now, 11 to 10, 100 Thieves ready to tie this one right back up. Economy's not flexing too hard for the side of the Leviathan. If I look at it right now, they should be decent to come off with another bye if they lose this round. So 100 Thieves has a bit of an uphill battle here to go through that economy, plus a few of the ultimates that they're looking at on the side of Lev. They have a couple of their own, almost mirrored in these ults. The Duelists have it, and Hunter's Fury on the board. All right. A-strat split again. Tex is going to be that lurker. He's been so good at kind of relaying information around, gaining space that 100 Thieves has left within the middle of this round. Is it going to be enough, though? Over-under on Hunter's Fury right away. So I feel like we've been seeing that off the rip so much from Calm here. As soon as the team's ready, Hunter's Fury towards screen over and over, and the team is free to take the site. They may deploy that here again, as A is the focus, and just a little bit of a lurk by King.
Just want to stay silent this time for Leviathan. And as they pushed a cascade forward, there was actually no snakebite or shock darts either. So maybe a fake conditioning until that Allen drone actually spots the position of Mazzino. So they probably know here. They probably have an inkling for 100 Thieves now that This was a fake conditioning that the hit was still going to come for Leviathan towards the A site. Nice little dizzy. They were trying to swing out of that. Lock towards the ground as the push comes forward from Asuna. Nicely done.
They're outside though.
From 100 Thieves towards the A site. Nabskir being thrown out now to try to delay that plant, but it gets planted down right away. Attackers Nabskir at the same time. Mazir at the top of the ropes. The drop two turns around, stopped by Cryo with the operator. Advantage for 100 Thieves as they're still trying to move within the site. Clearing it close range with the operator. Com has a shock dart lineup as well as a recon. There's that first shock dart, but it misses. Texto is still there for the support at 1 HP to get 2 headshots. Up to Bang alone. ADSing the wide swing to
Let's go. Okay, overtime secure.
What a drop peek.
Now let's win that shit.
The ledge just for the extra peek from Com. Tex absolutely eagle-eyeing those shots from the Vandal on that one to help the round and bring it into Lev's favor. 100 Thieves again employing this mid-push strat. We've seen Cryo and Asuna almost there every round. They finally get the kill. It doesn't matter. Lev was in sight. They were setting up. And man, it came down to the wire, but all you need is for it to fall on your side and Leviathan make the shots count to get that result. 12-10. Possibly game point here as Asuna tries to get the ball.
Baiting the orb updraft over the cascade to land some daggers in the chest of Aspas. Key player down for Leviathan as the daggers have been refreshed. Of course, this is a broken buy that you have for 100 Thieves. Leviathan instantly pivoting towards the B site.
Away they go. The 5v4 conversion here to happen for 100 Thieves and Leviathan. They're about to just get right into the firing range of Boostio.
Recalled on the orb, the timing on that one. Triple swing out. Surprise, surprise. 100 Thieves close down the lead of Leviathan, and it's gonna get decided in this final round of regulation.
All right, the money is low, but Com does have 8,000 credits at this point. So we're gonna see.
Asuna can get his
may not be great armor around the board,
with
but
one
great
arm.
movement, great pressure plays. 100 Thieves even trying to regain this position. If they're not there, right, they're able to secure A little bit more. So they're trying to stay active. We said it at the beginning of the series, 100 Thieves love to be active. They want to grab in from you all the time and use it against you. Possible OT coming in here. 100 Thieves need to make this count.
Time for Leviathan to have a broken by. Early outro now from Com. Gets shot down right away, and Cryo is the one that shot it. So Cloudburst fakes that he's pulling back. Leviathan working towards the A site.
Mid dizzy already. See Asuna trying to get that space.
Crucial on the top. That's Tex to fall, and the rest of Leviathan noticing the pressure. Commits for plant in A.
One frag to Boostio gets locked down. Is there enough time though? Thrash is there.
Will help as a Thrash to get something.
I mean, it's a safe spot to pick it up.
Hit Cove also being thrown out from screens. Aspas getting the kill from the assist.
Oh, that push, man.
Some information. 100 Thieves coming back within the site. Lockdown is available, but it's too late to use. We're just going
nice.
Lockdown just got put. Bangs on the flank. Cannot get caught.
Let's go there. Man, that was a struggle.
And what a series from both teams. Fine. Leviathan in the driver's seat with 100 Thieves showing signs of life. Split 100 Thieves. It felt like a home ground for them. They run over Split as our second map, and here on Icebox, they throw haymaker.
Yeah, that team pump on Split and the way they played was like very interesting.
These rounds. Fantastic play coming out of Leviathan to finally secure the win. Aspas again on top, brings Reyna into the box, comes out with 4 first bloods, and on top again for his team.
Can I also say that I love that we played Icebox and there was not a single Sage? I like that we're seeing some differences right now on how we approach this map, how we approach the play on Icebox, and yeah, definitely should be very proud now, Leviathan, with the results that you've gotten, but I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Talked about before the game started, you had a champion in Aspas that joins the roster, a champion in Com that also joins the roster, and on the other end, 2 champions, and they made it this close in the final match.
It was a slugfest, honestly, between these two. And maybe questions were answered for some. The communication seemed clean. The way the team worked together and off of each other seemed clean. And it definitely looks like the team that has a way to go before there's even a ceiling. I cannot wait to see what Lev and 100 Thieves both bring to the table growing this season.
And one of those things, I just love what happened. I got to highlight it again. I think it was at round number 23 where they actually pushed forward, recalling the orb, and then catching players of Leviathan in the Owl Drone, giving a little bit of a taste of Leviathan's own medicine that they gave towards 100 Thieves on Vine. So
I still think Loud is better than
in
Leviathan.
terms of those fundamentals to work
We'll see,
together
but
flood, be more aggressive, be more assertive, and not play more reactive as the old 100 Thieves. I think this still shows a little bit of hope right now and faith for 100 Thieves moving forward in Group A.
It does. It does. We look back as well at the Brimstone for Cryo, his first controller Brim there in a game. But then on Jet, that's a stark difference, right? There's going to be comfortability coming in for Cryo on that Brim on controller in the future. So right now we're going to send it down to Elizabeth. She's down on stage standing by with text for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Vans and Riv. Can we give it up for Tex? What a beautiful debut on this stage from Leviathan. Simple question, but a necessary one. How are you feeling after that amazing debut?
Feels good to play your first game on stage and win.
Yes. And something I know, I was looking back at your social media, a little bit stalkerish, but you said earlier that like my time at the guard is over and I'm looking for a team to be a Sentinel on. I talked to GoKid earlier and he said you and Comp just like really fit the vibe of Leviathan. Why did you pick Leviathan?
Honestly, I tried out for them, and even after the first tryout, I could tell the chemistry is just insane. We had so much fun the first tryout. They played from Chile and Argentina, and we were lagging, but we were still having fun. We still had an insane scrim day, and I knew that I saw the talent they had at that moment, and I just had to go Lev.
Gotta go Lev, and it worked out sincerely, right? Something I want to ask you is map 2 did not go in your direction, in fact, the quite opposite direction. What was the conversation after map 2 to bring it back on map 3?
Just forget about map 2. We sat down and we said, are we playing split now after we lost? We just forgot it happened and we had to lock in. I mean, sometimes things don't go your way. They had some good strats, and I mean, you just can't let it get to you. You just got to pretend like it's a new game.
Yes, but you were playing split. You were playing the new Icebox, and you brought out the Reyna. Well, you didn't. Aspas brought out the Reyna on Icebox. What were we cooking? What was that about?
I don't know. We were just picking comps, and Aspas said, "I want to play Reyna," and we said, "All right." That's all it took. That's all it took.
That's all it took. So if he's like, "I want to play like Chamber," you're like, "Sure, yeah, got it."
Well, I wish, but no. Unfortunately, only him. Only he gets to pass.
Only him. All right. Something else I want to ask you is you'll be facing Loud next. Thoughts? Anything you would like to say to them, or just we'll deal with that when we get there?
Just know that we might have not had a great showing today, but this was our first game on stage, and my team will be coming full force next game. So be scared.
Be scared. Okay. Why should they be scared of you?
Of me?
Oh, you or the team?
Just don't peek us. You better have some insane strats, but don't peek us.
Don't peek us. Okay, you said something in your tweet earlier about today's game saying trust the process. What did you mean by that?
I just know how hard we've been working every day. We improve every week. We set goals and we accomplish them. We destroy our goals every week. And it just feels nice to be on a team that's process-oriented and not result-oriented. So, I just want everyone to trust the process and know that we're going to win today.
Those bullshit interviews.
And congratulations on that. Can we give it up for Tex one more time for an incredible showing? Congratulations, Tex. And we're going to throw it back to wrap up the day. Back to the analyst desk. Friends, take it away.
Thank you very much. I am here with the victorious Com, and we're going to take a look at a round where you kind of own with the Sova ult here. So I want to ask you mainly the start of this round. Instead of going for the default Sova dart that lands up here and scouts out, sees if there's any early aggression, you decide to go for the drone. Why is that?
It's just easier, like from that spot, to kind of get an ult and kill. I think a lot of Sovas honestly do it. It's pretty common, and then yeah, I just thought it was a safer option.
Yeah, so in the round, they end up not actually pushing through the wall or anything. Here, I'll speed this up. I don't need to see this nonsense. get on through that. But are you looking also, because it looks like it can peek right over this harbor wall, which is pretty nice to make sure no one's actually inside of Nest up there. And then once you don't get the tag, team sort of freezes for a second, because you have three really gigantic ultimates here: Harbor, KJ, plus the Sova. And then you're looking to, I assume, combo the start, look for the ult with the Harbor ult coming in?
Yeah, I mean, I was just calling it all together, like we do all our util together. And honestly, like, my teammates helped me a lot have success with the ult. I mean, Mazzino's ult, I think, stunned like 1 or 2, and then the dart was pinging, and then all of a sudden I hit like 4. I don't know what really happened after that, but yeah, overall, honestly, I owe it to my teammates to help me have success with my ult.
Sure. Were you looking too? I saw a few times there were moments where you comboed the dart with like the Reynaleer.
What is the
Pacific
stuff?
Is that another thing you were thinking about a lot?
Yeah, I think that's something we kind of brought from
I don't know
like,
if I
old
watch
EG.
it,
Obviously,
though.
it's pretty common now, but just like comboing those things and, you know, just kind of flooding together and making sure we're all like on the same page.
Yeah, and I mean, as it plays out, it is just nasty. You've got the multi-stuns like we talked about. You're all waiting. What's the go button here that you decide to actually commit that play?
I think I don't.
Without giving too much, ask Basco.
Because like
all right,
Pacific stuff is
yeah,
like
I'm seeing here just the terms of utility, Harbor Wall, the ult, the Reynaleer in there too. Absolutely.
Korean
everything.
and
It is
Japanese
so
stuff.
clean. So then, of course, you have to get the 2K. Absolutely love that. Yeah, 2 dart tags.
Is
and,
it?
Oh, actually, you get the double right
Yeah,
on that
Zeta
one.
Division.
Absolutely love it. But then,
Yeah,
this is a
and
signature moment.
stuff.
So there's a big decision to be made here. It's 5 versus 2. What prompts
maybe I'll
the
watch
Honestly, it's just feeling. I
the
know
qualifying
Boosty
games or some stuff like that.
He's probably saying like, Colm's probably gonna flank. You know, he knows me very well.
What are the
but it's all off of
results
like
from
feeling
yesterday?
like how I feel the round's gonna play out. What would be the most ideal spot
Oh,
to
this
get my
morning,
team a W on the board? Yeah, just
Uh,
everyone knows it. From
17.
I was gonna say, you're doing it up against Boosty. I feel like he's got to be expecting it, but I guess 5v2 doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, that was a
T1,
sweet round. Let's go ahead and
1,
walk
2,
over.
0.
I'm gonna need you not to flank.
2-0.
So just go straight there.
2-1 for Genji.
No dodge the killjoy
Otherwise, the
turret.
camera can't catch you,
Where am I
man.
going?
You know, this one right here, right next to me, Papo.
And there
Oh,
are
man. Well,
3
Tom,
games
how you doing, buddy?
today.
Good.
All right, first and foremost, I want to be completely transparent with you.
And 3 games
we had
tomorrow.
a prediction segment, okay? I picked 100 Thieves because they all went with left. They all went with left. I was just
so
trying to
you're
balance it
saving
out.
us.
I was trying to balance
Oh,
it
I
out.
see,
You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be a good
What a
friend.
nice guy.
But,
Okay.
you know, one, great to talk to you.
I think I'm
Awesome to see you
gonna-
in this jersey. I'm sure that's not the
I'm
jersey
gonna
you
call
thought
it for
you'd be
today.
wearing going into the season. I don't know the story
And,
for I'm sure you told the
yeah,
story a million
I'll
times, but
see
how,
you-
how did this come
I'll
to
see you
fruition? How did
guys
Calm
tomorrow.
Leviathan happen?
For
I mean, overall,
at
this
least for
offseason, I think it's probably one
G2,
of the most grueling off seasons for
G2
me,
cool.
at least.
I'll see
I feel
if
like
I
I went through like
stream
a
before.
lot of things mentally.
'Cause I have some stuff to
And
do.
I don't know. I went 4 months without scrimming, and you know, for me, I'm just like, I just want to play, man. Like at the end of the day, we went from
Anyways.
0 to hero last season, and now like I
Stay
just wanted to show
safe.
it again. And obviously,
And,
Lev contacted me,
yeah.
and you know, we worked out the details.
See you tomorrow.
And, I'm here.
So that was just an after the fact thing, like all the
Oh, yeah, I was searching so long, trying to feel what I should feel, and I was certain, oh, I'd never find a way to heal. Created distance, and the sky began to clear. Started to listen to a voice that isn't real, and I found you when I lost my mind. Let go of the hands of time. Found you when I lost my mind. Found you when I lost my mind. searching so long, trying to feel what I should feel. And I was certain, oh, I'd never find a way to heal. Then I